they said, one of the things, because they were comparing the black men versus the red men being the Indian men, and he said, because of slavery, it forced the African to achieve two elevations. One elevation was they were forced to master or attempt to master the market system, being industrious, being innovative, understanding, how to create value, these type of things. That was Booker T. Washington, very important. And then you have Du Bois, and his outlook was, the slave was forced to not only understand the society, we have our own ways of exchanging, we have our own ways, and they did engage, with the early colonies and those types of things, but they saw who they were and what they were about had their historical precedent in terms of their sustainability, that these new ideas.
Okay, so what does that have to do with the president's trip to China?
So what I'm saying is that when we talk about the growth of capitalism and these other mechanisms around the world, we understand even though Iran can participate in capitalism, for example, right, or other countries that have a dictatorship, if you haven't created a society that is focused and obsessed with respecting the marketplace, that they want to create new businesses, they want an attitude, that's not just we have people who do technical skill sets. We train so many engineers, that's not what we're talking about. In free market, and they can invest a lot of money, they have a lot of tax, monies and reserves, these type of things. They're not going to ever compete with
tomorrow time with President Xi.
I wonder if the
by the way,
Poverty Law Center funded him.
Just so that we are clear, China.
Well, I don't know what Chud the Builder is known for or what happened here. I'll click the link. We are now on CNN. Live streamer Chud the Builder, known for posting controversial videos with race
from Clubhouse to the streets. Yeah. Have you started doing this? You're built for this. I don't know about that story. We'll think of something new, but yeah.
Well, I would like to do a Clubhouse Live the experience and do a private screening of a Clubhouse on a Friday, Saturday night from say 5 to 10 p.m. Make it a full experience with drinks, and basically we just put Clubhouse up live on a big screen, and I'll be the host, and I just project Clubhouse into the auditorium for people to observe, passively as I navigate these clownhouse streets.
You have access to an auditorium?
There's venues that I can rent that are nearby, but the thing is, how do I actually get people to show up?
That's actually kind of an interesting idea. So you stream us up on a big screen, and people can come into the auditorium, right?
Exactly. They will watch me on stage interacting with a big screen of Clubhouse.
We should do it. Theater 3000. Remember that?
Exactly. It'll be like that. We will have that angle. Yeah. That's already what I'm technically doing. I got a compliment from a woman yesterday who says she went back through my Instagram accounts and watched videos from years ago of herself. And she was like, I loved your commentary. It was so funny. She's like, you are so funny. And I thank you for doing all that. And I was like, you're welcome.
That's actually good. You should get, because in that stuff, the guy has another partner. Obviously, it's that little robot dude, but they're all human beings, of course. But maybe AI could actually be your partner. But you should do a review of Clubhouse rooms as they're going. So you're okay, here comes Peter with his just do total because everybody knows the character.
Right now, I'm in Gary Baumgarten's Critical Thinking Forum, and I have the news by John Kitover open and politically correct. So I'm doing Mystery Science Theater 3000. I mostly just listen. I don't actually comment too much on what people are saying, but the liberal Democrat observational studies are always amazing.
Right. I don't know. I think there's there's a new angle to how all of this, like, it kind of is a new form of entertainment. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, let's be fair here. Like, there's a lot of people on this app who aren't serious people. I mean, let's just face it. It's just entertainment.
It is, but these rooms become bang rooms. But you're just a white banger. You're a white gangbanger, because if you go to any other black room, it's all crash out all the time. Cray 3000, that guy does it. And those rooms are, like, in my opinion, not mentally healthy.
You're not. I'm just listening to you. But Chinese not racist, so.
I don't know what you said. I hope you're at the gym.
Racist.
I think that's what he said.
Just insist on that word strongly, and that makes the sensation. You know?
Still losing me here.
Take it easy.
But yeah, anyways.
John, you do need to work on some kind of. You need to totally reinvent media. I think you give a shot at it. I don't know what it looks like. I can see what you're doing.
No, it's the Kill Tony tour. They're already doing what we're talking about. The Kill Tony tour and Joe Rogan and the Austin comedy mothership. They do these types of interactive shows, but nobody has, like, taken Clubhouse and made it into, like, a live show. It would be an experimental thing, and I'm willing to do it, especially if I, like, tie it into my Chicago mayoral campaign. So I will try to secure a venue and set all this up. It'd be nice to have, like, a projector, and I'm pretty sure I actually have all the stuff that I need to try. I could even broadcast it on the side of my house. That would be one way to do it.
That'd be funny. Yeah, I mean, all you need is something like this to shoot it up on,
Well, I have this projector that you just put your phone into the projector, and then it literally projects your phone using mirrors and a light.
Yeah. It'd be funny, like, how, like, you can rent those things that project like on buildings, like, even like I remember, like, the Twitter headquarters had that. They had people projecting things about during the campaign, I think, but obviously, or they were mad at him moving. I don't remember what it was. It was something to do with Elon or whatever. So if you were able to, like, project something on like the Empire State Building or some building, if you did Clubhouse onto that. And, like, I don't know if you can do audio on those big building things. I just realized that. I don't even know.
Yeah, I could have, like, two big speakers, Bluetooth. Yeah, I could do Bluetooth. Like, I could have a big Bluetooth speaker tied to. All I need is two phones, the projector, and a Bluetooth, and then other cameras to record on tripods. I'm already doing this in my studio. This is the nice thing about doing it in an office, is you just contain it all in one office, and you don't do anything in the streets. You don't wait. Because in a way, this is, like, the really efficient way of creating media and content.
But, like, how do you get 100,000 people? That's the goal, right? I mean, that's kind of the goal. I mean, like, just, like, you get, like, just a shit ton of people watching your shit, and just actually, if we're enjoying it, we're all still here. There's got to be a whole segment of people out there that just, like, that aren't tapped into this. You know what I mean?
Well, the way to
You have to start streaming. He has to, like the Chad the Building guy and all these guys are not. They're all on Twitch.
No, the way to spam this out is to recruit and hire influencers, which is pretty much local hot chicks that have 30,000 to hundreds of thousands of followers, and get them to actually project and spam and film and publish all this shit, which a lot of them probably won't do. But if they get paid to do it, guess what? They do it.
You can't, like, on Twitch, you can't use the N-word, right? Like, so that's the thing. Like if you have Pepe on the stage, like, you would just get banned eventually, right? Is that how that goes? I don't even know these days.
Maybe he could bleep it out. Have, like, a
No, you can't bleep this stuff out. It's too toxic, and it's too annoying. And actually, when I hear Pepe talking now, if I'm in another room, activity when they know that I'm recording.
They get you in trouble too. Like, he's using rape lately, so it's like that gets, like, really nice.
True. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, to me, that's just. I agree with Edward last night on that. I'm like, dude, you gotta, like, just chill out on the raping thing. It's a little weird, But I can see how, like,
Just a little. I mean, he says he wants to kill hitchhikers and rape them in his van. Like, he says all kinds of fucked up shit.
Well, he's type A, like, in
So
He says he came from the neo-Nazi streets of Discord. That's where he's from. The white trash Nazi ghetto of Discord. That's where he came from. That's where he was That's where he grew up. That's his mythology and his backstory.
yeah, they mix in with a lot of incels, and then that's what they fall into. Like rape becomes the thing that gets them off. You know what I mean? Like that. That's
it replaces all the other joys of vices. Yeah, I get it. Yeah. So I don't know what you do with that.
I'm sure it's just all for entertainment purposes.
It is all for entertainment purposes, but the sad thing is, I think the way that everybody talks and sounds and acts is really who they are, or at least who they're projecting who they are. And if that's what you're projecting all the time, well, Jesus Christ, you are one unattractive, unappealing, obnoxious, horrible, to quote Akshay, horrible, terrible person. Hello?
But in here, because you could get him into a lot of trouble. He hasn't done it.
That's why BB feel attracted to it.
Yeah, BB likes it.
No, I don't like it. I just think I don't think that's who he is. I think he just he gets carried. He's either drunk or high when he's on Clubhouse.
Well, no, you're absolutely right. He admitted
things for entertainment
right.
value.
He admitted last night he doesn't do this. And, like he's a completely different person on the app than he is in real life. So there you go. You got your answer for both you and John.
Information technology protection. Essentially, stop the Chinese from stealing our tech. I think all of those things would be a win. So I'll just leave it there. Thank you, Marshall. We'll go now to Mansa, followed by Marat.
Hey, thanks, Gary. There is not a lot of patience from this visit, as from all the analysis I read. The U.S. actually needs China right now more than China needs the U.S., and that's not a good position to go into a summit or a meeting and expecting to win. So the best case scenario that Trump can consider a win is to get China to buy more of our agricultural products, soybeans and all that stuff. But it's not like they're gonna increase their buy-in from what they were before. Selling soy to China has been a very great business until Trump came and destroyed it, starting with his first presidency, and then with this presidency with the trade tariff wars and all that. Our export to China from soybeans, anyone that can look this up, has been on a steady decline to the benefit of other countries. Anything that we don't sell to China, they turned around and made other markets that benefited from the horrible relationship that we had with them in this particular field. Brazil now is the main supplier to China. So if we only get back at 60 or 70% of what we were selling them in the past, that would be considered a win, believe it or not. But that's something that we always talk about, Gary. You destroy something, and then, you put up a fire, and then you show up and start, taking it down. You declare it a win, like you put up a fire, forgetting that you were the one that started this whole damn thing. So, the delegation this time, the business delegation that there's a lot of talk about, is much smaller than the 2017 delegation that went to Beijing. There is this view of the whole world that Trump is stuck in what he's doing with Iran. We don't know how to solve that crisis. Every single thing that we were.
That's possibly the situation.
Listen, I just want to say, BB's like. BB is like, I could get Pepe in trouble. Well, I'm not trying to get Pepe in trouble. And the fact is, if Pepe gets in trouble, it's not because John Kitover got Pepe in trouble. It's because Pepe got Pepe in trouble. Hello?
Yeah, but sometimes people come on this app and for whatever reason they have the right to like crash out from time to time, and it doesn't mean that we should somehow.
Like, where's Mr. Edward? Where is Mr. Edward when we need him? Because you know what he would say? Personal responsibility, guys. Personal responsibility, guys. You know what personal responsibility is? That's right, personal responsibility, guys. The government isn't coming to save you. Personal responsibility, guys.
I control my life, and that's it.
That's a little more perfect, you. Lima, will you play one of those, please?
Oh, what did you want me to play?
In the chat, there's 2 links.
Has not been established.
Play this.
He had this great. I mean, he always kind of comes up with this thing, bombastic stuff like this is the end of the world, and if by tomorrow at noon you don't do this, you're going to be obliterated to the Middle Ages. And then 48 hours later, it's like, yeah, I guess we're going to take another look. We were told that the U.S. Navy ships are going to finally open the strait. The whole idea lasted for, I think, 24, 36 hours, and then we're back to
silence. Beautiful child that standeth on the dragons of the deep, I invoke. By thy name of Apollo, I invoke.
You just saying your work. Am I 12? I'm 28, 20 years old. No, your age. 12. 12? Isn't that a number like 12? Hey, watch this. Hey, homeboy. Hey, what? Yeah, back the fuck up out my face. That's what I thought. Posture up. I really hope you want to.
Okay, we'll do a truce, and it's been like, I mean, they agreed on a 12-month truce, which, with this visit is an expectation that the truth will be extended. So this is, again, what I said before, it's getting back to how things were before, and then when they say we're going to extend a truce, and the tariffs are going to be lower, and China's going to keep selling us their rare earth minerals, this is how things were before. We destroyed it, we're going to fix a little bit out of it, and we're going to declare victory that we did it. So, geopolitical analyst did. I listened to a lot of news today from Europe, and people are actually laughing. Literally, news people are laughing at us. I mean, this is, everybody's saying this is not the United States that we are used to, that is expected to be the strong power. We're being seen now that the U.S. president is going to basically beg China for a little a wish that, like I said, is please let us get back to where we were before.
I'm trying to recall, but wasn't Obama disrespected by the Chinese when he went there? And wasn't there a lot of commentary about how weak he made the United States look? I'm going to have to...
Yes, there was. There were several articles written about how the United States was a paper tiger.
Right, because he got played. They didn't... He had to walk... They did not bring even the stairs for him to go out the front of the Air Force One. He had to walk out the back.
That's true. That is true. I remember that.
Yeah.
But that tells you, Gary, that when you have the second I mean, someone talked earlier about how China can afford to do a war. And it's the largest army in the world with 2+ million reservists, men. You can't ignore a power like that and say bombastic stuff that we we're going to destroy China. China's going to come begging. No, China did not come begging when you added tariffs. They simply, said, fuck your, sorry for the whatever, buying soybeans from U.S. farmers. U.S. farmers declared bankruptcy. However, the United States ended up paying $29 billion to support the farmers. China won because they got their product elsewhere. Their power and hegemony on the world or whatever is only make us look, like fools.
Well, they are trying.
Relation. They bring Chinese people to work there because they want to employ their people. So, sometimes you gotta look at your adversary and not be foolish in thinking that you're just that you just had them before you actually do.
Thank you for that, Monsef. By the way, I mentioned very briefly earlier that there were the leaders of our high-tech industry participating in this summit, and William was kind enough to list the names of all of them, and they are all posted there on the main chat if anybody's interested in seeing who is there with the president. I thank William for that. Moran, followed by Daryl.
Hi, Gary. Hello, everyone. I understand the passion that Cartman displayed, and it is true that any form of anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism is abhorrent, but it has nothing to do with our China policy. And our China policy, if anybody has read anything from any reputable think tank, is the main strategic challenge to the future. If anybody reads even the Chinese writing, they know that's what they're planning. Their plan is to challenge us in the coming decades. So what we should be paying attention to is what CCP is trying to do, what sort of strategic challenge they have, and the main important thing, if anyone PTRs, I have replaced a map of Southeast Asia instead of my photo, and we see the first island chain, which starts from Malaysia, Philippines, goes through Taiwan and Japan, and the second island chain, which is further away. This is a plan to control and maintain Chinese expansionism, CCP's expansionism. If you read the military plannings that the Chinese have, their own writing, all their military is planning to break through this chain. And right in the middle of it is Taiwan. If you see right there is Taiwan. By taking over Taiwan, you're basically breaking the first island chain, protecting us from Chinese expansionism. This is what it's all about. If you look at what they're planning to do, that's the main thing we should be thinking about. So this is something for the next decades, and it has nothing to do with any other policy that we may have. Now, going back to the question of the room, what is a win? Well, as Marshall said it, I agree, and I think Gary mentioned it too. The most important thing is to manage the trade tensions we have with China. That's the most important thing, without giving anything about Taiwan. And if we get a plus, if we can have the Chinese to help us managing Iran, that would also be a plus. Again, all of this has to be done without paying anything about Taiwan. And everyone is kind of scared because we all know the president is the man who can go off script. And we're all worried that, the Chinese, if anyone paid attention when he arrived, the Chinese put on a big show, sent their vice president, and as you guys said, Obama didn't receive this treatment because they know how to treat this president to get something out of him. So what I'm hoping, and everybody's hoping, that the president can not go off script, pay attention to our strategic plans, and not give up anything on Taiwan. But if in the meantime he can manage to ease the tensions, trade tensions, and get some help on Iran, that would be a win. And that's all I have to say, Gary, and thank you for your good rooms.
Thank you. Of course, the problem he has with that is that he said he's hoping to get some help from China with regard to Iran, and then he backtracked and said, no, we don't want their help. We've got it well in hand in Iran. And so, is it a win if he gets that help, or is it a loss? Because he said we didn't need it. I guess no matter what, this president has shown a remarkable ability to declare victory no matter what. So I guess it would be viewed by him as a win. I don't know whether we would view it as a win. I think so. I think if we can bring an end to the war in a manner that resolves the nuclear weapons issue, really resolves the nuclear weapons issue, I don't really care who gets the credit for it. And I guess maybe that makes me un-American based on what a previous caller suggested. And I don't know how he makes that comparison with other folks who have spoken here, that makes them un-American and hates America and wants America to lose. Because I thought that was the goal, to eliminate the nuclear weapons. I would like to see the goal to also be the removal of that regime, but I don't know how that's even in the cards anymore. I think that was overly optimistic when that was suggested by this president. Thank you, Moran. We'll go to Daryl, followed by Maze.
Hey, Gary. Just a couple of, you can give me some latitude, a couple of things. There was a caller, Black, who made some statements that are just factually not true. And, so Russia is China's largest single supplier of oil, not Iran. So, that's just factually not true. And America's economic power really hinges on the strength of the dollar globally. And I've said this in this room before, I've said this a million times before that. All China really needs to do right now, then I'll get to whether or not, because Pete didn't even show up to meet him, so I don't know how to interpret that just yet. All China really needs to do is kind of just hang back. There's this quote from Sun Tzu, The Art of War, never interrupt your adversary when he is in the middle of making a mistake, right? I think what the previous speaker just said about Taiwan is actually very important, because if you look at what we've been doing, over the past 13 months, right? We're looking to control energy, oil, natural gas in the Western Hemisphere. We're talking about invading Cuba. What some don't know is that Cuba actually does have oil and natural gas. I think Cuba produces a significant amount of oil per day. It's not great oil, but it is still oil. And if you were to look at this from a perspective of like global geopolitics, right, and just hemisphere control, if the idea is that OPEC nations, because I don't know if you saw yesterday, but Trump basically said, screw OPEC, right? So, which I don't think was bright. I think he has no filter. I think no one can actually control what he says, and the ramifications of it be damned. I would hazard to guess that in some way we are preparing for the end of the petrodollar. And I think what we're looking to do is, okay, well, if the petrodollar ends and we can't force the sale of oil in dollars, then we need to be controlling the oil. We need to control oil in the Western Hemisphere. Not only oil, but we need to control natural gas in the Western Hemisphere. Because the previous caller who mentioned something about like China and whatever, I guess they're not familiar with BRICS, right? Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, and now tangentially Iran. There is already a consortium being formed that is is looking at the next 30 years of global energy supply, and that does not include the sale of oil in US dollars. I mentioned in your room the other day that the UAE, before they bailed from OPEC on the last day of the month last month, they had already reached out to us and said, look, if we can't fix this Hormuz thing, we're going for our own survival. We're going to have to start selling oil in yuan. So that means that that playing card is now on the table, and that playing card is also now on the table for the other OPEC countries. So all China really needs to do is kick back and watch how this progresses. It's very important. I think more and more people are going to start to realize this as our economy really tanks. And again, I think China doesn't have to do anything but hang back because they are the world's manufacturer. And I think Trump taking these tech execs to China was probably the best thing he could have done, because like a previous caller said, he can't get in the room and talk this stuff with these guys. He needs Tim Cook and Musk and all these other guys, because the future is going to be about rare earth minerals. And that means the future economy is going to be based on rare earth minerals. And China controls. We have the oil, we have the rare earth. I don't see any scenario where there's actually a conflict, like a kinetic conflict with China, because it's just not necessary. To the question of what is a win? I don't know what a win could look like. I think, Pei not showing to meet him today, I don't know how to interpret that. I think he, this wasn't like a G20 meeting or anything like that, but him talking for the past couple of days about how he was going to see his buddy, how he's going to see his friend, and he's a strong dictator and he rules like 1 billion people with an iron hand. Those are his words. I'm parsing, but those are actually Trump's words. And he shows up and Pei doesn't meet him. I don't think he likes things like that, because I believe he likes to be seen as the biggest guy in the room. But hopefully the smarter guys that he took with him are focused on the future of business with China.
So the New York Post, which is not adversarial toward the president, their headline is, China made a revealing choice in its airport greeter for Trump in Beijing. President Trump arrived in Beijing without a tarmac greeting from President Xi, but the apparent snub was actually an upgrade from his last welcome in 2017, according to an expert. That's the way they're spinning it. It's actually quite revealing from a protocol perspective, said Isabel Vladoy, founder of the U.S. Institute of Diplomacy and Human Rights. Xi Jinping did not personally greet Trump at the airport in 2017 either, but this time Beijing noticeably upgraded the reception by sending Vice President Han Zheng along with both ambassadors and senior foreign affairs officials. He does appear with a grin on his face, but I think you're right. This is really not what he probably anticipated or wished for. There is a red carpet. So it's a massive upgrade from the way Obama was treated.
And it's a way of taking a dig at someone who you know has a massive ego, who probably wanted the press and the photos of him being met at the airport by another head of state. I'm a head of state, he's a head of state. He's a dictator. I don't want to be a dictator. This is how I want to be a dictator. I'm being facetious, Gary, so don't hold me to that. I'm simply saying these are the little things that get under his craw, and I think China knows that.
Thank you, Daryl. We'll go to our maze, followed by Andrew.
Good evening, good afternoon, everyone. Gary. This is, I kind of laugh. When I look at that, for Trump, what constitutes a win, I think he's going to do what he did in the Middle East. He's going to try to figure out how he's going to make money. It's got nothing to do with the U.S. It's he's looking out for himself, and China knows that. China knows that all they have to do is stroke his ego, and they're going to. Well, I think that if he had some kind of agreement with China that there.
Yes, sorry about that. I was managing the room and couldn't grab the microphone.
Yeah, I'm not sure what would constitute a win. I don't think it really matters to Donald Trump. He'll sell it as a win, whatever it is. I think, with the tech bros going over, that could possibly be a good thing in terms of investment flowing that way to some degree. But I just want to point out that when Donald Trump went there in 2020, I think it was January that year, they came away with 3 or 4 MOUs, memorandums of understanding. One of them was for $200 billion. One was $78 billion for West Virginia, I believe, which is more than their GDP that year. And that was for power and gas and some other issues in West Virginia. But really, the proof is always in the pudding. And unfortunately, those memorandums of understanding, the real investment has fallen much, much shorter than what was to be understood. So if he comes away with those again, he may waive them, much like Neville Chamberlain waived his little paper in coming away from Berlin. But if they don't follow through, then you're stuck with nothing, really. And China's not a reliable trading partner. We've noticed that here in Canada over the years. They retaliated against us by kidnapping 2 gentlemen, 2 Michaels, as they're famously called here in Canada, and held them for over 2 years in prison in retaliation for us holding the telephone executive lady, I can't remember her name, in Vancouver at the behest of Donald Trump and the administration for violations of whatever trade rules she was accused of violating. And then, of course, they tacked on canola as a bargaining chip as well. So they're really a tough nut, China is. And I'm not sure what you can expect in real tangible results that will bear out, I suppose. But I do believe that whatever he comes back with, he will pronounce a win on that. Thank you, Gary.
Thank you. I think it was Daryl that was talking about how the president may view with admiration the way Xi runs his country. I just want to give you a little insight. A friend of mine who sadly died because he was waiting for a kidney transplant and it never came. He was a longtime correspondent, U.S. correspondent, foreign correspondent in China. And at the bureau where he worked, he had assistants, Chinese national assistants. Well, the assistants came from a pool provided by the Chinese government. So he had no choice but to hire minders, and that's what they were. It wasn't that they didn't do their jobs, they didn't try to talk to folks and try to clear the way to get you in for the interviews. Those are called fixers. They did their jobs, but their other job was to report back everything that was discussed in the bureau, all of his movements. If he wanted to travel outside a certain radius from where he was located, he was forced to get a permit from the government, and the government would, they accommodated him by providing him a guide. Well, obviously that guide determines who he can see, what he can talk about. The people who are talking to him mind what they say very carefully because the so-called guide is there in the room constantly. That's the way a totalitarian government, which apparently is something that this president admires. That's how they run their governments. Amir, followed by William. Amir, yeah, you're up.
Oh, okay, thank you. Thanks, Gary, for the opportunity. Probably I'm just going to echo some of the sentiments that's been expressed already. What constitutes a win for Trump? I think if Trump could convince President Xi to pull the plug on the regime in Iran, that would be a massive win for him. But the question is, what kind of sweetener would have to be dished out to President Xi to convince him of that? Now, the fact that a whole host of tech giants are accompanying Trump, it could be that the sweetener is actually to roll back on some of the tariff wars that's been going on. I don't know the exact details of that because I don't live in the US. But perhaps to shift some of the even manufacturing that was pulled back, maybe not too technologically sensitive stuff, but more of a less techy manufacturing to help with China's unemployment. I'm just thinking aloud here, really. But the jewel in the crown for Trump, I think, is to sort out the situation in Iran. He would be able to, he would probably stretch as much as he could to achieve that and to get Xi on his side on that. Can I just say one thing? I think someone mentioned about the relationship between China and Iran. I think a lot of people have got that wrong. From what I understand, it's a pretty one-sided relationship and it's all in favor of China. I know for decades they were milking the cheap oil, obviously because of sanctions. And that's what I would imagine.
So I would imagine the right price would be another source of oil, and theoretically, Amir, that could be from Venezuela, and theoretically,
we've seen these pranks where
titular
motherfucker walk up to a man and a wife in a grocery store and grab the wife by the hands and try to mac on her in front of her husband just to see what her husband does, right? Those are pranks. Though I don't appreciate that type of shit because I say, hey, if they get whooped, then hey, that's what the fuck they deserve. And I've been saying this shit for a few years. One of these days, these pranksters are going to get shot. Somebody's going to get fucked up. And there was a
Adrian, you sound a lot like my black friend who said I was going to get punched in the face. And I was like, I'm ready to go to heaven. And my friend was like, man, somebody going to punch you in the face.
Yeah, so, when I see pranksters out in public doing these skits or these acts and shit, provoking people for no fucking reason.
Venezuela or other places. And in place of it, play ball with what Trump wants to do in Iran.
Thank you for that, Amir. We'll go to William, followed by David.
Hey, everybody.
Island chain. There's no long-term strategic structure of American national defense security, which includes Okinawa, Taiwan, South Korea, on down into the Philippines and Malaysia. China has an adversarial relationship with the U.S. in the South China Sea. The 9-dash line where they were building islands, trying to basically fraudulently expand their exclusive economic zone to encroach upon Vietnam, the Philippines, and Malaysia, and other countries in the 9-dash line. I don't have a graph of it open right now, but the 9-dash line is a pretty critical area where countries with whom the United States has alliances has an adversarial relationship with China, and so we have some incentive to try to maintain some alliances. The economic the oil imports from China, I pulled up a chart of it, are pretty well diversified between Russia, Saudi Arabia, Malaysia, Iraq, Brazil, UAE, Oman, Kuwait, Canada, but a lot of it's not just Iran, but a lot of the oil that they import does come through primarily the Straits of Hormuz. So China, from a strictly business perspective, China is not like adversarial in the way nobody in China is chanting death to America, death to Israel. That's not their thing. They're more about business, and whether you want to get into capitalist or not, they have to import their oil. They don't really make their own oil. They have to import their fertilizers. They need that to feed their own. So they actually need better access to water, and some people have argued that they are, along with sort of the
so it's kind of like it's a weird kind of harmless and all the shit he does, but
he's threatened to shoot people before.
Well, I mean, I guess that's true too, but obviously if someone threatens to shoot him, okay, but go ahead.
Yeah, I just don't know who was Adrian just talking about.
I was talking about that Chud the Builder guy that goes around calling black people the N-word and stuff.
I have no idea who this person is.
Well,
You're in for a treat.
Bima, this is John. I just removed Liberty's photo from my. Could you put me in the queue, Bima? Thank you, Bima.
Okay, John, thank you. Please don't do that in the middle of me speaking. I don't know what the fuck, you guys are talking about with the shooting. I don't know, man. I've been at work all day. Can you just catch me up to speed? Yeah, we got go ahead, whoever wants to.
Oh, no. I was going to explain to her, but if you got it, you can go right ahead and go right down.
Yeah, Bima, if you could acknowledge my existence and.
I've been at work all day. Can you?
What are you doing?
I'm asking to be put in the queue. That's what I'm asking for, moderators.
John, doing a recap, trying to help people out that are new here. Come on, man. Well, I'm not going to do it. Bima, go ahead and just do it. You actually know more details than I do. I just got home and was catching up myself. But go ahead, Bima.
Yeah, thanks. I'm new to this, so anything that I say, it's potential for error, so we can all correct each other and learn from each other as we go. What I understand, there's a guy named Chud the Builder.
Coming to an agreement with China on all these other important issues, we also changed the tariff policy, which has changed like hundreds of times. It keeps going back and forth and back and forth. But if he can back out gracefully from the tariff policy and pull that away, that would be a win. If he can get an agreement, and I don't know if this can even be made public, but if he could get an agreement to pressure Iran to open the Straits of Hormuz, China does have a relationship public. It's just some things have to be actually handled quietly and diplomatically, but that's something that Trump might achieve that would, in reality, be a win for the United States and a win for the world, because it would get us out of a base losing situation. Because I don't think I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I wish we could have made regime change for the Iranian people, but I don't see it happening. And I think we're kind of in a quagmire right now, and we'd be better off to be out from an American point of view, but that's a possibility because a lot of Trump's voter base, a lot of the Trump MAGA base, is really pissed off about the going back on the no new wars, and this is what looks like it's a very expensive potential quagmire. So that could be a win for Trump in reality. How he would announce that, what he's going to announce, I have no idea. But whatever it is, whatever he comes up with, he'll announce it as a win. Another win that might come out of it is with lessening tariffs and reopening free trade. He's got all those really competent tech guys with him and other captains of industry, somebody from Visa, somebody from various banks. That's something that can open opportunities in a way that Trump can publicly declare as a win that would benefit our economy. So, that remains to be seen, but that's my guess about, what he can publicly say as a win and what is privately maybe going to happen that we're not going to know about right away, or maybe we will. Who knows? Because Trump is pretty impulsive. So he might have a secret deal that he negotiates and then put it on the Truth Social or Twitter or whatever. So those are my thoughts.
I did want to make, not for you, William, but just like a simple correction. I was talking with my friends who used to live in China and then came to the United States for college schooling. Apparently, the Chinese diplomatic protocol is usually for the foreign minister to meet the head of state, not for the vice president to.
I read something about that also, and I think this is keeping with protocol. That you don't expect to have your head of government, your head of state, going down to the airport like an errand boy to do that kind of meeting. And this is just consistent with prior protocol.
Well, so the other point this person made was sending the vice president of the country.
And if you decide to Jesus, why do you keep doing this?
I was next.
Oh, sorry, John was waiting. Go ahead, go.
It's just really annoying, John.
Activities with you, just tell me what's up.
Even if I went and I said just a bunch
because
of
that's when problems start occurring, and I'm not there to be manipulated. Over permit than to meet more people at 43. I am more discriminating and discerning. Not discriminating in terms of race or sexual identity or political identity. If I ask a liberal, hey, I'd like to take you to dinner and give you a gift. Do you know what the number one response is on what is the gift like? And then I ask you, what do you want? Guess what the number one response is?
Well, you went way off the question because I asked if it matters to you. You said no. You just wanted to be transparent, but again, if you have a friend who is male, at what point does he need to mention that he's gay if he happens to be gay? At what point should he just say it out of the blue?
No, I would never expect or request anybody to disclose something like that. It's just, I'm just saying that I appreciate transparency. I never actually ask any details about somebody's personal life. I just don't care because I am with that person for specific purposes, which is to meet women, to have fun, to be artistic, but not gay.
That might change things around whoever's representing these people.
A woman at the bar the other day who has a husband, she was accusing me of being gay. And I was like, well, if I was gay, I'd be upset about what you're saying right now. But since I'm not gay and confident and happy, very funny. Ha ha. Can you touch your toes? Can you take a deep breath? And all I'm saying is when you look at my area armpit, because my armpit looks just like that, Do you think that, I can take a photo right now and you'd be like, Yeah, we can't tell the difference whose armpit that is. Maybe you could tell by my muscular, physical exoskeleton.
What was the point of putting the picture? Do you think you were calling Liberty out or something?
Nah, she kept telling me to adjust my PTR, so I just screenshotted the pity. Not out of like mockery, but just like, hey, look at that pity. Because pits. Does anybody here ever get skin tags on various parts of their body? Because I recently had a skin tag on my pity, and I picked it off. Yeah, skin tags are gross. Like, do any of you rubber band your skin tags go to the dermatologist? Like, I've tried to see a dermatologist for so long, and it is so hard to see a dermatologist. It's like,
I've been waiting for this. I have a question. At one point, in every channel, I've been saying, okay, we're waiting for this guy to either get shot or shoot somebody. And sure enough, the guy happens. But I was subject for it to be on screen. This guy was himself.
Hold on. I have a question. So, let me know if I get the series of events fucked up. So he comes out of the courthouse. You see these people pointing or saying something about it. And then after that, altercation happens. Because he's walking away, and then an altercation happens. During that altercation, he pulls his weapon. Did they allow him to have a gun in the courthouse?
I just don't know.
Maybe he's so angry.
No, it's the cheaper version. It's the cheaper version of a sauna because when you heat a sauna, it takes tremendous amounts of gas or electricity. But the infrared is its own heat source. So, in my opinion, infrared is high.
When he left, they gave it back. That could be. I'm not discounting your thing. I mean, what you're saying is they let him into the courthouse with the gun. That might be problematic. I'm assuming that he had already made the mortgage when the altercation happened, and before the altercation, which means he had to open his firearm on him in the courthouse.
I can explain that. So in Texas, specifically, I don't know where he lives. I think he's in Tennessee. Texas, they have like storage lock boxes. So if you come in with a firearm, you can actually lock it in the lockbox before you go through a security checkpoint. And then they give you a key that's the only key that can open that. They have like a master key that can open it. But they give you a key, and then you hold on to that key, and then you can reholster their firearm.
The Supreme Court is clear about this.
No, just if I'm actively engaged in activities with you, if I'm actively
depending on
time is when it's open place is a location that it's available and accessible to the general public, and manner is a manner that it's not disruptive.
Yeah. So that's the issue. So as far as in general, if he's being disruptive in some way, and the video and the guy that played, he could say, I'm just going to 7-Eleven trying to get a drink, and this guy's harassing me. Then it's not
head of state, not otherwise private.
And that's one of the three things. So those
head
are
of
the
state, not
I like where John wanted to go.
Head of state, not.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, this guy who uses the N-word in this very vulgar way, who happens to be in this horrific, incident, people are, see, Clubhouse is a very small community compared to like the YouTube community and these guys that technically like have their own platforms and followings. And it's unfortunate that, American men or Canadian men or Australian men or European men happen to find this type of content entertaining. And I follow so many Instagram accounts and I see such horrific violence on Instagram on what I would call like shadow accounts that like, I don't know how else you see these videos, but a lot of it is just criminal activity. And it's shocking the violence that is on Meta, on Instagram. But it is basically social and societal violence. And it's horrific, beyond horrific. But I would also just point out as somebody here who engages in political communication, that your security and your well-being is important this summer. And just the other night, I had two people on they were doing all kinds of shit. They were going through alleys and picking through cars and trying to go into this building over there. I mean, showed up late by the time, they had made their getaway. And I'm just telling you that you can become a victim this summer. And Clubhouse, this little security briefing, which is something you usually do before an event, is to say, hey, practice situational awareness. But the real situational awareness is not just your physical security, like if you're on a train or a bus or somewhere like that. What I'm trying to tell you is Clubhouse physical, cognitive security is what Elon Musk calls it. And in my opinion, listening to racist, vulgar, profane hate speech for days and weeks and months on end, to me is a waste of my life, my existence. And I'm just warning you all as users of this app, and this app will probably shut down eventually because you see no advertisements, right? You see no real subscription. I mean, let's just look at the pluses in here. Let me look at the pluses. I don't see any pluses. Wait, Bima and Nye are the only people paying for this. Anybody else? Nope, that's it. So 2 out of 15 people actually pay for this content. That's not good odds for an app.
Oh, there we go. So in
those districts ad nauseum.
Ad nauseum, absolutely. And particularly if they're being ran in the face of even higher gas prices than we're facing now. So, the Republicans are going to have to somehow find a way around that. But Gary, the win here also, I think, is involving, can China bring Iran to heel on some level with our military and our economic might? Can China carve out enough of a win with us to do Trump's bidding backdoor-wise and try to help everybody save face here? Because, buying that much oil, that deal that they cut with Iran would absolutely go up in flames and be one less oil source for them. We saw how we got checked on Venezuela. So, I know China's got a stockpile of about 4 months of reserves that they're sitting on. That gets burned up really quick. We got a national economy like theirs to churn. So, I think
initial proceedings are in progress. This applies regardless of whether you have a handgun carry permit or a carrying under Tennessee's permitless carry law, which allows eligible adults 21 and older to carry handguns openly or concealed in most other places. So whether they have lock boxes or not for you to put your firearm in, you can't bring that motherfucker in there regardless. Period. Full stop.
Yeah.
Under Tennessee law.
Yeah.
So back to the observation. How the fuck did he walk out of a courtroom or enter a courtroom and get into an altercation with someone outside the courtroom and produce a firearm? Where was that firearm the whole entire time he was in that courtroom, in the courthouse?
Adrian, is that when you get to the security checkpoint, if you say, I promise on a holy stack not to...
That was probably for his resisting arrest charge that happened a couple of days ago. And also fleeing the bill on a $400 tab. So this guy's having a shitty week.
Right. So he was there for whatever official court proceedings.
3 charges. Yeah.
So where the fuck did he produce this firearm from?
That's interesting because it makes it more sketchy. We can't verify whether he had it on him in the court or not. But there's 2 case scenarios. One, he either did have it on when he went into the courtroom, or 2, worst case scenario. This is the worst case scenario. He went out of the courtroom. He went to his vehicle.
Retrieved
it, then went and
antagonize people.
That would be horrible.
Which, if you watch his videos, that's what he's always walking to his car. Like, he's always, like, once he gets into it with someone, he goes to the car, I guess, to, like you said, retrieve the weapon. You know, so this may have been, I can't wait to see these cameras.
An antagonistic action that he did on purpose because he understood, hey.
Yeah, but Adrian, it's legal. That's the thing. Like, this is the thing, like, with ACLU back in the 70s, there was a bunch of neo-Nazis, like Nick Fuentes types and fucking Sean DeBuilder, that wanted to march in Indiana to a Jewish Holocaust survivor community. And they wanted to carry signs like saying, fuck the Jews, you know, you won't replace us and all that kind of shit. And the city there in Indiana said, no, you're not allowed to do that. That's racist.
It's legal that he did.
So they said that it was anti-Semitic and that they weren't allowed to do it. So they restricted the neo-Nazis from doing this. And the ACLU, who is predominantly Jewish and founded by Jews, actually defended the Nazis and said, hey, the Nazis are allowed to fucking march through here. It is fucking hateful rhetoric and we disagree with it, but they're allowed to do that. So as long as you're not doing a call to action, if I say, I'm going to get my fucking gun and shoot you in the fucking face and I'm not in fear for my life, that's illegal. But if I say, hey, I wish you get shot in the face, that's 100% legal. If I say nigger to you on the fucking street and you attack me and I feel that my life is in threat and in danger, I have the right to understand your ground to
wait, hold on. What are you arguing is legal or not? Because my whole point
is legal.
No, listen to what I'm saying. I think we're talking past each other, respectfully. My whole point was, where the fuck did he get the gun from?
Adrian, either got it from his gun or they have a secret lockbox on it.
Adrian, I just put it in the chat. Under, you can see it there. Under Tennessee law, the sheriffs provide lockboxes for you to do it. So it wasn't like...
Yeah, you come in, you say to the security guard, you say, hey, I have a firearm on my 3 o'clock position, it's in a holster, do you have a lockbox? They say, yeah, we have these boxes over here. We'll give you take the key out after you secure it and lock it, and you take the key with you inside to the courthouse and stuff, and then when you come back out, you stick the key in and you turn it, you take your pistol, put it back on, and you walk out. It allows for people to still have their Second Amendment right, but they're not allowed to have it past security checkpoint.
Yeah, I don't think he would have gotten out. Yeah, I know what you're saying, Adrian. It sounds fishy to begin with, but... Yeah, I mean, there would have
like New York or California.
There would have to be a huge breakdown in security for him to get into the court with a gun.
Yeah, he did. Well, I mean, he didn't enter past the security checkpoint.
Also, why are we saying that his, like, because he has a partner with him all the time for his streams. Why wouldn't the partner just give him the gun?
Yeah, he did. His partner had the gun and reholstered it in secondary holster.
Wait for him to come outside, give him the gun back to his holster, and off he goes,
I think the main point about all this is because you guys put in the questionnaire, can a racist provocateur claim self-defense if a person decides to attack him? Yes. I mean, if you're standing out screaming, Edomite, fucking demon dogs, Black Hebrew Israelism shit, and I come over to start fucking wailing on you, and the Black Hebrew Israelite thinks that I'm trying to fucking kill him and he's fearful of his life, he has the right, even after saying that I'm a fucking demon and a dog, to put his pistol out fucking drop around at me in certain states. Like Tennessee, Texas, you got standing ground laws. If you're in fear for your life, you can use deadly and violent, defense.
Yeah,
I mean, it's shitty. The guy's immoral. He's a piece of shit. Yeah, the guy's a piece of shit.
I don't think it's I don't.
No, I defend like the ACLU. I defend his right to do and say whatever he wants. I would never in a million years want the ACLU. I would never in a million years want the government to stop Black Hebrew Israelites or Black Panthers or neo-Nazis or even fucking Jewish supremacists to respect their lives.
But you can't just start like running up to people, punching them in the street and expect nothing back. I mean, what are you doing?
Especially if the person fears for their life. I mean, if a person comes and slaps you on the face and then runs away and you shoot them, that's one thing. But if they're just fucking teeing off on you, ground pounding you, I mean, this is why we had the George Zimmerman.
Well, my thing is, if you're going to use the fear for your life defense, why are you provoking about that?
Well, all you have to do is prove it, Nye.
Why are you bothered? But you know what he's doing. We can prove motive by
Nye, do you want to restrict the Black Panthers? And
we're not talking about the Black Panthers.
No, we don't.
The Black Panthers can walk around calling white men.
We're talking about the same thing, though.
Provoking white men into beating their ass. Completely different, right?
Yeah, but
Black Panthers can go around,
They went into courthouse. They went into the state. Oh, actually, no. Actually, the Black Panthers entered.
Each other, Rich. We can't talk over each other.
Okay. The Black Panthers entered into the state capitol building in California with fucking select fire rifles. They walked in. They had Class 3 firearms.
You know why they did that, though?
They protest.
Let's not use.
I agree with protest.
Resources, oil, and commercial routes to and from China are in our hands. Not to mention the Panama Canal. So we have already taken it back completely. So this is a huge win, and so China is in our hands. And also there were people talking about the currency, BRICS currency. This is nonsense. China's currency is not. They did not allow their own currency to trade freely in the international market. So there's no worry about for them becoming a freely traded hard currency on the international market. And also, the trading volume in renminbi is very, very low. And then also China itself has increased purchase of U.S. assets overseas. And as for Taiwan, people were talking about Taiwan. Taiwan just recently, Taiwan legislature approved, despite the obstruction of CCP in Taiwan, approved the $25 billion weapons purchase from the U.S. And just I think 2 days ago, it's a snub at and President Trump's trip to China is a victory lap. I'm done speaking.
So Hansen brings up a very important point that heretofore on this stage has not been discussed, and I have to acknowledge with my overabundance of listening to the pundits talk about this trip is also, I haven't heard it, maybe some people have heard. So I know it's a global market. I know it's sold as a commodity. But the reality is that China is in a whole world over what's going on right now. So they have an extreme vested interest in, the top of the room is not what would constitute a win for China. Well, it could be, but it's implied that we're talking about for the United States. But you bring up an excellent point. What would constitute a win for China? And that would be getting that oil flowing once again. And I think they're in a position probably right now when this is a critical question for them. So, we've discussed before the threshold of pain that Americans will endure is very low as compared to other nations. And we're crying about the cost of oil and the effect on the economy. And I think rightly so, people have reason to be concerned about that.
Yes.
But I'm not finished. I'm not finished. But that being said, the pressure on China right now is immense. 90% of their oil cut off. So, we should probably expand our view of this, and it's a little late to do that now, on this stage, but I'm just saying that we should collectively expand our view of this and try to look at it from the Chinese perspective. What do they need to get out of this? And, so it may not be, as a political article that I read at the top suggests, so much the president of the United States with his hat in hand. In some respect, the president of China has his hat in hand as well. And so let's see, this president claims he understands the art of the deal. So we will see. Thank you, Hansen.
Can I
That's okay. All speaks when. And I'm sorry if that sounds autocratic, but that's the way I run the room to avoid the kind of crosstalk that we
nearly devolved into. I presume if it confuses me, it confuses other people. And it's impolite. And we try to run a polite room. So had you been patient just for a couple seconds, you would have already been speaking. Simp, you're up.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate it, Gary. Great room, but I would like to push back a little bit on the things that I heard that Hanson was saying just earlier. I don't believe that this, the fact that Iran has blocked the Strait of Hormuz and that America is blockading a blockade is really affecting China to the way you guys are saying. You have to understand that China also, in recent years, have diversified who they purchase oil from. They purchase, especially since the war has started, they've been purchasing tons of oil.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. If they get 90% of their oil from Iran and they're trying to diversify, that still means they're heavily dependent upon Iran.
Yes, but since the war has started, they've been heavily buying oil from the Russians. And they also been buying oil from the Brazilians. So they also have 6 months of oil reserves, one of the most in the world. So they're able to take the hit. Unlike the Americans, let me tell you why. The Americans are in extreme pressure to get the open because their allies, India, Japan, and the South Koreans, heavily depend on this oil flowing through the Strait of Hormuz way more than China.
The brethren shall be diligent in preaching the law of the Lema. In all writings they shall be careful to use the...
Yes, but when specifically with the oil...
Action or sit tight. Tell me it's being
open, and I guarantee you, President from these allies to open the Strait of Hormuz. So I believe that the Iranians understand this as well. Also, the Iranians they also want to have control of the internet. If you don't understand that, following that right under the Strait of Hormuz. And they're between the points of the pentagram and basically cut off the internet going to Asia, going to India, and other parts of the world. They also want to charge money for the internet being in the Strait of Hormuz. It's even getting worse. Forget about the oil, now they're talking about the internet. So it's very important.
Mine is the head of the hawk.
I don't think he's coming with the leverage to
Abracadabra.
I think it's actually
and
the opposite. I think that Trump is in enormous pressure. He's going to capitulate and probably say, hey, you know what, the Chinese, we're losing this, and, we'll give you an amazing trading deal, with Apple and all these other companies that you could build factories in America and, it'll make these Chinese billionaires more rich. I think that's the avenue Donald Trump is going to go for. So therefore, then the Chinese can go to the Iranians and be like, hey, we have $1 billion or he doesn't want to put any tariffs on us. He wants us to open factories in America. He had the Apple CEO meeting with us in China and all these.
I don't know if it can be made public.
Coming to China. I think that's the angle Donald Trump is going to go.
I've been practicing my entire life for this moment. Hold my baby oil.
So, we're closing things off. We're trying to get on the stage, unfortunately. So, what the caller said about the internet is very important, and it's again an aspect of this that I've not seen just much despite my absolute assumption of the infrastructure through the Strait of Hormuz. They feel that it's a new strategic pressure point beyond oil. However, I've never looked at it from that absolute aspect, which is aligning with the basis of the rest of my life. What the suffers more directly from a closure.
Steven, you're late.
Because of its high reliance on oil imports from the Gulf, while the United States is less impacted, potentially even gaining financially from higher energy prices as an oil exporter, doesn't help you or me at the
Have I seen
at the
Gloom
pump, of
Stomper?
course. The global nature of the supply chain means both nations face severe long-term consequences. But according to the Atlantic Council on Women, that is what the impact is that China does in our in this instance, suffer more from a closure of the Strait of Hormuz than the United States. Folks, we are here Monday through Friday at 5 o'clock New York time. So until 5 o'clock New York time tomorrow for the next edition of the...
I think, yeah, because
essentially somebody is called the N-word, and that person who's called the N-word is so angry that he lashes out and he physically hits someone. As a result, he's then charged with battery of hitting the person who called him the N-word. When he's being defended in a courtroom, the lawyer cannot explain to the jury. If the lawyer says to the jury, well, he was called the N-word, and that caused him such anger that he lashed out. It's a lot more impactful when you're doing a closing statement or opening statement, or you're presenting in front of a jury, to be able to have the word said, so the jury has the horror of the word and would understand why this man would then have the visceral reaction that he has. But if the lawyer says it in court, he then gets destroyed for using the word, even though he's doing it to then help the defense of his client. Does it make sense now what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's the barrier of using it in any way. And the law school professor that used it by reading a case, I mean, it's in case law, it's in literature, by the way. I mean, you know, if you want to read Huck Finn or you want to read certain literature, you know, but to use it by quoting, something that happened in a case or quoting literature.
Yeah, I mean, this is John. I got a question for you.
God, can I just finish?
Yeah.
For a sec, John. Let me just finish this with Alan for a minute, because we talked about this before.
I have a question for you right
now goes and gets censored and sanctioned, and in the case of the law professor, I think that students petitioned to get him fired.
The question is, when Pepe comes in this room and he says G word, the J words, and he says horrific things about the J words, why do you tolerate him or his presence, and why does El Normo tolerate him or his presence? What is it about him that is so affable to you that you just think do you just tolerate him because this is a conference call app that anyone on the planet can come in and say horrific, vulgar, profane things? Is that pretty much what's happening here? Thanks.
Othello, you wanted to ask me something?
Yes. So this Chad the Builder guy, he's not only in trouble with the black community for using this word, but now he's in trouble with the police in this restaurant, which he's brought bad publicity to. So they could actually sue him for that. How would, after what he did today, and after you've seen how he moves, how would you go against disrupting this guy?
Let me look at it. I just came in the room, so let me look at, is that what the video is up there? I'm sorry to play dumb on this, but let me look at it and I'll give you an answer. I mean, if he did something to disparage the business, is what you're saying, or to disrupt or intentionally interfere with their business relationships, then they could go after him in tort for that, most likely. I mean, I'd have to look at what he's doing, but if he's going after a business intentionally and painting them in a false light and disparaging them, then yeah, it's commercial slander. They could go after him, or it's saying it, or if he's writing it, then it's libel. So that would be my gut, but I'd have to look at it. I mean, but did you follow my point on using never being able to use the N-word, even when it's to defend the person that it was said to?
Yeah. What about the music? What about saying it repetitive?
I mean, I don't buy the music, so I'm not the one to ask that question. I listen to Springsteen, and I don't think he's ever used it in his lyrics.
Bullshit.
So
He just used it in this new song.
Well, when we say the N-word, let's be specific which N-word we're talking about.
sorry, I really don't.
The N-word that we're talking about is the hard R and the soft H, also Negro. Is it okay to say Negro? Can you say Negro? Hello?
Othello, hopefully I answered your question, and I'll go.
Well, there was a guy that was recent. Well, he wasn't recently. There was a guy that worked at Netflix, and he was fired for using the word. What they were doing was they was giving us sensitivity training and stuff like that. And he was telling them he was listing all the words you cannot use. He was talking to the employees. He said, these are the words you cannot use, and these are the words that are offensive.
It's the grammar police.
Right? He said the N-word. They fired him. Someone went and complained, and they fired him for using a word that he was telling them, y'all can't use. Do not use this word.
It is a sacred word reserved only for N-word. Sacred. The N-word. Hello?
We also have some speakers that are like Viking and Big Mog, then Viking, Big Mog and Viking. Go ahead.
Thank you, Bimo.
Okay, Ellen, you, and then me.
Yeah, I was just wondering what you find more offensive. Shiloh Hendricks raising, it wasn't millions, it was $800,000 for using the N-word on a child, or Carmelo Anthony raising $500,000 for stabbing and killing another boy. Which do you think is more offensive? Using the word or killing somebody?
Yeah,
I'll leave you with that.
Okay, yeah. I don't condone murder. So that's if it's.
Do you have to publicly state that you don't condone murder so everyone knows you don't condone murder? Isn't that just a given? Isn't that an obvious statement? Why would you even have to say that? Why would you have to preface any statement saying, I don't condone murder, but, and I don't condone murder? I'm sorry for interrupting. I just thought I had to say something.
You want to act like people don't actually go out and murder people in our fucking country? You want to act like we don't have gangs in our country? It's literally every fucking color in this country has murderers, whether that be fucking biker gangs, whether that be street gangs, whether that be, other militia types we have. There's people in every race of our society that what do I think is worse? Murder or, this other scenario with words and somebody been given money for, using racial slurs. Please just don't police my speech. I don't know what's wrong with you, John. Honestly, every time I
tariff is how it works with micro and macro econ. You should take one in political and politics, and then you'll know that yes, one mode of persuasion is through the emotions. Aristotle called it pathos. Yes, welcome to high school student government. Hey y'all, I want to be a student government president, and if I'm the president, we're gonna get rid of 7th period. Yeah, and everybody votes for him. You still have 7th period. Yeah, welcome to it. It's pretty basic stuff, bro.
Can I go now, or are you done? I don't know if you're done.
I'm sorry, I muted up. I'm done.
I'm oriented now. I'm back in my vehicle now, so I can answer you more succinctly. So I agree with you. Both sides use emotion. Okay, everybody on the political spectrum uses emotion to animate their base so that they can, generate political power and all that stuff. So I'm not saying Democrats are the only ones that do it, but Mr. Wesley, whatever his name is, Wesley Hunt, is responding in kind. So yeah, you're right, Roly Poly's audience. despise Wesley Hunt. But it makes the rounds. That clip is going to get clipped up. It's going to get put on somebody's feed. We're talking about it in here. There's a lot of roly-poly followers in this room within the sound of our voice, in the audience or elsewhere, who is going to hear that term, that statement. And I understand most people are going to throw it out of hand. There's going to be that one person, but he's kind of teetering back and forth. And this 50th time he heard somebody like Wesley Hunt say it clipped. And now he turned his back on the roly-polies of the world, and now he becomes a new baby conservative. So what I'm saying is, it doesn't work on the masses. You're right. It ain't going to work on the masses of roly-polies audience. But there's people in the middle that follow roly-polies that when they hear Wesley Hunt's rhetoric for this 50th time or the 60th time, they heard, what's his name? They heard that guy Larry Elder a million times, and they always
Repeating yourself. Come on, bro.
I want to
speak.
Okay, I just want to land with the emphasis. When you hear it multiple times on that multiple...
It's not working here. Do you have a new point? Come on, man. This is kind of frustrating.
I'm answering your question. That's the audience.
All right, cool. You said that 7 times. Anybody else want to speak? God.
Yeah. I'd like to speak to the West Hunt situation. Also weave in a little bit about what RJ said about history, which was wild to me. Like, what's the worst kind of Negro? Him saying that slavery and Jim come back is exactly why RJ brought up about Black history. It needs to be taught, honestly, to white Americans. Because people hear Jim Crow and they think it only means separate water fountains and somebody yelling, the N-word. They think racism only counts if it looks like a old black and white ass picture. But history evolves, language evolves, systems evolve, right? So nobody is saying that we're literally back in 1950. You already covered this, man. But the point is that we're watching all these voting protections get gutted. Affirmative action dismantled. We know the drill. Black political power diluted. I mean, just in Tennessee, they cracked the only majority Black district through redistricting, then removed every Black Democratic member from committee assignments. So, that's the problem with people who don't know history. They think oppression has to come back wearing the exact same outfit to be recognized. And if we had more actual history, white Americans might not be getting duped so easily by MAGA. You know what I'm saying? If they had been taught real Black history instead of patriotic mythology. Because once you understand it, you start recognizing the same strategies they're using against you. And then you go on and you scapegoat minorities and this manufactured fear. They feel like America is unstable because of Black people, because of immigrants, DEI, the new term wokeness. The playbook is old as hell. And part of the reason why it works, and part of the reason I got to work with so many mediocre white people is because they have this false sense of identity. They're raised with this, that they're natural achievers, like America was always a meritocracy. And whatever success their families had came from hard work, which is bullshit. But when you actually learn history, you realize the playing field was never level to begin with all of the things that come with our history. And I'm not saying the white people don't work hard. I ain't saying that, but ignorance hurts them. It hurts us, but it really hurts the hell out of them, because if your identity is built around believing that your position is entirely earned and you're morally superior, and that any attempt to level the playing field, that feels like oppression to you. All of a sudden, they're the oppressed ones. That's why they lose their minds over all of the program, and even if you say systemic racism, they lose their damn minds. So Black history just isn't about teaching us; it's about teaching everybody.
When Wesley Hunt said that he doesn't mind if there aren't any Black federal lawmakers, what he was saying was that he doesn't mind if we go back to 1901. I just decided to do some digging, and I found that by 1901 there weren't any Black U.S. representatives in Congress. That remained the case until 1929. I also see here that no Black U.S. senator. Go back to a time when there were no Black congresspersons. That time was 1901. I don't need to tell people what life was like for Black people all across the nation in 1901. But that's what he's saying. He doesn't mind if we go back to Jim Crow. So.
What were the political affiliations of the 22 that were in office for 18?
I'm sorry, what's your question, Monica?
The political affiliations of those representatives.
You mean the parties? Oh my God. I don't know. I think most of them were probably Republican, if not all. What's the point? They got ran out of the party. It's called the Lily White movement. Do you want to go into why the blacks got ran out of the Republican Party, or you just want to stop the affiliation? Well, Mike, on you.
I'm guessing it was fear of their excellence, but that's just a hypothetical.
No, it's called the Lily White movement. They didn't want niggers in the party anymore. You should look it up. The Republican Lily.
I thought we weren't going to allow the black slur on the stage. You had a problem with it.
Hello? I'm quoting them. This is a quote. We're doing primary source material. This is the Republican Party of 1901 you want to talk about. So I'm doing the original. And you know, Monica, I'm going to say something to you real quick. If people indulge me. I called your name before twice because you hadn't said anything. And I moved you down because when people are on the stage for a long time, they sometimes unmute by accident and you hear stuff and whatever. And it's like, it's crazy. I moved you down trying to be nice so that you wouldn't unmute like you've done 2 times before and we've heard your business in the background. You then got moved down and decided to call me a pansy and do a little mini crash out in the chat. I was actually trying to be nice to you.
I called the person who said, move or go.
That's why he said it. Because I was calling your name.
He was looking, because I wasn't responding because I wasn't near my phone.
Exactly why I moved you down.
He didn't want me sitting on the stage
Up,
without contributing.
you said no thanks.
And then I left.
Or whatever you wanted, so you left because you thought I was moving you down. That's exactly what happened. I'll tell you from now on, when you come off mute, we'll just keep you off mute. You've done it 2 times now. I was literally trying to be nice to you. We heard you watching your silly television show, acting like somebody was tickling your hairy underarms.
Big Bang Theory? Why are you so nasty?
No, it was.
Were you looking
you had hairy underarms.
It was Big Bang Theory.
It was not Big Bang Theory.
It was Big Bang Theory.
It was not the one I'm talking about. They had a British accent. It wasn't Big Bang Theory.
It was.
Anyway,
Have you had a story about me? Oh, now you don't want accuracy. You just want to.
It doesn't matter what the TV show was, man. I was trying to be nice to you.
Well, do better.
Shut the fuck up. Yell at me one more time, you dumb bitch. I'll block you for life. Get your bitch ass up.
That was functional. That was fruitful.
No, it was cathartic.
Yes, at the very least, it's funny. I think it's funny.
Was it? Oh, okay.
Monica, do you have an OnlyFans where you cosplay as a baby?
Oh, Dio!
Do you have an OnlyFans where you cosplay as a man?
Wow, that was such a great comeback. Oh, jeez.
I'm gonna leave it there.
Okay, you're moving up on my weird list. Just so you know,
You
just
can
move
tell
up another rank.
grew up.
So the list right now goes from least weird to most weird. And right now, coming in first, I believe is Dennis for least weird.
Don't try.
I think followed by Marshall. Followed by, it's really tough right here to make the call. I think I'm going to go with Aisha, which is really tough of me to give her that low of a score.
Is that supposed to be a snap?
I think I have to go with Ravis, which is almost impossible to give that low score. So, and then it's Otter. And then Dave, I think you got the top spot, buddy. I think you did it. I think you extended.
And then I won't have to embarrass myself.
Between me and Ravis, I knew it. Ravis, yes, we should probably have gone for the tree.
RJ was
one came for you. It's simply a statement of you don't know how to snap. It's not coming for you.
No, Ben,
With
what
the RJ dog,
what is the RJ doctrine? Ben, what is the RJ doctrine if you're home?
he's not going to contribute. I can fill in the spot if no one else.
No, we don't need to patronize the RJ doctrine. The RJ doctrine no longer applies. What does the RJ stand for? It stands for Royal Juggernaut. There we go. Royal Juggernaut.
RJ, and I'm going to keep going because you don't have a bad attitude. And I got into so much trouble hosting you this morning. Don't come with it.
You are waiving your right to self-defense because you don't have a right to. Yes, you do. Yeah, because self-defense is self-defense is when you're defending yourself when you're not in a mutual situation. That's self-defense. He's mutually engaging with these people, so he doesn't have self-defense.
No, it's not
your ground.
because self-defense only is only with regard to the physical offense, not verbal, whatever you call it, offense or not.
Yeah.
I don't care if you're orange or green. I don't want to get into it, but I want to stay focused. But that's not how the law works. And I don't know if Bima, I'm answering Hanson that Hanson is correct. That's how the law works. It's you can go after the person for unprotected speech and for fighting words, but you can't use physical contact. It won't mitigate, and it's not. You're going to be charged with the battery.
Respect black or get smacked.
You should be smacked.
Saying the N word is fighting word. I don't know what.
Yeah. And then you get some niggas. Okay. Yeah, that's how we do.
Do you know what a fighting word is? Do you know what fighting words are?
Yeah.
What's
it is.
fighting words?
What are fighting words? Refer to that nasty behavior that they
Well, let's have this conversation.
It's all fighting words.
Yeah, would you like to tell them what fighting words are? I'd like to refer to the professional.
And we still don't know why they couldn't control themselves. Okay, like that way, the terminology that's derogatory and it incites all type of discriminatory emotions in somebody else, knowing that you're trying to just reincorporate some nasty shit that you should have evolved from because it's disgusting.
So
you get beat up for it. I want to open this up. Hold on. Look, if you get your white pasty face,
Bima, why don't you pull up the definition of fighting words and you can...
No, it is. Yeah. This is white people.
You can't justify this word. You can, but you're going to be arrested. You'll be arrested for assault.
Yeah, I'll smack the white people.
Okay, I want Free Range wants to make a comment. If we could just...
smack the fuck out the ass.
We could circle back around. Free Range and then the SA. Did anyone just hear that? No threats, no doxing.
About free speech.
No threats, no doxing. Okay, Free Range, go ahead.
So I think we all agree that he's been a aggressor and provocateur in the situation. I'm not saying that words just inherently means that you can subject yourself to violence. But I asked a question: if you provoke someone into fighting, can you claim self-defense? Right? And that's what he does. Of course, there's other clips of him saying hit me and shit like that, so he can pretty much use mace or taser or gun, whatever he has. So it says generally no, you cannot claim self-defense if you provoke a fight. If you're the initial aggressor, which he is, or intentionally bait someone into attacking you, you lose the right to claim self-defense, as you cannot create a dangerous situation and then use force to defend yourself. So that's what I'm saying. He's doing this with the intent to create a hostile situation.
If it's a white racist motherfucker trying that shit, smack their ass, bro. That's the exception. Beat their ass up. Yeah. Because you would not tolerate that. Beat their ass up. Beat their ass the fuck up.
Really?
Yeah, straight up. They shoot each other in the neck for less. Okay? They shoot each other in the neck for less.
Would you do that? Would you do that?
I wouldn't do that. I don't shoot white
Would you hit someone? Would you hit someone if they said it to you?
If a white person doesn't know how to behave and they want some nigga treatment, they can get nigga treatment because white people are
What would you do to
and
them?
they don't think they are. And sometimes you have to remind them that they can be a dirty white
And
nigga.
how would you remind them?
Nigga treatment. You understand what I'm saying?
How would
like
you
anybody
remind them?
else can get nigga treatment.
How would you do this? What would your method be of reminding them?
I would take the white people method in Utah. I don't know. Maybe I might consider that one. I don't know. I might just go to the extreme.
What would you do?
Yeah, what do y'all do? What do y'all do to people who like freedom of speech that are white and named Charlie Kirk? What do y'all do?
What would I do?
Yeah, what do you do?
Big Mom.
Yeah, what do y'all do? What do y'all do?
Adrian has a question, but I just want to pause there because Big Mom brings up a really good point, okay? Because let's think about Charlie Kirk, okay? There was a reason. Sorry, Adrian, just real quick. Thank you so much. There was a reason that Kirk got the response that he did from the public.
The white people he was protecting and defending, and they shot him in the neck. A white man did that. And to believe you red hat wanderers found your way into a HBCU.
Why do we care what color the guy was? The guy was someone who was
your people have already carried color. We're all each other's people.
They killed our brother in Christ.
Do you think it's okay to use
They killed my brother in Christ.
Do you think it's okay, Do you think it's okay to use physical harm when you don't like what someone says? Do you think that that's okay?
No.
Are you justifying that?
No, I don't.
Okay, good. Thank you.
There is an
What's the
exception.
exception?
Big Mom, you know that Charlie Kirk deserved to be killed, right? Come on, Big Mom, you know that Charlie Kirk deserved to be killed,
Let me
right?
explain my exception. What I agree 100% with what Abby says. You do not. If somebody is antagonizing you with their words, you do not respond in violence at all. That is lower frequency level de-escalation skills. Now, if a white person, the same kind goes to Ruby Brick, like bothers Ruby Brick, you gotta understand these white people. These people are not like their lower level is different from black people. These people wake up and go to a school to bother a little black girl. They're like that's grown adults, right? This is what they have evolved from, right? So let me tell you, anytime they revert back to this. You have to you gotta do this for America. And not only just for your people, but you gotta do this for white people, bro. You got to do this you got to smack the fuck out their ass. Because they will not interfere with the white evolution. Because there was once upon a time white people couldn't control their emotions. You know how they pick on the black people, you're just emotionally triggered. They couldn't even control their emotions. They would get out of your bed as an adult. Hold on, Adrian, let me finish this. But let me tell you, this is why white niggers exist. And I ain't gonna never let y'all treat my people like we lesbian. On God, because y'all just the same. Y'all are just the same. And I love y'all. Shut your mouth, bruh. Y'all got so triggered. Self-control. Can you try it? Damn it. Alright, so look. Y'all come a long way. You can't stop the white evolution. And I would not let anybody get in the way of my white brothers and sisters growing up from that Ruby Bridges shit they used to do. You know, bothering black children who are trying to get an education. Because they couldn't control themselves emotionally to that extent. What dirty black in the hood has done such ruckus? Niggas ain't 1,000 Chicagos cannot compare to all these kids that we cannot find this out here, even from the 50s till now. They ain't 100 years. So look, check it out. I'm proud of y'all, and I'm proud of Chud. I like Chud. I want him to win. But y'all gotta understand, this what you get. You should always get your ass beat for disrespecting black people just for the fuck of it, because that makes you a monkey again. That makes you a snow monkey again among conquerors. That's what it do. And you are better than that. Alright? You are better than that. You are going upwards. White people around here, they behave so damn good, respectful, all that. I'm not gonna we can't let no judge bring that back. So we get his ass smacked up, it's good. So he is the exception, all right? But thank you. Straight up, yeah. I got that shit.
So free to add context what actually happened. Nancy, can I add context?
Yeah, we're gonna start a queue because I want to get everybody in. Mr. Edward wanted to get in. Freeman wanted to get in. Adrian was waiting to ask a question. Okay, so Adrian wanted to ask a question. Free Range wanted to jump in. I'm sorry, Othello. I did get you. I do hear you though. But Adrian said he wanted to ask a question. Free Range had said that he was waiting to say something. We have You're way at the bottom.
No, we're not playing that shit.
We had Mr. Edward.
I'll do a Q in the chat. So we got a question, and then who's next? Who's talking next?
Oh, me.
We have Adrian, Free Range, Mr. Edward, Othello, Rich.
Okay, I'll put that in the chat.
Thank you. Okay, Adrian.
All right, so my question is, when it comes to this, to the use of, people's use of defense, self-defense or stand your ground, can you use that as a defense for an altercation that you initiated?
Initiated what? By what?
You initiated an altercation, a conflict between you and another person. They put hands on you. Can you use self-defense as a defense?
Yes.
Because
it depends. Go ahead.
Who initiated the physical?
Listen.
Not who initiated the physical.
I think you're listening to respond, and you're not listening to my question. Digest my question. Can you use self-defense as a defense if you initiated an altercation or conflict?
Verbal altercation, right?
No.
Verbal?
It's in general.
Illegal answer to that, Adrian?
Yeah, I got it.
Adrian.
Let me
Most
just answer.
circumstances, do you want me to?
I was going to go right by you.
I'm not in the queue.
Just quickly, yeah, it depends, okay? Depending on how the conversation is addressed. Of course, me just addressing it over the phone, clearly there's no reason for us to physically contact each other because we can sell this with words. But if I address you in person in a fashion that provokes violence, meaning like, what's with all that shit you talking? That's great. But if I said, hey, I heard you wanted to fight me or something like that, there's no reason for me to address you in person with that because now we are in reach of physical contact with each other, right? And as the conversation develops, who takes more aggressive steps towards each other, at some point it may get to a point where it's just, what's it called, standing your ground, so to speak. But if I'm coming towards you, like what happens in some of these, I watch a lot of public videos where someone, and some of you guys see this shit too, especially on like social media, when someone goes to someone's house, they cannot justify addressing words by going to the location to actually call, to escalate the threat. You cannot use self-defense in that situation. So I'm saying that to say with the ability to do this dude who we're talking about, he actually engages people with his intent, which he does. It's not like he's just out and about screaming and this happens to happen. He's actually have a platform based on this. So I'm saying with that premise, he's not creating a situation where he can actually argue self-defense. He's actually putting himself in danger to where he loses that claim.
Right. So, and here's the qualifying factor here. He is armed, approaching unarmed people, initiating conflict with unarmed people while he has a gun. I don't think he can use self-defense as a defense anymore. Because you're armed with a firearm and you started a conflict with people who were minding their business and who was also unarmed.
I agree with you. I agree with you. If he escalated it to that level, but punches to a punch, it's different than if you bring out a knife or a deadly weapon. And the law will probably support what you say, Adrian.
Right, because simply brandishing your weapon, that's considered assault.
Not if it's justified.
Bullshit.
If a person has intent,
you're not listening
to inflict deadly violence upon you, and you brandish a firearm and do not use it, you're saying that you would be put in prison for that?
That is a charge, buddy. I don't know about that is a charge.
No, it's not if it's justified.
Again, you're trying to make an argument.
No, 500,000 and 3 million times what the CDC reports. On average, that person brandishes or displays a firearm. You're asking a question I'm trying to answer.
No,
Peter, this isn't Tehran. It's US.
You know that, right? You know that. You want to intentionally support the crime.
We can't understand you.
Somebody punch is not stronger than other person's punch. If somebody threw a punch, the other person for self-defense need to use a knife or something, otherwise he will be killed.
Can you translate?
That's
if a person punches you, you're legally justified in using self-defense.
Not if you escalate it to try.
I don't have this been telling you guys this. Can I explain how this all started? So this guy was just a kick streamer. He was just a kick streamer. He wasn't doing any of this racist tip shit, tripping out, didn't work all stuff shit. He was just a regular kick streamer. He was parked at a gas station. And then after he got pulled over the car and started screaming at him. About the car. So while he was on the street, he's like, bro, chill the fuck out. I'm almost done talking this shit. You know, I'll move out of the way here in 2 seconds. The guy starts screaming and getting in his face. And he's like, oh, fuck you, dude. He's like, dude, now you're fucking stepping out, you fucking monkey. And then he started his heart back to the cops. Every time he gets the breath of the celestial, I will personally descend to earth to judge and reshape this world.
Just like if I'm actively engaged in activities with you, just tell me what's up. Like, don't conceal things from me, because that's when problems start occurring.
Your silly television show. Your silly television.
Months on end. To me,
Here we go. This is Rich left off where he steps outside of the courthouse, where he's at the courthouse. Okay, so here.
He said, walk away from me. I'm walking away. He literally said, I have PTSD. I feel like I'm in. He said, you start saying all that shit about shit to me, I'm going to hit you. He hit me. Start wailing on me.
Right? And so we can judge and give ourselves the report card of being good by separating ourselves. And we can also then build on it, right? We've got moral absolutes. This is what is righteous, this is what is sin, or this is what is moral, this is what is immoral. And then we can, oh no, it's not absolutes. We've got moral.
Go back to, well, but Islam, like, these are like, that's a core principle. It's like, no, it's not. Like, look at what's, you want to talk about that, but look at what's actually happening, like, on the ground. Like, you want to ignore that. You're ignoring that in your real life. So, yeah. And I've been listening to Simon's bullshit for a long time, and I haven't said anything. So, he got a little smackdown. I'm not planning on, going at him consistently. But you know, I had a little 15 minutes in the car.
I am your only future, and my path, your only path. Who among you dare say otherwise?
Oh yeah, you don't get so yeah, I never said anything. Princessia is just a title. It's like princess, not a identity. It's just like a title. Oh, is that what it means though? Princessia? Yeah. Yeah, it's princess. Princess in what? Like no, it's just me being cute. I made it up. Like the day that I made myself name Princessia, I don't know. My aunt, I was going somewhere with her. Did she call me? It's very aesthetically
assault, right? It doesn't have to be a physical for it to be assault. You just yelling at someone can be assault. You playing and you came up and started assaulting people with your words and racial epithets. Guess what? You cannot use sucker.
And I can't defend myself.
Be right all the time.
No, you're like a TikTok lawyer. That's what you are. You're saying that if I say fuck you, if I say
I'm really not that fucking
that's
person.
Okay.
Right? So you need to chill the fuck out. Okay. What I wanted to say to you is stop citing the lockbox portion of your submission because we have already established that that is not settled law in Tennessee.
Alan already looked it up.
No,
there is lockboxes in Tennessee.
I debunked that already. That is not settled law in Tennessee. So stop saying
you keep saying you said you can't bring a firearm onto the courthouse.
Bro,
I'm simply saying you cannot. I understand what you cited. I heard you, but what you're misunderstanding is that they have lockboxes prior to the fucking inspection area. Where prior to where the metal detector area, you're not allowed to bring it. You're not allowed to bring it past the secured area. But this is why they have lockboxes where you put your gun in there. Jesus Christ, you're not allowed to bring it past the security checkpoint.
You can't do it. Period.
You're not listening. They have fucking security lockboxes. We already looked that up. Alan already showed how they have lockboxes similar to Texas. When you enter with your firearm, you inform the security officer or the sheriff's deputy. You say, hey, I have a firearm. They say, okay, there's a lockbox. Go over and put it in the lockbox.
All right.
It's in the lockbox. Take the fucking key, walk inside. Jesus Christ, you're talking about on the premise, past the security checkpoint. I agree.
Okay.
You're not allowed to have it in a courthouse, or you're not allowed to have it in the courtroom and or adjacent. And you're not allowed to pass past the security checkpoints.
It's a state bill.
They literally fucking have lockboxes up. Jesus Christ. Why they have lockboxes?
Fucking idiot, bro.
God, you're fucking TikTok lord.
Shut up. Thank you very much. Beeman, did Free Range already go or no?
No, he did not.
Okay, Free Range, you're up, and then Edward. Go ahead, Free Range.
Yeah, I'll try to keep it quick. We made a lot of points that already, kind of satisfy the issue. But yes, if what Rich is saying, that is not a situation where he will be held accountable for, assault or whatever charge. It's self-defense, in other words. With Big Mark, if he's still here, real quickly, I think we all agree that words shouldn't lead to violence most of the time. It's very rare. Yeah, I know a lot of us are very sensitive about our loved ones, particularly our children, so people can say things to provoke violence. It's rare, but those are extreme situations. I say to say that when we look at this situation here, most of the times we don't want people to be using racial slurs like that because, we know what can happen. And what happens happen based on this guy having this history of it. And again, I'm not saying he's always doing this, but he does it enough to where you expect it from his content. The point of the matter is, if the story that's being portrayed based on the article is true, then like I said, it's a legitimate case of self-defense. I'm just saying this, and I'll end on this. If we are going to keep this principle of violent rhetoric, which would you said shit saying Trump, that he always goes around saying shit that leads to violence. Meanwhile, the violent actions of the left is not compared to the right. So I'm just saying that if you guys are going to try to justify this, then you have to be, or at least, play this game, but it shouldn't happen. You have to be consistent. That's all I'm saying.
Can someone tell me, who's the person that said that there's actual law on using a racial slur? Because I'd like to know what state you're telling me that that's considered an actual assault. I understand hate crimes pretty well, and I work with them every day. So if someone just uses a racial slur as a criminal offense, no, it has to be coupled with a threat of harm.
White people who don't know how to act and they want to contaminate
people.
It's okay.
What state
it's okay to even
think? I'm sorry.
Mom, just remember, next time you get arrested, Abby can represent you.
Can someone tell me what state you're talking about? Because that would absolutely be an infringement on your free speech. You can say horrible things. Unfortunately, you can do that.
Yeah,
however, who said that? Can someone tell me what state you're talking about?
Act like a deranged white person, and then you want to get smacked for it. That's
Who said it, dude?
Okay, it was Adrian. He's gone.
Adrian said it. Yeah, it doesn't. You have to couple it with the.
That's right. And smack up. Watch your mouth. Okay.
It'll escalate the crime to a hate crime. The speech and
watch your white mouth. Brown, black.
And I have a Bima. Are you alive? Well, I have a question.
Yeah, I'm.
We got a queue.
Oh, sorry.
You should be prosecuted too.
Yeah, you should be in jail. Everything's working out. Why are y'all complaining?
But that's the last person.
He attacked the foolish white boy. The white boy is in jail. Or who cares?
We can add you. Yeah, Mr. Edwards next.
Yeah.
Mr. Edward.
He might not be.
Yeah, he might not be there. I wanted to also add this, and I'll just add this now because I think this is good to support what Big Mog is saying. So we were talking about fighting words specifically a little earlier, okay? So please, again, remember, I don't know everything, so if you have anything that you'd like to add to correct, this is what we're here for. One of the Supreme Court cases was Triplinski versus New Hampshire, okay? Now, this, basically, this guy said something to a marshal, a city marshal. This guy Triplinski said to the New Hampshire city marshal that he was a goddamn racketeer and a damn fascist. And the court upheld punishment because they were considered direct face-to-face insults to a specific person in a public setting. So there's that criteria, okay, that has to be met in order to be considered fighting words. It has to be said directly to a person face-to-face. It can't be a general comment. So it has to a direct comment face-to-face. It has to be personally abusive, not like I hate your political view. You're talking about a very specific personal insult, and it has to elicit, likely violence, right? It says specifically by their very utterance. The court described it by their fighting words. By their very utterance, inflict injury or tend to incite an immediate breach of the peace. The court also accepted a narrower test, quote, direct tendency to cause acts of violence by the person to whom.
Look, they go to the law and they try that nigga shit. Get out. Method out.
So Rich just gave an example. Now the reason why that wouldn't be considered fighting words is one, we're not in a personal setting. It wasn't said face to face, and it wasn't directly to somebody.
Y'all dissecting the cracking out.
But now, Rich, can you give us an example?
because you tend to be able to conjure him up. Well, can you give us an example? If said face to face, a personal insult that would elicit.
Oh, easily. Yeah. What I'm gonna do is concede my time to answer. Go ahead.
Well, you have to distinguish that case, Bima, because that was a disturbing of the peace case, and that was a demonstration. I mean, there's more facts in that case. So you kind of have to distinguish it from just a one-on-one conversation that was a public gathering.
And go and look up
Move this motherfucker down. You keep me down for less. I know he's black and you want dick from me, but I'm not gonna be intellectually bad. Emotionally disturbed, cracking out.
All right, shut up.
It's no monkey sliding.
All right, you stupid fucking idiot.
Cracking out.
There you go, you fucking chimp. Sit the fucking dude.
So I don't know if that answers, but you have to distinguish the facts on that case. And any words are not protected, but it's a separate. The question was asked earlier.
Steve, quick question. How's Scott doing?
I haven't spoken to him in a couple of days.
Okay.
So the answer is I don't know. If I knew more, I would tell you I haven't spoken to him in about 3 to 5 days, so I don't know.
I assume that's Reverend Scott
Yes.
from your
Scott,
show. Okay.
Yes, Reverend Scott Jones of my show, The Mod Squad. And I do have to go on a Zoom meeting. Less than 5 minutes.
Okay, go ahead and do your clip. I think David was there.
Oh, it's not mine. No, he wanted to do something. He wanted me to react.
Yeah, well, anybody, it's open in the room, but you have a limited time here, so I'll let you crack at it first.
Okay.
Congressional testimony. This comes off of. Anyway, I'll get the clip in a second.
Fine.
Fix, decide on any interest rate decision in any of our discussions, nor would I ever agree to do so. So independence takes courage. Let's check out your independence and your courage. We'll start easy. Mr. Warsh, did Donald Trump lose the 2020 election? We try to keep politics, if I'm confirmed, out of the federal. I'm just asking a factual question. I need to know, I need to measure your independence and your courage. Senator, I believe that this body certified that election many years ago. That's not the question I'm asking. I'm asking, did Donald Trump lose in 2020? And I'm suggesting you in 2020 the Fed made your huge inflation problem, and you certified the election.
Powell's term as chairman ends this week, but with the DOJ's investigation into him in limbo, he said he will be.
Anyway, any idea what the context of that testimony was?
No, I can answer the question. There's no doubt in my mind that Trump lost the election, which is why he lost the presidency to Biden. That's my humble opinion.
Right, that's awesome. I agree with you. It's pretty easy to answer that.
Yeah.
What person that was about to be confirmed in front of the Senate, one of these kind of Senate confirmed things, do you think was struggling to answer that question?
Are they going through a potential new judicial appointments for the Supreme Court?
Worse, this is the next Federal Reserve Chairman.
No.
They all literally go this way. Everything for the Department of Health has gone this way. Everything with the FDA, with the Senate, with the RFK, all of this has gone this way.
Can be fired without cause, but they serve at the pleasure. The only thing is the Federal Reserve Chairman is the independence to tell the president to fuck off.
And if I may, before I go very quickly, I'm sorry because I gotta go. I've been saying for years, or ever since he was nominated, elected, or confirmed, that RFK would have been amazing as head of the EPA because he spent 20 years of experience filing lawsuits on behalf of the environment against the EPA. That's his field of expertise. sure. Ash, once again, happy birthday or happy anniversary, whatever the hell it is. And take care. I'll see you all again.
Aw, yay. I love birthdays and presents and flowers and chocolates. I love them all. Thank you.
Are you testing the gifted chocolates before you consume them?
Huh?
Just making sure you're following protocols.
To test my chocolates that are already wrapped up and completely taken care of?
I mean, they might be edibles. That would be good in terms of the.
Oh, those would be bad. Yeah, no, I don't test that. No.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I would hope that the Godiva chocolates that I get normally are not.
I was a
Sweet
definite
chocolates.
consumer of a lot of edibles before my wife got me to stop doing that in 2024.
Well, your wife got you off of Instagram, and your wife made you stop consuming edibles. What else has this Wonder Woman?
I wasn't. I was officially on the whole thing of it is getting me off Instagram. The only thing it was me needing to sign in and delete my account.
I'm totally teasing you, but also.
No, we've been together 33 years. Our daughter's grown now.
And direction I wasn't expecting. Thank you, Dave. Here's Roybus when we need him. I was just thinking where Roybus is on it. That's all.
Is that Roybus said?
It's just it would have been a Roybus comment. That's all.
You know what's funny is to tell an incel that, and then they're like, "What are you saying?" I'm like, "You know what? Stop pestering the girls and go start practicing your piano. It'll take you about 10, 15 years to get good." And then,
Well, at least you're trying to help the others.
I don't know if it's helping them. At least it's maybe helping them not be pests to other people if they actually took me seriously and went and did that. But I don't know. I'm not their father. I have one daughter to worry about. So.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, so now everybody heard the clip, and David wanted responses. We can go back to that.
It's crazy the amount of influence Trump has had in areas that he's broken government. And this is one of the membranes, the blood-brain barrier that matters, is fed independents if they, everybody's afraid of like financial, what would be a financial problem? Well, a Fed that starts doing crazy shit. Because the president says lower interest rates when they should be going higher. You get hyperinflation. So we could go Weimar. We could basically do Germany 1930s and fucking.
Not even remotely. But why do we say that we would break the whole? We're not special, man. We're just
sort of. I mean, so Dave, do you know of any other way that they denominate oil other than U.S. dollars?
I thought China was taking care of that now. I thought the petrodollar was breaking.
Well, the quick answer is no. The longer answer is not at all. And do you remember the financial crisis, the global financial crisis?
I do. Like 2008, you referring to?
Yeah, 2008.
Yeah, that was terrible because all the young people should have been getting that money, not the big bank.
Sort of.
Bonus
Yeah,
out.
on the moral side, but I was 5 years into being a stockbroker financial advisor when it started, and did it for 5 more years after. So, very intimate with the mechanics here. But if the dollar breaks and people, what do they do after the Great Depression? They put in federal deposit insurance corporations so that people don't have bank runs, so that your money's guaranteed, that there's fractional reserve banking, all this other stuff. But the Fed, they're independent, inflation low and employment high, were contradictory things generally, and it's a weird balancing act. But essentially, they're the one mechanism that says set interest rates as if the future matters. So Donald Trump, as a real estate developer, only knows, just like tariffs. It doesn't matter what all the economists say that it's a dumb thing to do, and tariff war is bad, blah, 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 blah. He still will do it because nobody tells him no. So the reason I played that clip is he won't even, his testimony won't say who won the 2020 election because he's trying to please Trump. He's there to be a yes man. So if Trump tells him to lower interest rates when you're not supposed to do it, the Federal Reserve is supposed to not be influenced by what the president wants or what one person wants. They're supposed to set it for, again, this kind of weird invisible hand long-term future.
No, I get that. I think when you said fuck up the world, I guess the conservatives would call me a bleeding heart. Says, well, we're not the world. We're not the fucking world. If it will fuck ourselves up, but then wouldn't other people just sort of step in and like, okay,
well,
that empire just
price anything if the whole backstop breaks? Because don't you have to assume that something about money?
Yeah, but okay. So my opinion is probably wrong. I had thought that the petrodollar was breaking apart. I thought that other people were trading in oil without U.S. currency. I may be wrong about it.
You basically are, because international trade has this counterparty risk when you go across currencies. So basically, you have to have one more dominant currency that is essentially fixed, and everything else floats around it. And one of the things that China had for decades done is devalued their currency and helped them grow their economy in a kind of weird way, but I don't want to get into all this stuff. Now they're putting finished goods onto the market, like BYD cars that are better than Teslas. So they have a lot of economic heft that I think a lot of Americans can't see or fathom. But all these products that are highly technical take many, many countries working together. And that's the part that Trump is so fucking stupid. He doesn't understand how anything works. He thinks tariffs are good policy to raise money. He thinks tax cuts are going to work perpetually for rich people. It's just a total misunderstanding of how complicated the ecosystem of our economy is. Just my views.
No, I support, especially ethically. I guess I knee-jerk reacted to the idea that America could break the world. Like, that seems like a very America-centric thing to say. Like, we're such a weird-ass fucking country. We're like, we're the greatest country. No other country says that so much. Like, I guess I've always thought, well, we're not special. If we weren't there, somebody else would do it. Like, I could be wrong about that.
Lots of countries say we're the greatest. Some of them don't, but a lot of them.
It's funny to me how we get blamed for fucking shit up so much, but then when we try to not fuck shit up, it's like, why do you think you're so good that you can fuck shit up?
September 2010 special issue, and I'm flipping to the how much is left in the environment section. Peak oil, they were forecasting 2014 would be peak oil at just under 80 million barrels a day. Well, we have 100 million barrels a day. And it's 10 years after that. So it's just be careful what you base your statistics upon. Things change. The fracking revolution wasn't quite over when this thing was published.
What do you think of McPherson's claims about 2030 being the deadline for, like, if we don't fix our shit for the environment by 2030, then planet's fucked or whatever? I used to see those videos like back in 2020 during the pandemic. McPherson videos.
I don't know the specific reference, but I mean, it depends how you want to measure it. But there are different tipping points along the way. They're going to fall like dominoes because, I mean, I'm here in Central Texas. You remember hearing about the floods that killed all those girls? They just finally stopped their application to reopen that school. They're not going to do it. That's pretty crazy, but yeah. To think that
They
it's not
wanted to put the school back in the floodplain where it got swept in the first place.
The error, anyway, yes, it only recently, Marshall's here, he could probably explain it. They had to get state approval to reopen it, and they finally, on like the second attempt, were convinced to pull the application. They were still in the process of trying to do it.
So I haven't checked the Texas on this NOAA map, but this is a NOAA map which lets you see where sea level rise will take place between 0 and 10 feet. Definitely bad news for lots of people.
What are you looking at?
The GIS map from NOAA, which shows there's a little slider on the left-hand side where you can plot what an
No, but what do you mean bad news for a lot of people? Give me the cut and dry fifth grader version.
Also,
Sea level rise will fuck a lot of people.
if the sea level rises 10 feet from where it is currently, imagine where you are.
Right.
I don't know if you're by the coast, but basically anything
get
that's
that.
coastal.
I thought you said Texas was in real big trouble or something. I wasn't sure what you were.
No, I haven't looked at Texas.
Oh, okay. I thought you said Texas, and I was like, oh, really? What is that like? Okay. Got it. Yeah, no, I mean, we already know climate change is a thing, and people refuse to acknowledge that. I got a lot of work done earlier in the day, and now I just can't keep myself up to do any more.
Rest is not a reward, it's a requirement.
You're funny. I have to worry about clinicals coming up. I'm tired. My bed is very comfortable.
My tired brain is going to have a harder time pretending it's
Like, I know the people who helped bring it to market. Yeah.
Well, I guess that's a sign.
Little specific medical afflictions, and she was like, are you taking CoQ10? And I was like, you know how much of that stuff I have at my, house?
Since you brought up a molecule, I have to jump in. So, my understanding is that ubiquinol, as opposed to ubiquinone, is the preferred modality as it has higher bioavailability.
That sounds about right. I don't know the pharmacological, mechanisms of action for CoQ10 at this point, but I just know that as a kid, it was brought home to my house all the time as it was being discovered. So,
yeah, there's a lot of pharmaceuticals that deplete CoQ10 in various ways and affect mitochondrial function. So, it is a really, really useful supplement.
Yeah, for sure.
What are the signs you need it or you would benefit from it?
I mean, in general, I think everyone can benefit from CoQ10. Do I know the contraindications? Not at the moment. I mean, it's helpful, but everything in moderation, right? Obviously, I'm not really sure of the contraindications for it off the top of my head at all. Actually, if I'm honest, I haven't learned the contraindications for it, so not yet. Can do. It's hard right now with the emphasis that social media and wellness grifters have on peptides without knowing what they're doing, without, having the purity of peptides going on right now anyways. There's a lot going on. Sorry. I just wanted to go smell my roses. That's all.
I always encourage people to stop and smell the flowers.
Yeah, I've got my orchids and my roses.
Close your eyes when you smell the flowers?
I actually do. They smell so good. They look so cute. They're like this bright pink color. I am so in love with them. They've made my day every morning.
Did somebody give you roses for your club anniversary?
I wish someone got me roses for my club anniversary. Shout out to everyone if you want to get me roses for my club anniversary.
Man, she didn't even know it was her club anniversary. That stupid pollution.
Yeah, I wish you happy club anniversary last night after. I guess.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, I thought yesterday was it, but I realized now that it was probably after midnight your time.
That's so sweet, Otter. I appreciate it.
Okay, raise your hand if you left your club anniversary.
Dennis, you are just jealous that you are not getting love on your club anniversary.
It's not my club anniversary.
I'm very lovable.
Dennis, you have a gold medal. Come on, be happy with that.
Yeah, wait to them. So, yeah, I wouldn't mind one.
Well, they're not even real gold anymore. I was looking at something from the medal. Which I mean is still cool. Like, it still looks awesome. But it's a little
gold medal coming in the mail tomorrow. Ha ha. Ha ha. It's not gold. Pretty sure. Gold medal. Mailing it. It's the safe way to mail gold medal. Just ship it. Amazon sending it.
Oh, you mean like
You purchase something on Amazon? This is a shocker.
That's not what I said. I said Amazon sending it.
So, but you mean like a gold bullion or something, right? Not like a gold medal, like a sports medal.
No, it's actually a gold medal from Amazon.
What for? I'll buy what for?
He got it from Amazon.
I completed a course with Machine Learning University, which is Amazon owns. So they send you out a gold medal and a little certificate. You know, doing the paraphernalia promotion thing.
I'm getting the gold star. Find out how much gold is in that medal and see if there's...
Pretty sure 0 is the right number, pretty much like this title. The odds are it's less than 0. There's so little gold that there's less than 0 gold.
You owe them gold for sending you the medal.
No, it's antimatter. That would be very precious. But it's antimatter gold.
No, seriously, the worldwide cosmetic supply of Botox fits into a 16.9 liter or ounce bottle of Coke or whatever bottle. Less than half before it gets, diluted down and supplied to the whole world. So if you think of how much revenue that generates,
What?
way more valuable.
That doesn't make sense.
Not way more valuable than antimatter.
Definitely not way more valuable.
I don't know if you've got a buyer for that much of a market.
Antimatter is
Highly valuable.
almost infinity.
All that Botox gets sold on an annual basis. Who's doing what with that antimatter right now? You don't have customers.
Well, yeah,
Experimental, labs.
Right. But I just meant anyway.
But it's
It's
not
a last
just product.
You can't follow it.
Exactly. It's got infinity value.
I've got an NCAA championship ring coming my way. Yay.
Do a Google search and see, theoretically, if you had antimatter at like an ounce, what it would be worth.
There are
guess hundreds of trillions of dollars.
There are valuations on antimatter, and quantities are. It is the most.
You have to store it on site.
Yeah, what's more expensive than nothing?
What's more expensive than the opposite of stuff? So there was.
Can you get that on credit? What was the credit?
There was recent. I saw a headline about an experiment with antimatter, and they thought it might have anti-gravitational properties, and that was not true.
We're gonna buy this gold bullion.
We're gonna buy all the gold. It's gonna be. I'm gonna put it on my toilet and take a giant shit all over my gold throne and ballroom.
So this is the thing that I think people underestimate, right? With the whole, what's the damn security thing I had posted earlier? This fake government thing with the country's got to pay $1 billion each. I always forget the name. The amount of scammery, right? That has put his the peace club.
Yes, such a scam.
Oh yeah, because he couldn't get a Nobel Prize, so he made the Board of Peace. Yeah.
But he gets this like when you start reading the details of it, it's nuts. It's absolutely nuts. Like I heard it like 3 weeks ago driving in my car, I think, and I was like, "Yeah, this is fake news. This isn't real." And I was like, "Wait a minute, this is real? Like, how can this? Like, of all we always do that. We go, how can this be true with the Trump stuff? But like, how can this be true?" Right? It's like. But then you stop and you think and you go, what world body would stop him from doing just about the most illegal thing that you can do as a president, right? Which is pull in money from other countries and put it into your personal coffer, which it essentially is, right? You created it. You're going to have a board just so that you can kind of get around saying that just you, but it's pretty much your thing. You're pulling in bribery money off the books, but creating an entity to say, well, it kind of is on the books. This is the same dude. Right, this is the same dude who wants to have an external revenue service. It's just crazy, bro. But the amounts of money that he's brought in during his presidency, he's essentially now one of the richest people in the country legitimately now. One of them, I mean, so you can argue, before we kind of laugh and go, yeah, he's not the most powerful person ever. He's easily the most powerful person in the country, even with his unbelievably low popularity. So it's like, there's no way you are going to remove him from the presidency. He has to die or he has to be arrested. He will not leave. Why would you possibly stop him? People go, oh yeah, that's not going to happen. Who's coming? What Batman is going to remove him from office?
He has enough cognitive decline that his party gets together.
No, his party doesn't have any power. Only the cabinet has the power. It would have to be.
Decline that someone is going to eventually.
Prove it.
How much worse is it?
They didn't even do it under when we didn't have a loyalist as Biden as president. When people talked about cognitive decline, you're telling me that these people that are loyalty tested. I mean, it wasn't that long ago. I played the clip from Elizabeth Warren talking to the next Fed chair.
Yeah.
But he won't say who won the 2020 election.
Well, but it does get to a point that's ridiculously bad where he can't, even utter a sentence. I mean, that would
be like Mitch McConnell bad?
Yes. If he gets the Mitch McConnell bad, it's a wrap.
Well, no, actually, it would be different because he has the vascular development.
He got the squirrel, and he's given them 2 years.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, he's got some time left, but the only concern with his cabinet is that he gets crazy enough that he might actually push something through.
He's not crazy. He's been that crazy for a while.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I mean, yeah, but he's involved before. Like, that might actually be something that he would do, and no one in his cabinet can stop him. So that's why they're advertising against. Well, JD Vance and Marco Rubio are kind of making a lot of visits with him.
They don't have enough.
They are infinitely better people. There's nobody you can name who is like I get so triggered on these people would be. They're an awful replacement. They're fucking light years better. Light years.
Oh.
Give me the worst person in the country to be president. They're way better. Better. In a second. I would take it in a second.
Oh.
In a second.
Oh.
You know that Trump is Harvey Weinstein. What the fuck are you talking about? He's Harvey Weinstein and he's a fucking ridiculous dumb skull. You think Harvey Weinstein is as corrupt as him just because he's a racist? Trump's a racist and he's corrupt on top of it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I feel like
Trump's the full Monty. He's a full Monty. He's a full-blown narcissist who has no moral compass whatsoever in every area, and he's as stupid as it gets. He's a loose cannon. There's nothing like him.
Yeah, well, he said at the KKK, that guy might suck more.
He doesn't have the resources.
Yeah, he's not going to be a billionaire. He's not going to be worth $6 billion. I mean, Sheldon Adelson, that kind of but you're not going to be stupid. He's the trifecta. He's the quadfecta.
Stephen Miller.
He's the full Monty.
Stephen
No, you can't do it. He's way too smart. He's way too smart. He's the Klan, but he's way too smart.
He's evilly smart. He's smart in the way that people don't pick up on his evilness.
Yep. Give me him tomorrow. Sign me up. If I had to replace him with Stephen Miller, it's instantaneous.
Really?
And by the way, Stephen Miller, light now that he's married and has kids, he's not quite as clumsy as he used to be. I think he has kids. I think he has doing the family life thing.
He has a wife.
He's got the baby on the way. Remember when?
Yeah, there you go. It's good enough.
He had to get his wife off the. He was the one that reacted properly during the press event.
Trump is like now he has deep roots.
Didn't he grab his wife's boob? Or who was that?
He helped her off the stage, whereas RFK Jr. took his escort and his wife
had to run after him. RFK Jr.
Oh, come on,
Whoever you get, the thing is that people
freaking adulterer.
Whoever you get tomorrow does not have the roots of Donald Trump. Donald Trump's roots run deep now.
Yeah,
they're deep entrenched. He has more power.
Nobody has been talking to Putin for the last
That's right. He's all over the world, all over the country. He's got his tentacles into everything. So it's like there's no comparison. All these like little wimpy, whoever you pick, it just doesn't compare. Unless you brought in like Putin to be president, maybe I'd still vote for Trump then. But I'm saying, But in the country, people who could be, Trump could change it. Trump could probably make it so Putin could be president. That's how bad it is. People are like, no, that's crazy. No, there's nothing. We have nothing.
They can have him.
I keep reading about this as it's possibly that. Do we have confirmation that it's that? I mean, all the articles speak very confidently, but do we really have evidence of that?
Evidence of what?
That's the plan. That the plan is to blow us the full bunker, other than just we think that's a thing. There's like 5 or 6 articles that speak to this, but none of them say we know for sure that it is a bunker.
It still is actually disgusting that he went and tore down the East Wing before even kind of getting any sort of permission to do any changes to the White House. He just was like, I'll just take down the East Wing. It doesn't matter. It's only been around since 1800.
Refuse to play into this productivity game. But then is looking at utility just another way of saying productivity, or is it, like you said, but I'm doing things that aren't useful and my life isn't there. My gut instinct is to say, but maybe if whatever you're doing right now isn't useful to anything, including yourself, then maybe it's good to recognize and make change. How do we know when to make change? What if something about how we're living isn't good, even for ourselves? I'm going through a lot of recovery right now, and there's some days where I'm not feeling good. I got a migraine. I'm trying to just deal with physical therapy and get through the day. And a lot of times I would probably feel better if I just went on a walk or drove over to the park or something like that. And on the whole, when I think about it, when I do that stuff, I usually feel better, and it's worth it. I'm not making a bunch of money walking at a nice park or going on a hike or something, but it makes my body healthier. It probably improves my heart health and physical health. It, reduces stress, does all these things. And then if I sit at home, let's say I go on Clubhouse, I've joined a lot of you from Clubhouse on walks and stuff, right? If I sit around my house and do Clubhouse, or I go on a walk in nature in Clubhouse, either one is a choice I'm making. And maybe one choice is a lot more useful for me. And maybe instead of just, this is my personal opinion, so look at a capitalist productivity. Do I want to take care of myself? Do I want to be useful for myself? Anyway, Christine, go ahead.
No, I was laughing because it's back to the whole argument of how efficiency gets in the way, right? If you're deciding when is a better use of your time. I'm not saying that you shouldn't make decisions or you shouldn't qualify them in some way. More because it's still a good bad paradigm, it still has the same issues. But if you zoom out to the universe level, or you zoom in, right? Granularity or the broad view, there's still usefulness still fits that paradigm for me. I'm saying that, but I think maybe
I think you're pointing out something with some meat on it. Like, I'm going through this in my head and kind of thinking, like, what the implications of that would be, or like what the thought on that would be. For sure, because there's something about just coming up with like a linguistic term of I'm not saying productivity or something. Instead, I'm doing something way superior. I'm saying utility. But what is utility but a proxy for productivity or goodness or badness or something like that? I mean, is it a good idea to be allergic to that or even to embrace it? You're definitely getting on something where I'm thinking about that a little bit. So feel free if you want to expand on that a little bit, or I'm not sure if you feel like you've said all.
I'll add this to release any tension, if there's any, for anyone. And it's that I think even in asking these questions and exploring this, the way I think about this for myself is it's like I was raised and conditioned within intersections of systems that cause me to view the world in a particular way. And while I'm trying to deconstruct and reconstruct something different and new for myself, I will essentially always exist kind of the visual to me is it's Marvel vision is half in the side, the bubble of the town and half out, or the Matrix, right? 1 foot in the Matrix, 1 foot out. There's no fully escaping this. There's an awareness that it exists. There's the contradictions that exist, and then how do we like resolve them? Can they be resolved? When, for example, I want to lean into the flowing grass in the field when the wind blows, and I'm a vibrating atom
just like if
along
I'm
with everyone else. And
actively engaged in activities with you, just tell me what's up. Like, don't conceal things from me. If I'm actively engaged,
the power dynamics of cultures that I have to sometimes pull out the power games in response, because people don't necessarily understand this language or this way I'm looking at the world, let alone it's shared
there's methodologists who are boring. You know, if you're going to comment context and detail, and I just wrote back equity and economy. The virtues one knows to be just the virtues one knows to be rational. I never
It's like my hero and Die Hard. Our sons, the codes will get together and feel that. I love it. Right? There's two books.
I don't want to exist in that paradigm. I don't want to play those games. That's not the world I live in. It's still a part of
incorporated. And I have a call you MOM.
The system, you cannot be the same body before the germs, after the germs, right? You were always changed by. And so there's like, there will always be the residual concepts and ideas in which I was raised in order to perceive the world. So I guess what I'm trying to offer is that I don't think we have to strive for a perfect destination. It's more that integrity. Sorry?
You know what this makes me think a bunch of, Christine, is like the being versus becoming. I was a huge advocate, and in philosophy I was like shown this like 3 or 4 times, and it's really illustrated for me. And I do try and live it in my life. Is like, I think a lot of times we focus on what we are as like a fixed being. And we want to establish where we are and push it and prove where we're at. And there's so much value in focusing instead on our process of becoming. It's much more, not just forward looking, but it's like acknowledging the process nature of what we are as living creatures, and opens ourselves up to a different way of contextualizing that I found, to use that word, very, very useful in my life. So I think like, it sounds to me like you're hinting at that similar thought of focus not just what we are as a fixed being, but focus on what we could be becoming, because we are going to be in that process inevitably. Like you're using the example of the, you know, we're not the insane after the infection. There's something different about us, and I resonate off that. And by the way,
I think she's integrating some awesome things. You guys are really bringing up.
Chime in, Ben.
Sorry. I do want to be involved, but I don't want to. All I want to when it was coupled, what you guys are saying, and now I feel sort of.
Sounds good. Feel free to chime in. And for what it's worth, I had to take a screenshot because this is the most old school room I've been in. Christina, you, myself, Z, Sam, James E, Floria, Dr. James, Rose. I'm not sure if we're old friends or new friends, but Jomar, Io, Mosh, Luann. There was 2 cats and Rachel's from back in the day. I'm not sure which you two are. But it's just like a super old school room. So it's just kind of fun to see all these like old school people come back together again for a second. That was cool. Anyway, back to you, Christine, if you want to share any thoughts on that.
You know what we should have, and Clubhouse doesn't integrate this, is like flowers or hearts for everyone, just as a regular practice of gratitude. Because like I think that even if we don't necessarily realize it directly, that even sometimes this avatar can make us think of something and then integrate it into conversation, let alone if they write something in a text or there's an emoji or whatever. Anyway, but back to your point about, I kind of don't even like to think of it for myself as a direction of becoming. It's more like, because that puts it in the future. And I'm thinking that like, from a scientific perspective, the atomic clock, top of the head, tip of the toes, we exist in past, present, and future at the same time. And so it's not a matter of becoming, it is I am, right? And that means that I come with the eddies in a river are not bad, right? Decay in an ecosystem is not bad.
He doesn't racially abuse people.
So Matt, do you both really identify with this type of person, even though he's a white guy? No.
No, none of us said we did.
Oh, sorry. No, Pepe, it was a question, Pepe. It was just a question. Pepe, you said earlier that it makes white people look bad. That's all. I'm just trying to find out, because when someone who's ethnically black does something, I never stop and think, oh, they make black people. No, they make themselves look bad.
Oh, I can give a reason for that. It's because he's talking down to a whole other race. And it's coming from a white person. He's basically saying that, like, hey, look, you guys are a bunch of chimps that chimp out, and you have no impulse control, and here I am fucking with you, and you guys are reacting like a bunch of monkeys, and you guys are too scared to do anything about it. That's his whole game, and it's just like, okay, we don't really need a white guy doing this. You're showing that white people are bullies, and they all hate black people. I mean, obviously people aren't going to believe, but
He's
not a good look.
No, I hear you, but I want you to know that the 2 people that you're talking about right now, I've never heard of them until today. I've never seen one of their videos. So,
they're popular with the youngsters.
I understand, but I'm saying to you that there's a lot of people that's not hearing this stuff, don't know about the content, not, tracking. So for me, I've heard enough of it just from you guys. It's quite interesting that this is what we're feeding our young. That's why I asked Free the question. It's just really sad.
It is sad. I mean, there's no question about it that this is pathetic. I mean, and the only reason why I bring up race is because that's what's being associated online. Obviously, they're saying, oh, another white person's doing this, so I have to reference it when I talk about it. You know what I mean? Otherwise, I just be like, yeah, it's just another bad human being in general. You know what I mean? But yeah, I mean,
because at the end of the day, that's what we got to focus more on. Is that the behavior? I think even Pepe said earlier, it's a low person, low individual. To me, this is something that I think is really sad, because a lot of these young people are out here doing this, and it's pretty sad. They're using the challenges that we have as adults to really push the envelope, and then there's companies, then there's companies paying for this. They're supporting it. This is crazy.
They're monetizing, and I don't know, Ed, you heard me bring up about. I know this got a lot of people's hair up on their arms about, demonetizing stuff like this. I mean, I thought maybe this was something that's already being done. This is insane, but And maybe he's in crypto. I think he's crypto streaming, so there's not much you could probably do. But what do you think about that, Ed? If the money dries up, all the fun stops. So you think or no? Because he's making money off this, Edward. You know that, right?
Yeah. He's monetized. No, I know. There's a lot of stuff that people monetize on TikTok. You do that is by parents or adults looking at this and saying, how do we stop our young people from watching everything? Why? Because they're still trying to slip stuff in, and it's pretty sad. But we don't want her being exposed to this kind of stuff. It's unfortunate, but that's what you got to do in 2026. You got to do a lot of monitoring. I do that as an adult. There's places on these apps I will never go in. It's just not going to happen.
I agree. Pepe, whatever happened to Baked Alaska? That's another name I was trying to.
Oh, I think he had to do some time. He lived here in Scottsdale. He for his part in January 6th, I think he actually went to the Capitol.
He did, yeah.
And I feel like he kind of dropped off. I don't know.
It's weird, right? He just kind of disappeared. He was so big back then, and then after January 6th, I bet you he was just told he got to stop. I mean, because you have a record already. It's like all it takes is one more little thing, and then you're.
I feel like you have like Enrique Tarrio and what is it? Michael Biggs, some of the leaders of what the fuck do you call it? Proud Boys, and I follow their accounts, and I'll see. So Biggs has turned into I haven't really seen his shit for maybe a year or so, but it was of course he was pardoned. He was given a 10 or 15 year prison sentence for his role in it, but he's wearing he's still I can tell they're still trying to do edgy shit, and be provocative, but they just fell off. Nobody cares anymore. They were only relevant because they were going out and Antifa they were a pain in the ass, and they were the one group that was going out there and confronting Antifa and beating them up.
Right.
And so they were known for that, but we don't have Antifa doing this shit anymore.
Sure.
Well, Jake Long got a concussion or assaulted during his protest.
Another example of a fucking worthless, clout-chasing idiot.
He is a piece of shit. And then again, they get to do what they do, and then they get to suffer the consequences. You know how it goes. Now, Nick Shirley. So Nick Shirley, he's not this is what I was going to mention. Is Viva still here? Yeah, she's still here. So provocateurs, we need to really define
I don't think Tyler Olivera, Nick Shirley, or what you consider trolls, even if they are what happened in Minneapolis.
They're not provocateurs. They aren't, right? They're trolls.
I don't think
they're not. No, they're not trolls or provocateurs. I think they're legitimate journalists. They actually go out and just talk to people. They don't try to start shit, ask provocative questions. They just. There's people on this app that say, if you're over there on that other side, you're agitating and you're provocating.
They just don't like it. This is bullshit. The Somali community, it was up in arms when Tyler Olivera, whatever, he was doing his shit in fucking Minneapolis. They were calling, of course, the Somalis racist, and it was really funny.
I'm sorry. As a son of the Holocaust survivor,
online.
I am acutely aware of the danger that is.
He's so great, and then he ends up doing one on a couple of these townships in New Jersey, New York that
I'm also proudly married to a Muslim American. Discrimination
they were clearly documenting things they were doing that was really I don't know, I'd say wrong. Kids and of course a lot of them are on and it's no surprise, and a lot of them are using public benefits because they studied Torah and instead of working really, and they have a bunch of fucking kids, and then the Jewish community was just pissed, and he ended up getting his Patreon account banned, all kinds of shit, and they're saying, he's an anti-Semite. A lot of this I think is just political tribalism. It just kind of shows the double standards people have. For example, any of the Jews that called him an anti-Semite, you guys are literally hypocritical.
you guys have a small group of your people that obviously are not going to be pleasant to move into your neighborhood when they take it over, and that clearly, abuse the welfare system. I mean, I don't. That's anti-Semitic for telling the truth. I mean, go fuck yourself.
Yeah, to Pepe's point, so what people are doing, like Nick Shirley, and I've been watching Nick Shirley for probably just about of course, it's, everything's just bullshit once that happened, but, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of those people, like I said, James, we said Oliver, is it James Oliver, or something like that, you name, I've got his name.
Tyler.
I'll follow him too.
Jake Long.
Yeah, Jake Long, Adam, Francisco.
Well, I think you have real careful comparing Jake Long to Nick Shirley. Nick Shirley is someone I want to have protected and have protection.
That's what I'm trying to figure out right now. I'm trying to really sort this out right now.
Jake Lang,
we can't mix them both up.
No, they don't try to
Want to be protesting against the policies of the state of Israel. Go to civic.
They will do like the recording and uncover things, and of course everybody celebrates it when they're uncovering somebody that is not. I won't even get into it. I've already said what I was going to say. But then you have people like, what is that, Jake Lang? He's just a total fucking grifter. I mean, what was he doing? He went to protest the Muslim communities in Texas by carrying a tray with a chopped off pig's head with the Quran in its mouth.
The Dearborn, Michigan did the same thing.
Yeah, and it's just like Dearborn, Michigan. We have a shit ton of Arabs. Like, that's real fucking smart. He does, like, the amount of that is like, you're literally provoking people when you do that kind of shit. I'm not saying that it's illegal or anything, but
and was screaming at the city council members of Dearborn, just like they're Arab, obviously, right? It's majority Arab in Dearborn, and he's telling them, "Oh, you guys all need to be fucking deported and get the fuck out of my country. It's the American crusade." Like, it was crazy.
Well,
like, these are
he's a fucking Jew that converted to Christianity like within the last year or two. It's so fucking cringe. Like, listening to this Christian nationalist hardcore bullshit.
Yeah, he's the guy in New York that went to Madani's thing, with the pig outside his place. In fact, that was the one where the bomb went off. Remember the guy threw the bomb, whatever thing that was his event. I'm pretty sure that was it. I'll double check it, but yeah, he's a complete idiot. Go ahead.
He also beat people on January 6th with a baseball bat, and he was convicted for this, but he got pardoned for 5.
I wonder if he's a Fed at this point. I mean,
I don't think so. He was posting shit from, they can get cell phones smuggled in from prison, but he like converted to Christianity. He tried to like brand himself, and even in that Carmelo Anthony.
Yeah, they did a protest in the stadium. That was ugly. That was super ugly.
So he's like live streaming from this bus where he's going to Texas, and he's like, yeah, us white people, we don't. It's like, dude, when were you ever a white nationalist? Like, what is this?
And we're not saying.
I believe he's a real Christian. I'm sorry, Matt. I don't mean to keep interrupting you. I just really don't like Jake Lang. I feel like he's one of those people that are like using Christianity just to get his point across, even though he's not a real Christian. Like, it's like he's like making a mockery of the religion. I don't know. That's just how
that is most of it. To be fair, even though he's like a Jew, I guess I kind of slipped that in because it's it's far more bizarre for somebody
like
to
the
become a Jew.
Republican deciding a 4-year term Republican.
While you're a Jew,
Why
and
is
then
this
go
so
straight
highly
to this Christian
manipulated to the
nationalist.
second?
I don't think I've
Why
ever
are
heard
they know
anybody
that
doing
no
that, but
Republican candidate?
I would say
Why
like
do
probably
Republicans have
90%
no
of
power
the
to
people
vote
see online that super based on Eastern Orthodox or traditional Catholic, and these people are just wearing it as a fucking uniform. Like, these are not serious Christian people, and like anybody who knows, religious people that have been religious most of their adult life, you know that they're not a bunch of like edgelord racists that hate women and all of the shit that these guys will say. They're just fucking imposters.
But again,
Pepe, I got a quick question for you, Pepe. Do you believe that humanity started in Africa?
That's starting to be just from the expert's mouth, that theory is starting to look like it's unlikely.
So where did it start at?
And out of Africa theory, I thought that was largely accepted.
It was largely accepted, but you can look this up. David Reich, he's the leading geneticist on human populations at Harvard. He's been speaking to the media quite a bit recently. He's had something published that was a little it wouldn't have been published a few years ago, but as they're uncovering new evidence, especially in our DNA, basically there could have been, like, we already know there are prehistoric modern humans that were living in Asia and all over. So it's like, it's kind of hard to say where exactly they were coming from, because you're finding shit that's a lot older in different locations, and so it's not really, that's why.
But yes or no though, can we not agree that humanity started in Africa?
I can't say that, no.
Okay, so you disagree. So I'm a part of the agreement that humanity
Are you a scientist though? I mean, that's kind of what I'm saying.
I'm in agreement that humanity started in Africa, and I do read my Bible, and I do
the topic, otherwise we just move on, leave quietly, thank you. The topic, otherwise we just move on, leave quietly, thank you.
I'd like to.
I mean, so I will answer to this mayonnaise over mayonnaise question.
I didn't make it this. I didn't make it racial.
I
don't know who you are, Pierre.
Monica's allowed to
answer the question. There's way too much mayonnaise on this question. So can a racist provocateur claim self-defense if a person decides to attack him? All right, so this statement is sexist because why didn't we involve the women? But that's neither here nor there. Okay, cool. So this is a misogynistic post that we're saying. So a racist provocateur. So
you can tell they love to hear the sound of their own voice.
Don't
over-moderate me. Don't touch me.
No. Monica is misogynistic. No, it's misogynistic. It's misogynistic.
Shut your fucking mouth. I'm trying to clear.
I gotta shut my nigger mouth now. I gotta shut my nigger mouth.
Yes, exactly. Please do that.
No, yeah. I mean, just say the word. I mean, you already have free reign.
Do I have to really move you down?
No, don't do that. We have good dialogue.
Okay, he's allowed to be racist. That's fine. Okay, people say racist shit. You don't need to be.
Yeah, I would love to be racist. They say that us as black people, we can't be racist, but I would love to be racist.
Okay, just answer to the topic, dude. This is irrelevant.
I do not think that, if you provoke someone in a racist whatever, you definitely can't claim self-defense because, you baited them into that.
Really, after all that was your stimulating statement? I mean, shit. You could have made fun of the Oreos without the fucking fudge sides, the fucking space monkeys, the see-throughs, the Caspers.
With no license. All of that.
Dude, no one rides a dick. You're a little fucking kid, man. We know you got the vagina because you're bleeding out again. You really want me to follow that?
You're doing it right now, bro.
Because they may not say this shit, but whining nasally voice woke me up from my fucking nap. Fucking stop bleeding on stages. Your fucking little bitch-ass fucking sounding voice talking through your nose, trying to pretend you're a winner of the Victim Olympics, the Oppression Olympics. So, we can do, you ain't gonna bring shit, dude. You haven't brought shit since you shitted in your mama's womb. You haven't brought shit since you smacked the last slepahoe that you fucking tried to manhandle after she got done with your ass and fucking smacked you out of her fucking place. Dude, the only time you act tough is during cuffing season when you need a fucking check and you need it out of the IRS. So shut the fuck up. Go on, Pepe.
Yeah, it was way too much mayonnaise on there.
All right.
Really? Mayonnaise? All right, do you want me to say there's too much pile of shit sitting there? There's too much of a dung beetle sitting there like fucking crawling? Do you really want me to kind of keep going on that one? Because he may not say it. I'll do it. Jesus Christ, you guys were having a somewhat decent one. It was a nice nap. Let's just listen to me. Life has to be enticing. It's something. Doing anything like something. In such a small life, being serious.
Absolutely, like, for example, like,
When I can knock him out, I can knock the chocolate out of him.
I'm responding to Matt. I mean, don't be a rude white. Like, don't be.
Oh, I'm gonna be that true white you said. I'm gonna be that oppressing white. I'm gonna be that colonial white. I want to bring back the Viking whites. How's that one? I want to sit there and make sure that you're working. I want you off of welfare, EBT. I want black women safe from you, so they don't have to worry about taking an abortion pill. I mean, shit. If I was a black woman in your community and you were in the dating pool, I would have fucking morning after pills like Tic Tacs on the nightstand. Because ain't no way a woman wants to have a kid with you. Shit, worry about getting the milk. Shit, this motherfucker would have still staying around. You have to raise 2 kids. You have to provide for 2. See, you have to get that person. This guy's what?
Hold on. Okay, Pierre, if
No, just like if I'm actively engaged in activities with you, just tell me what's up. Like, don't conceal things from me, because that's what if I'm actively
if a black guy, like you're doing right now, kind of, it starts saying mayonnaise, cracker, blah blah blah, are we allowed to punch you out? Just and maybe even go further. What are your thoughts on that?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And this is what I was gonna say before I was rudely interrupted by the trailer trash. So like me and Pepe, right? Like I dialogue with Pepe often, like weekly, right? So if I go in here and I call him like a cracker ass cracker and some mayonnaise eating motherfucker, right? I cannot be a victim and be all sad when he be like, man, shut up, nigger.
Okay.
Like you can't. Like you can't because you started it. So and he's trying to finish it. So either you're gonna like go back and forth or it is what it is. But like no, you cannot talk shit about somebody and then expect to like be pampered when they talk shit back. Life doesn't work like that.
Okay. Are we making progress?
You've probably seen Miss Jonas by your friend.
That's what you wanted to happen.
She's sitting up. She's looking for you. You don't need to be at the
Oh my
top.
God, the Martin Luther King speech of the fucking year, man. Holy cow.
Yeah, I mean.
Oh, now can I have him? Can I have the chocolate snow bunny there? Can I take the chocolate snow bunny for a ride now, man? Am I permissible? Okay, here we go. I'm gonna assume that's a yes. So, like, I let the conversation happen, and I was trying to be nice, but now I'm gonna back up Martin Luther King. Listen, dude. The last time you actually sounded like you had bass in the voice was when you were echoing in that fucking porno of a hate crime called Your Mama's Womb. That's probably the same as last time you saw fucking pussy. But I digress because you are fucking pussy. You are something that's fucking variously wrong with society today. You are the guys that fucking can't be counted on to build anything, can't be counted on to do anything. Fuck, you're John that Walmart's in peril because you're just like, girl, they don't know what I've got. While you snap that fucking fake ass cornrow makeup on your fucking head. You're the motherfucker that tries to actually draw out eyebrows on there so it looks like you have a pair. I bet you, when she pulls your pants down at home at whatever fucking slut waffle you picked up at the Waffle House, I bet you, she sits there and goes, damn, I thought black guys were hot. I guess that's a trope that's not true. You know what? I think you're right. I bet you cry more for women than any woman has spent their time putting their hair up. I bet you're the motherfucker that goes, honey, I want to split the check only because you have $12 in the bank account and you think you can go to fucking Red Lobster. I bet you're pissed that you can't even smuggle out the biscuits to go home. Right?
boys because daddy left for milk, you ate cereal with water. Anything else you want me to do? You can't even make fun of white people properly. Like fucking we're Casper, the ghost. We don't wash our legs, so like fuck, that's why we always have hairy legs. You think our women break razor blades for nothing? Shit, man. Steel can't even fucking cut through those fucking bristles and those porcupine quills that fucking rub us together. That's why house fires happen in white communities, because women fucking rub their legs together and that fucking tinder goes up in smoke. What else do we have? Oh yes, white people when they chipped off, they colonized a fucking nation. That's like you could have went down any kind of racial stereotypes. You could have fucking attacked it, but you went with mayonnaise. Dude, you've drank more cum than is in the mayonnaise jar. Like, we know that. Don't have a whole list, a nasally voice, in high pitch, and then come up here and go, mayonnaise? Like, Jesus. Fucking grow a pair and have it, and come up with some real fucking white racial slurs. I would have tolerated yeast yeti. I would have tolerated snow bunnies. Fuck that. You could have had all of us. Like, literally, you could have said, hey, Frosty's up there, man. Get fucking going. Get back to work. Shit ought to be there. You should be building shit. But no, you don't have it. You still can't make fun of it.
So I have two comments.
Y'all, real quick.
Yeah, can I
I have to reply because he went on a tangent.
But after you reply, I'm gonna go.
Wait, I'm sorry. See, again, you have to cut in front of a woman to go ahead and try to be masculine. So why are you cutting in front of that white woman? Why aren't you respecting that fucking crystal clear queen up there? Why aren't you fucking monitoring that fucking, midnight ballerina up there that you never see on the stage? Why aren't you fucking honoring that? Huh? Fucking lack of gentleman, man. I can tell you were raised by a fucking hood rat, right? Because I betcha. Go ahead, Beamer. No, don't come off mute. I'm sorry, dude. You can't have it. Your shadow's gonna stay on that wall.
So I had a couple things. I wanted to know, this is my ignorance.
Did you know the most powerful cosmic characters in MCU? There are many powerful cosmic entities in MCU. So let's see the three cosmic beings that are very powerful.
Like, what is it? Violent language? And you attack them? Like, does anybody understand what
I thought costing just means it's to abruptly to dump on them, whether it's to be critical, to be insulting, to
to fuck your cousins and shit like that. And you're it's called being a fucking black man pretending you have a do-rag on and thinking somehow, listen, that's your fucking sister, that's not a wife, alright? Understand that shit. Okay? Pookie and Ray Ray season is kind of coming to a close. Black women are far exceeding you. This is why they're going, hey, I want white boy winter, man. I don't need these fucking guys walking around with do-rags, fucking Walmart weaves, fucking painted nails, thinking they're great with their underwear hanging out with shit stains on it. That's you hollering at them from a fucking BMW from 1980 that's barely held together with duct tape and fucking glue. They don't want you, dude. They want successful men. They want men that they can count on to protect them. They don't need the motherfucker that's going to watch a girl get stabbed in a subway. No. They don't want you. That's your problem in life. Because you know what? Here, I'll advice. Get yourself a pair of pants that fits. Get a fucking shirt that can, get rid of that pregnant pot belly you have on that front. Stop having fucking premenstrual cramps all fucking day, every day. Then work on your voice, work on your articulation, go out and split wood, go hunt a fucking bear, go fishing, go camping, learn to drink bourbon and tequila straight and not ask for a fucking pink drink with a straw and an umbrella in the fucking shit. And then learn to eat fucking meat. Rare. Blue is fucking great. Learn to do that shit. Put down the fucking Popeye's chicken so you don't have fucking grease dripping down your chin while you're trying to yell at some girl. Go for some white boy shit. Learn that a 3/4 zip actually looks good. Hey, how about a nice button down shirt that goes down like every other successful black white man in America that has fucking done great things for this nation. But yeah, I gotta listen to Pookie and Ray Ray named Pierre. Can't even come up with a fucking black name. You gotta pound it off of some white French man. Fucking hey. Stop your shit, man.
So
Shut the fuck up with that bitch ass voice. You don't have it.
Hey, dude. Yeah, you definitely don't get no pussy.
Hold on.
Don't get no pussy.
Hold on. I'm talking to Bima. So I just Googled it real quick, and it said accosting is the act of approaching and speaking to someone in an intrusive, aggressive, or threatening manner. It often involves stopping a stranger in a public place to make demands such as asking for money or to engage in unwanted interaction.
So I think that there was some report that we were playing earlier from this Chud guy, and it really sounded like some of that would tap into the realm of accosting. I mean, like he went up to this one guy in a convenience store, and the guy was nice and gregarious, and he asked him something. The guy responded, right? The gentleman responded with like, yeah, just live and taking it one day at a time. A nice comment. And then Chud tries to push it to the extreme, saying like, slowly, I don't know about that Ebonics BS or something like that. And then he started calling him.
It was a white cracker that did that.
Right, yeah, but it was this guy that we're having the topic, that's the conversation. So then he started calling the N-word. While he's inside the store, he repeatedly kept calling him N-word, like loud across the store, like, come on.
Dima.
Like, I don't know how many times.
Fucking hood rat like Pierre smacked her upside the head, and she's like, I did nothing to deserve to get hit like this, right? And it was all fucking comical because guys were all like, oh my god. And she tried to play the racial thing, and it ended up being that she caused her problem because guess what? She was hanging around Pookie and Ray Ray like this guy. She was hanging out with this guy right here. So, you know what? Yeah, you get to defend yourself. You just got to be able to back your words up. Like people like Pierre, they're only tough online. They don't amount to much in anywhere else. McDonald's assistant manager of the fly coach section. I mean, shit.
You cannot.
Yeah, I can. Amazing. I can. So many years ago. I know you box like once like a fucking month or something like that. You like once saw a gym and a punching bag, and then you thought it was great. And now you box. You box right now is drifting off of your nose. Like, yeah, just try putting the plastic bag on your head and breathe immediately. Because that's about the only extent there. I'm gonna help you with that late term abortion thing you wish you had.
You want to beat me?
Beat you? Beat you, dude? Fucking who's on this stage? Fucking Bima, Nye, Coco could beat you. What the fuck do I need to beat you for? You couldn't even get past the first round with them.
Like, you couldn't stand a chance at all.
Really?
Knock you the fuck out.
Yeah, right. Dude, your Call of Duty days playing video games on a fucking PS1 is not going to be fucking great. Dude, Atari wants their fucking logo back. They're not going to go with Tyson's knockout, dude. I mean, shit. You are not fucking smart, intelligent. You have the IQ of a what, 10? Shit. The dog has more than you. Like, fuck. Fuck and shit. You know what? I'm sorry I didn't leave you with a baby brother or sister, man. I know it hurts. You gotta grow up alone. You gotta hang the pork chop around your neck to get the pit bulls to play with you. I got you, right? I got you. Yeah, I know that white skin. Go ahead, Bima. Go ahead. Look at your voice, dude. Listen to your voice. Listen to your voice, dude. Go practice that. Record that shit.
You like hearing my voice, don't you?
No, listen, no, I don't, man. If I was a guy and I talked like that, I'd probably fucking murder myself.
You are a waste of white skin.
Really?
You're white and broke.
I still conquered you. I still come out on society on top over you.
Okay, just a second. I'm gonna play something. This was the day before this guy got shot. Okay, listen. He's streaming. This is him in his own words. Check this out.
Yeah, I don't know how to convince you guys that I'm literally a fucking single guy with a camera. Somebody could come up and try to kill me right now. There's nothing I can do about it, but I'm protected by the Lord, and I believe in His divine protection.
Oh my God.
Other than that, I'm literally a sitting duck.
And he's sitting just in a city street while he's recording this. Okay.
It sucks.
He said it sucks in the end. Isn't that interesting? First of all, I can't believe the gall this guy I don't know what to say to that. But he said something was up. This was yesterday. That's crazy. And so remember now that this was yesterday. Now the day before, or I think this was yesterday. The day before yesterday, he had gone into a store, a restaurant, and he sat down. I don't know the full details. This is very loosely what I understand happened. He went into the restaurant. I think maybe the restaurant got wind of who he was, or maybe not. Whatever it was, they asked him to stop streaming and to leave. He had ordered, his tab had accumulated to over $350. It was like $373 or $380, something like that, okay? So he decided not to pay it, and he left. So then he left, and walking on the street, the cops go get him. However it happened, the FBI then got him the next day and caught up with him, the FBI, and said that it was related to that incident. They took his phones and all of his, They
wanted to question him regarding something else.
Right, but they also collected his phones. Do you want to hear his account of that? Are you guys interested?
No, I know. They wanted to know if he was. So there's a guy, I've talked to him plenty of times, but he goes by the moniker Handsome Truth, and he's a leader of this neo-Nazi group called Gordon Defense League, and he's also a streamer that would do all of his shit live, and they're basically just questioning about him and his involvement with him, and they're not involved with each other apparently.
Listen to this real quick, okay? This is him again.
These people took all my phones. There's evidence of the crime of me streaming, me walking out, disorderly conduct. I don't believe that for a second. No. Anyway, so I'm talking to the fucking Fed. And it basically got to the point where they were like conceding in a way. Like, listen. Like basically saying like, we got nothing on you. And after talking to you, we actually see like as humans want to just give you this piece of advice. They're like, you know where this shit's going. This shit only escalates. And I do know this. I just have profound faith in the Lord that things might not go the worst way possible. Which is anybody getting hurt. Because I don't want to see anybody getting hurt. And they basically said, yeah, regardless on which way it goes, whether you get killed or you have to defend yourself and you end up killing someone, there will be massive riots. And these guys are basically in charge of preventing these massive riots. Or maybe they're in charge of manufacturing them. I really don't know. The guy seemed like he was a pretty decent person. I still want to have faith in the fucking judicial system and the police and these federal agencies. I genuinely want to have faith in them. Oh, you gotta take everything with a grain of salt, I guess, right? I think it got to an ending point where it was like more of a personal, intimate, hey, can I just give you a piece of advice, man to man, father to father? I don't want to see you get killed. And regardless, I'm going to have to defend myself in a life or death situation. The ramifications of that, even if I'm exonerated in trial for something like that, the world would never be the same, and my world would never be the same. That's genuinely my last desire.
No, that was him 2 days ago, and then this happens 2 days later. The invocation of God and the Lord. What Bible is he? Oh, I was gonna say a mean religious joke. that's Christ that he's following. Yeah, and Mike says, Dad, he says, almost sounds like a guy who knew and wanted this confrontation to occur. Do you know what I thought? I thought about, because we just listened to him yesterday talking about how he felt like he was a sitting duck, right? And then he has this confrontation. He has the restaurants, almost like the seed was planted. I mean, could he have gotten away with, not having to use his firearm from this guy, I mean, I don't know. All speculation, who knows? Mike says that he had it in his head all day, probably thought a lot about it and overthinking everything, almost paranoid. Yeah, I totally agree. Especially after the FBI contacts him and does all this stuff, right? Yeah. I'm not trying to, you guys know how I feel about the Second Amendment. And the ability that we should all have to defend ourselves. So I'll never be swayed on that. However, I definitely see how some people do go down into these isolated, almost paranoia tunnels, and it feeds them. There was this guy that was local. He lived around the area, and he was part of our prepping group. And the guy was overly Second Amendment. It was uncomfortable. Like everything was about constantly, always gun, have to have it on me, protection. He even hired a company to train 2 German Shepherds for I'm talking like security level. No, I'm serious. Security level. He paid him like $10,000 for each dog to be trained in security, very insane. Okay, so he's like going overboard, and what happens? He moves to Texas. He ends up finding himself. This is in the newspaper, so I'm not lying. We could find it right now if we Googled it. Okay, we could find the incident that happened. He is in a car, a fender bender. Okay, the guy, it was a kid. He's in the car with his wife. The gun guy. Okay. I don't know if he hit the guy or the guy hit him, however it happened. I think he hit the guy. He's a younger kid. The younger kid gets out of the car, walks away. The young kid goes to punch him through the window, and gun guy shoots him, kills him. 1 bullet, boom, dead. Now, there's so many issues with this, right? People would say, oh yeah, definitely self-defense. I mean, obviously I want to say, yeah, it's self-defense, but also, right, you're in a vehicle. Don't try to tell me that. Does anybody know? Thank you, witness protection, because this guy's family was pissed off at that, and so threatening him that they were gonna kill him. So now, God knows where him and his family are. I don't know. I didn't stay in contact with him or whatever. But I think something like that, right? That didn't have to happen. And I feel that if he didn't have that mindset, it was almost. I know it sounds weird, but we were talking about this yesterday, how our thoughts attract, right? Magnify and whatever. So, I mean, ultimately, I don't know if this was a setup, because it's so, I don't know. Does anybody else feel like it's so coincidental that all this stuff happens and then all of a sudden the actual case happens that he uses a firearm? I mean,
now he was on tour. He's basically doing a streaming tour or some shit like that. Was this in? I don't know if he's back in his home state where this happened, but I mean, he's now known for this, and people there's a private chat that I know Matt said this before. So is Beaver. You've all predicted this was gonna go south. I mean, I don't think there's a coincidence that he was thinking about this, because I was fucking thinking it. So were other people. It's kind of like common sense.
Yeah, and that's what sucks, because he was thinking it. Now it's definitely in the forefront of his mind, and he's still going out to, what is it called? Instigate. He's still instigating.
I think this shit is a psyop. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think all of these internet personalities, all of these podcast people, they all are like one big ass psyop of different personalities and fucking like belief systems and values. Like, and it keeps people glued for some reason. And I think that the Govs is just stepping in because they're starting to realize like how many people actually pay attention to this shit.
So what do you think the purpose of that would be, though? The ultimate purpose?
What do you mean? Like his situation in general, or just like the whole idea around like podcasts and personalities?
No, if it is a psyop, what are they using it for?
To start more racial tension. That's what it's about. Like, you feel me? That they want more racial tension. They're not seeing the racial tension between black and white people like they thought. They're starting to see more black and white people actually team up because they don't. They're starting to agree on like, you know, immigration, economics, shit like that, resources, all these fraud and scams that have been going on. And now it's kind of like what happened during like the 50s and 60s. I did a study on this in college, where like the owners of the factories saw that like black and white people, well, white men who were working in the factories, they were beginning to agree on a lot of things, like the white picket fence, a good education for their kids, you know, the dog, shit like that. And when the motherfuckers saw that, they sent the niggas to the mines, and they sent the white dudes elsewhere. And then you had that fucking movie about that fucking black dude who did something to the black girl come out later. And it just stirred racial tensions. That's all it did. And that's what you're seeing right now with a lot of this shit. Like, all of these personalities are a new thing to attach your hate to. It's like what you saw with Trump. They do it with Trump all the time. Trump is like supposed to be the face of racism or white supremacy. But those of the brain know that's not the case. But the idiots who feed into the dumb shit, what they just see on video or what it's clipped as and showed to them, those are the people who bite and take the bullshit and eat the bullshit up, and then it spins out of control and it fucks everybody else over because they don't understand like what's at play. So it's just stirring up a racial tension, it's stirring up a conflict, it's stirring up a whole bunch of different shit. Well, yeah, okay, William, you said it best. That shit is MK Ultra, right? I got it wrong. It's MK Ultra. It's not a psyop. It's MK Ultra. Like, they're using these personalities, and they're like getting people to agree with the personalities, but then on the other side, you have the people who don't agree with the personality, and then that's what it is.
Is it quiet or is my phone tripping?
Yeah, where's quiet?
Where did the guy go that was just talking about MK Ultra?
They were just chasing kangaroos in the desert, for example.
Hey, Kim, come to other way.
wanted to add two other things. The Reformation and Luther, also the printing press, printing in Europe, played a significant role in to treating religion in technological progress in Europe, and by extension in the United States.
Well, what Andy just said about the institution, that also makes a lot of sense to me. Even if your institution is a Catholic church, like just having institutions like that will lead to some amount of stability that will be able to allow for innovation in other fields. Like evidenced by Kepler and Galileo. Even if the institution itself is almost actively like trying to suppress it, I guess there's ways around it. You could say, "Oh look, we're just discovering God's design." I guess the church was they were okay with that. It was more like evolution that they were like, that just directly contradicted their whole. Things like guns, germs, and steel. I mean, it's obvious how these things are going to lead to, like rapid growth or just progress. Germs it causes the necessity for medicine, doctors and things. I don't know who invented steel. Well, I mean, I know they had bronze and stuff back in the day, and iron. I know that probably wasn't the European, somebody's old. But steel synthesized in Europe. And who invented the first guns? Yeah. Must have been probably Europe, right? 1600s or 1700s. 88. Sounds like probably 1700s. That was the first little cocking those little pistols. 1800s, they already had muskets and stuff.
I think steel was kind of created around the world. Because, there was, like, even the Middle East.
Well, yeah.
There was, like, Damascus steel and the whole thing.
There's good research here that I'm discovering. Matthew Restall wrote a book, When Montezuma Met Cortez. And he's arguing that the conquest of Mexico is more accurately described as a Tlaxcalan-led Spanish-assisted overthrow of the Aztec Empire than as a Spanish conquest of Mexico. Cortez only had 500 soldiers in effect, with long supply lines. And
okay, but this is what I'm thinking.
The Aztecs had 1 million soldiers.
They already had guns.
No, I don't think so.
Cortez didn't have.
Well, maybe, but
they might have.
Maybe they had muskets
type stuff. That's good.
500 Spaniards against Aztecs, empire of millions. I don't know how many soldiers he had with his millions of people, but the fact was that Aztecs were really abusing. They were the abusers of Mexico, and they were holding the other people, the Tlaxcalans, in this kind of state where they had huge taxes to pay, and they would just take their people and sacrifice them. Constant supply of humans, sacrifice. Now look, this is why Christianity is popular. Okay, it doesn't require a sacrifice of anything.
ridiculously. It's based on a human sacrifice, but at least it's virtual. You never have to do
sacrifice.
One sacrifice, right? But these guys were constantly sacrificing humans, and people hated them for it. That's why they fell. They didn't build a system of kindness that everybody wanted to defend. They built a system of terror.
I never thought about it that way, but that might have been one of the reasons why Christianity was embraced.
Yeah.
They're like, oh yeah,
Christianity is really cheap. Christianity is really inexpensive. Very small demands, right? Very, very small.
For a while.
Societies with inclusive institutions, this is what they're saying. Inclusive institutions, broad participation, secure property rights, mechanisms give ordinary people a stake. Outperform extractive ones over the long run because extractive systems generate constant defection risk. Stifle the innovation that comes from broad participations. The Americas did not have good institutions, okay? There was just a patchwork of domestic terrorists. I'm sorry if that hurts your little ears to hear, but
a network of domestic. You're an idiot. I mean, you do this on purpose. Why would you call them domestic terrorists? So stupid. It's also like when you say, like,
what do you think the Aztecs are doing? It's rank terrorism. Their empires of terrorism.
The Aztecs were more or less whatever, abusing neighboring populations or whatever. You can say that about every single empire.
No, they were holding everybody in a state of perpetual terror.
I mean, okay, yes, they had crazy parts to their religions. They were doing human sacrifice.
Excuse me, crazy parts to the religion. What if Donald Trump needed every day, and he would go into inner cities and scoop up people from different cities?
Yes, like Andy said, I get it. How that would not be popular.
That would not be popular. Well, that's one way to put it.
Yeah, that's very obvious. So yeah, the people who were being subjugated by the Aztecs, obviously they were probably happy about Cortez. But that would be the case everywhere. Like there's probably when the Han Dynasty fell in China, the Asians living in the Korean Peninsula were probably pretty happy. They were probably being held down by the Chinese Empire. Like, I mean, you're gonna be able to find this everywhere. I'm sure they weren't to the Koreans and Japanese. They weren't thrilled about the Chinese dynasty. Now, you can argue that the Aztecs were probably more brutal. In some senses, they probably were. That's just the culture. Well, you saw the room title that in Pro's house right now?
No, what is it?
Greater.
Odds are we won't have a free election.
Yeah, greater than 0 odds. And something about the election. Yeah, now I can. Oh yeah. Odds greater than 0, we won't have another free election. Or ... Oh, actually, I don't know. I was gonna say there's more people in there. Aisha, David, Pro. I'm not so worried that we won't have a free election. However, like I still haven't lost all faith. However, if we don't, then if we don't, if something happens in November,
Christina said Benjamin smokes weed. What?
Yeah, I have no idea. Hi, Ali.
Talks about or brings out some highly provocative kind of ideas or saying that on the first glance it may appear to be almost serious, stupid, biased, racist, what have you. But I think it's worth examining these things. Not necessarily because to prove you're wrong, because then we start exploring different things, different ideas, and how things will come about in terms of the technological advancement and the stuff we talked about. Even though he started with something that appears to be on the face of it, it's absolutely silly. And so I do think that acted for me. It provokes me to, or makes me to think about it and appreciate it.
Yeah, we pretty much hear him out on his little theories almost every day. And to be honest, to be fair, they're not really stupid. A lot of times he's wrong, but being wrong is not really easy. They're usually, what he says, at least kind of like thought-provoking, or at least make for good discussions, good debates. Like if he was just uttering stupid things back to me every day, it would get to a point where we're not even going to hear about it. That's never been the case. This guy, he draws crowds. Hey Ali, can you help me get the House of Reason?
Wait, Ali. House of Reason back? Did you lose it?
Oh, well, okay, well, if you tell me what I need to do, I will.
Yeah, dude, it should take like less than a minute. Yeah, dude, this is a new account. So I got banned for posting a meme of like, he emailed them, they responded. I emailed them a few days ago, they still haven't responded. He said, I don't know, I'm trying to get the account back, hopefully, but if not, I don't even care that much about the account, but I care more about the house. So, yeah, dude, can you help me real quick?
There's something about our conversations when I put out something that's really provocative, and we do tend to have a good conversation, and we explore and we learn some things, and we found out about like the Nobel Prize in 2024, and reviewed that in the literature. It's good, right? So here's one thesis, is that when I say this like provocative stuff, the snowflakes leave. They blow up. It explodes their brain. It hurts, and they disappear. And then whoever's left has a reasonable conversation.
Happened with Brian.
Doesn't it happen every day, though?
I mean, it happens quite a bit.
Like the reason I have good conversations.
This is one member, House of Reason. Yes. And let me just find out more about it.
Wait. One member, my House of Reason. The one with like Socrates statue.
No, it says H, just the letter H in the middle. That's it.
Okay, no, I'm talking about the reason, the one with the Socrates statue.
Yes, yeah, I know that. What I'm saying in here, what I see is basically a square and has an H, letter H right in the middle of it, and it's called House of Reason. And one member.
That's a different House of Reason. Look for the one with Socrates.
Okay. Let me search for it.
Yeah, put in the searches. You should find the one. It has 3,600.
Yeah, I might have seen it. Just 1 second. Okay. One more. House of Reason.
houses, search houses, house that's losing. That should be good. Okay. So find two. One is this talking to. Okay, I got it.
Yeah. So click the Socrates one. Open it. You'll see it says 3,000 numbers, right?
Yeah. Huh?
Okay. Now click the three dots at the top.
Okay.
Right above it.
Yeah.
And then go down to members. See where it says members? Okay. Where it says search members, just type in CM. Type in CM.
Okay.
Go all the way down and look for me, this account. CM, it says not smarter than eHardy.
Not smarter, just thinking.
Right,
it's right on the top of the list. Okay.
Okay. So does it have like a thing that you can like a little drop down menu?
Yeah, it's a member, it's expanding. Okay.
So just like click make admin, and I think that should be open. That's all I need to use.
Cool.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, man.
Yeah, sure. Okay, talk to you soon. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to Shell's room. I don't know if you want to go there.
Yeah, I got things to do. Okay, good. Yes, yeah, talk to you soon.
All right, thank you so much, man. Yeah, see you. I got made that. Perfect. Thank you.
Sure.
See you.
Normal to be, bro.
Well, I mean, because all I can do is run, because I can't even do bench presses anymore. If I take a 30-pound weight, like a kettlebell,
I was gonna say they put your little dumbbell.
dude, if I get a 30-pound kettlebell and I take it and I raise my hand above my head, my shoulder will dislocate.
Eesh. That's mad team right there. Damn. That's fucked up.
Well, all I do is run, dude, and drink beer and smoke weed and smoke cigarettes and tell the world go have a good day.
That's how my pops said. He just smokes his bud, smoking cigarettes, and go about his day. I don't think he's ever gonna quit smoking.
Until the day I die, bro. Till the day I die. Like, seriously. Like, if you get diagnosed, like, oh, you got lung cancer, it's terminal, like, okay, you shouldn't smoke. I'm like, why not? I'm already...
I guess it's still the same. I just felt like that new piece of information, I love a good roast battle because they get out of order. So I can't agree with that or that. I didn't know Kevin Hart had that.
You lower your wing, you height your wing even. It's not even lower one second. You know how humble that is?
Reverend Matthew is too.
Hours at a time, so we had to just listen to this motherfucker talk about how much he sucked dick and he liked pink dick and all the Vienna sausages in his ass and all that type of shit. We had to witness all of that shit. But again, he doesn't have half of the accolades that I have. And it's clearly true.
First, it's pronounced accolades. Secondly, fucking employee a month at the fucking Delta Sonic car wash does not make it. Like, when you're handing out rags on the corner to, like, fucking wash windows, what are you doing? How did you win employee of the fucking month there? That's your biggest accolade. What, were you pissing in Windex bottles in front of people's car for $1? Are you out there? Do you have those, like, white, crusty lips that we can just tell, hey, dude, I don't know, on the plate, you were like, fuck, that picture, that fucking goat, that fucking white mountain, snow-capped fucking King fucking Kong that dragged his ball sack across my face and then hit me in the ass, pulled my hair and said, get down, bitch. You decided to say, hey, I'm going to come out there and give this epic speech, and it was going to be Andy Gitter and your Mark Simpson voice, how mad I am to you. And you know what? Here's the crazy part. I'm not wrong. I'm 100% right about who and what you are. You're feckless, you're spineless, and if I could, I would literally go back in time and tell your mother, like, dude,
Just stop at oral. Just get this fucking nut over with. This is not the nut to fucking get pregnant with. I would literally tell her, I'll give you $1 million just to spare this fucking episode right today. So you don't have it, you don't get it, you don't win it, and you don't have it. And nobody's gonna cheer you on except for maybe the fucking incel fucking white boys that are gonna fucking try to get their goated. Because these guys never left their mama's basement and they're still begging for fucking mama's milk from her titty. So take your fucking quote half gay ass, go find those guys, go to your circle jerk group, go on some fucking Reddit forum, and fucking suck each other off talking about how the world needs to be along with. Anything else? Jesus Christ. And when I say I have chores, I have like wood to stack, I have fucking walls to finish, I've got fucking a whole shit ton because I, unlike you, bought a very large expensive place and I can fix this shit. You can't. You can't. You know that? You can't even pay fucking rent in a rent controlled unit. So spare me what you got fucking going on. For me, chores mean actual fucking labor. For you, they mean you have to actually go out and go to the dollar store and fucking take a bus home. That's your idea of chores. We're two different men here.
Yeah, I don't pay rent. I live in a family house.
I knew it. I knew it. Holy fuck, this thing just keeps getting better. You're half gay and you live at a family house. So you are truly Pookie. Holy shit. How does that go with women? Hey, Nye, you know what? You looking fine. Oh my God, girl. You know what? You're an enchantress. You have the look that would haunt a man to circumnavigate the globe to get back to you. Will you come over and hang out with my fucking mom or my fucking family house? I'm living in the garage of my aunt's place. It's in the bed. I've got a cot next to the fucking water heater. What the fuck, dude? Told you. Get a fucking dress. Get a fucking job. Get it fucking on your feet.
So my family owns like over 50 properties in the southeast. I can just go to any one of them and just live if I want to. For free. I just gotta pay the electricity.
You're fucking killing me. You're fucking. I can't make this shit up. Matt, you gotta take over. I got shit to go with. You can't make this shit up. I win. I win. I just got. Wait. Anybody else tell me that I'm wrong? Wait. No. No, man. You don't have black privilege. You don't have fucking any privilege, dude. You're living next to a water heater in the basement on a cot. Talking about your family owns 50 properties. Ooh, what are you, a fucking black Donald Trump? Fucking tell me how gay you are, and I want you to move out of your parents' basement. I want you to move out of your parents' basement. Holy shit. No wonder your daddy must slap your mom every night going, fuck, we screwed up. That's the night you told me I couldn't use the back door. You hear this? This is your dad knocking on the back door. This is your dad going, hey, honey, we should have did that shit. You should have did that shit. Live with your mommy. You're a grown ass man. You are fucking supposed to be a man, and you have a nasally Marge Simpson voice. What does she do? Pour your fucking Cheerios out there? Or wait, do you have Cheerios or do you have those generic O's? What do they call them? Nigga O's, like whatever the fuck it is. Like I don't know what you got going on in your hood. Do you have those? Anything else? Fucking live with your parents' basement. You're half gay, and now you're gonna cry.
White boy is done having his period. Let me know when he's done with his period.
Dude, I'll go buy you a box of maxi pads so you can strap them on whatever fucking furniture you're having. You can bleed all over that shit. You can gut out, man. Go ahead. At least thank God we know you're not pregnant. Fuck. Thank you. It's for God. God, thank you. Yeah, go ahead. Jesus Christ, Allah Akbar, fucking Muhammad Gene. Baby Buddha, fat Buddha, happy Buddha, whatever one I gotta pray to. Come on, motherfucker. Make sure this guy doesn't get fucking pregnant.
Wow. I think I have to set up a crime scene around this stage.
Yeah, this dude definitely does not have more money than my entire family. He doesn't even have more money than me by himself. He is a loser. He has to project. He has to yell for hours and talk to us and then talk about all this gay shit. Like, that's that white boy shit. You are a white boy. Nigga, your bitches don't even want you.
Nigga, why you think there's all these biracial kids in this fucking
Because they're going after white boys like me. What are you talking about? Your women are coming after white boys like me. They're like, I want white boy winners. I want money. I want a home. I want a car that can build me. They want fucking 800 different animals. They want horses, dogs, cats, fucking goldfish. You know what? That's why there's biracial babies, because they're coming up to me going, hey, get me pregnant. I want that for you. I want to give you babies. I'm going to cook you meals when you get home. I'm going to allow you to do this because you're going to build me a cabin on 22 acres overlooking a fucking cliff on Lake Superior. You're going to fucking build and design this world for me. You're going to fucking go to work every day. I'll never have to worry about money in the bank, bills being unpaid, bouncing fucking checks. I don't know if they still write checks anymore. But like your ass, we know your ass is living off of people. You didn't do shit. You live in mom's basement and you thought that was a flex. You thought that was a flex. Bro. No, bro. I don't homo. Like, no, bro, I don't do homo. Well, no. I said I'd make you my bitch. But that's it. You can't. It's not gay. You just breathe in all time, man. Go like this. Like they do in the bars. You just hold that shit out there. You know how when women give birth, you do those breathing exercises.
You're acting like black generational wealth is something that doesn't exist.
You don't have generational wealth. You are living at home in mommy's basement. Generational wealth means a completely different thing. Secondly, nobody is going to have kids with you sounding like Marge Simpson. Nobody's going to do that. And that Walmart weave, I get it. You got to get rid of it. That fucking Costco corn roll is not going to fucking impress women. You can't do that shit, man. You got to fucking cowboy up. You got to sometimes take it square in the face. You got to let it hit you. You got to let it drag all over you. You'll get used to it. It's been happening to you your whole life. Fucking put a suit on. Get a fucking job. Move out of mommy's fucking basement because that's just shit embarrassing. And fucking go on and fucking make it. You don't have generational wealth. You don't have fucking anything. You live in mom's basement. So stop sparing me about all this fucking black generational wealth. You don't have it. And knowing your dumbass and how you sound, you're gonna fucking waste it on fucking Popeye's chicken, fucking Mountain Dew, and fucking Cheetos.
I think he left. Holy shit.
Hey, man.
Oh, shit. Dumpster, what's going on?
Yeah, hey, it's me, Stephanie. I got clipped a few weeks ago.
Who would clip Steppy? That's strange.
Yeah, I don't know, but I got put in the bad boy space.
I just followed you.
Thank you, my guy. Good seeing you.
Nice to see you there, son.
Brad, you feeling good?
No, actually, I was really excited to hear more of what Coco says. I just can't stand fucking Pookie's coming up and fucking like her and I have been like pretty much, really rocking it out and having like really great comments. Like every time they comment, it's kind of nice to hear and I like listening to them. But I mean, fuck, man. Like I can't stand some of these cats on here. Literally, the motherfucker said he's half gay and he lives at mom and dad's house. And then he wants to talk to me like he's a full fucking man. Like, what happened to men in this era? Like, I'm not kidding you. I know a lot of you guys are men. Like, I'm not busting your balls. But when did we allow these fucking, testicle roaches to fucking sit there and hang on and fucking speak for us? Like, when did that ever fucking happen? Like, we need to bring back the backhand for these fucking kids. Like, I'm dead serious. Like, there is nothing wrong with allowing a man to fucking just smack the fucking... it's not even feminine with them. I don't know what it is, but it's like a disease. It's corruptible. We should I don't know, bring back fucking Sparta. Like, only those strong survive. That kind of shit. Let's have that kind of fucking masculinity. Like, women will forgive a lot of our transgressions, not the horrible fucking shit. But they'll be like, yeah, man, if we actually worked out, could see our own dicks, fucking ate healthy, provided, built, defended, and sat there. You know what? Women be like, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna leave the office early. That guy's coming home, and I am gonna give him the best fucking humdinger there is. That guy's, I'm gonna suck the sheets from his asshole to his cock. That guy's soul is going to leave the body. He's going to elevate by the time I'm done with him. But you know what? We can't do that. You know, and it doesn't take women come to you and have it. You want to know why your grandparents lasted 6 years? Your grandfather wasn't no halfway fucking pookie. He was a man who went to church on Sunday, dressed in his finest suit, who went to work 5 days a week and didn't complain. Gave his paycheck over to his wife and his kids, and if they went without, he fucking made sure he pulled up and fucking worked his ass off. Now, some of you had shitty family members. I understand it. You're like the fucking small portion of it. But you know what? There is a vision of what a man can be and what should be, and you should fucking have it. Fucking A. This is all women been asking for.
Damn, dude, I've been fucking it up. I got 20 years in, and I ain't never had my wife suck my dick through the sheets, or however you said it. Man, I must be fucking shit up. Man.
Buy her flowers, write her a letter, take her out on the town. You know what? Spend money on the expensive bottle of wine. Don't go for Tamus, the actual good wine. Not the fucking Kool-Aid package with a fucking fancy Italian label. Get her good fucking. Yeah, right? I take her out. I take her for an experience. Don't just go to the fucking, what's a fucking restaurant that fucking pookies go to?
Sold. Hail Mary, Mother of Grace, just learn it, okay? And then Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Learn that, okay? And then accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. And then we'll save your life.
Hail Mary all the way if you're doing it. Afterwards,
I didn't want to bore everyone. But the fact of the matter is, I said it last night.
But who were you trying to convert right just now?
Soul, of all the people,
Soul is going to be forced converted in here. Yes, we're going to show the Muslims how to do it.
He's a Sufi, bro. Like, he's not even one of the. If you convert a Salafi to a Christianity, that is odd. What is the essence of
That's already been done.
Well, that's right. That's
right. The Sufis now. The Sufis. We're going for the Sufis. We have Benny Adam, we have Sufi, we have what's the name?
Honestly, Illumi probably would convert a Salafi to Christianity.
I think that is
We believe in your soul.
Now it's his turn, and now Illumi has to convert him.
Yeah, definitely go with that Joker next.
Yes.
He's not going to convert. Are you kidding me? Like, why would
No. He has to convert someone else.
Who is
That's his job. Yeah, he has to now convert somebody.
You know what I think, Bart? I think Illumi will need exorcisms, a couple of them, before he'll convert properly.
You know what he'll convert them to Christianity so he can debate them.
It takes a long time. It takes a long time, bro. It's not an easy process. But with Soul, we're gonna force him. We're gonna skip a few processes, but with the Illumi, it's gonna take him at least 3 years. I'm being dead serious. It takes a long time.
I believe in you, Megatron. Keep forcing it.
Others that to continue to deny it. But with Soul, he doesn't have a choice. He doesn't have a choice. We're gonna make the choice for him. Okay, Soul.
Are you saying that's a pilot program for the new acceleration program?
Rabbi, we're saying he's going to accept Jesus as his personal Lord and Savior, and he's going to save his life. It's that simple.
That's it. Through and with him, in him, in the unit of the Holy Spirit. In us, Father, forever and ever. Amen.
Amen.
May the Lord be with you.
And be with you also.
Lift up your hearts, we lift them up to the Lord. It is right to give thanks and praise.
As it is in heaven, shall it be on earth.
How we came down here, alright, with the Sufis. You know what they told me when I used to hang out with Mahdi all the time? Soul and all of them? You know what that guy told me? What was his name though? Johnny. Johnny told me if you're not gonna eventually convert to Islam, you can't hang out with us. But he told me there's no point of you hanging out in these rooms. Really? Really?
Okay. Well, they don't
remember that Johnny? Remember Johnny?
Johnny's mean. Really?
We're gonna make them
love to me. When I said that, you know what they said to me? Yeah, that's right. You should say that. That's right. He's not wrong for saying that.
Megatron, I'm gonna find these people. Okay, sorry, I have to live in
Charlie's rules. We're following Charlie's rules. We learned something from him, right? Fucking worked.
My knuckles right. Hey.
Yeah, I love that pic. I think that's the best of Daniel's creation.
Thank you. And I love Daniel. Okay, I'm his little sex toy. I have to unmute now.
What do you mean next? You're an eternal wife to Daniel.
Forever and ever. Amen.
Amen.
I just handled snake. That's all.
It's strange. Our Danny boy doesn't talk anymore. This is so strange.
How's everyone today? I can't complain. So we're saying that this room is only intended for those who intend to convert to Islam.
No, not that room. Different.
Yeah, different. No.
Oh, because otherwise, la ilaha illallah.
With their weird shit, okay? And less than I'll say
some days we're leading with the sword of Islam, but then it's Christianity. Are you ready to take the poll?
I'm ready to think Constantinople, not Istanbul.
Good.
Like it.
We got a Jason Bourne.
I really get turned on when he talks.
Well, Jason Torn. That was Bourne. Torn. Oh, now it's Torn.
No, he's always been Jason Torn. What are you talking about?
Call him Jason Bourne. Maybe because this is what I want to see.
I like Jason.
Yeah, me too. Even though he did like me, he wasn't allowed to like me. And I accepted that about him because, it was really tough for him to fight through everybody to actually be my friend. So I understand. Like, I get it,
You're beautiful, Narcissist. You should share Daniel's peanuts together. Thank you.
Thank you. But truly, Daniel has a good eye, I think. Especially for the big, humongous melons that he's given me.
I agree. Beautiful melons.
It's like he took my old boobs and put them in Narcissist's body.
Yeah, I want to put my boobs in his mouth.
I'm not gonna lie, like, nice set of tits is nice too, but like when a girl has like a flat, she wears like a nice dress, it's like so sexy, bro. You get what I'm trying to say? Like they can wear different types of dresses, Girls with big boobs sometimes, I'm not gonna lie, it's cool and all. Like, it's sexy, but it's just this is the thing about women, is you can't just love one type of woman. It's like, well, you can, it is possible. But I'm saying it is possible. But the woman's shape is so unique that they're all beautiful. Does that make sense? Do you know what I mean?
I know what you mean, Bart.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah, like you get those like flat-chested girls with the big chewy nipples,
Yeah, or just, they know how to move, they dance salsa, or they're dancing to some Arab music. Is that allowed? Allowed, right?
You're pushing it right? Okay.
Yeah, Megatron, I
bullshit. Stop. You're not even.
I need to take up belly dancing, and maybe that'll help with my menopausability.
You're Bali, for God's sake. You're from Pakistan or from where are you from? Aren't you from what is they calling it? It's not India. It's where Islamic is from.
Bangladesh.
Bangladesh.
I actually don't know how to dance, but we were taught how to belly dance from like childhood. And then need to dance like this. No, sure, auntie. So cute.
Chuck, what's up? Why are you here, Chuck? What's going on? You must be really fucking bored if you're in my room.
What's up, Chuck?
Oh,
I'm actually in Nargis's room. And Nargis,
well, this is Nargis's room.
Oh my
Just
god,
saying,
it's not my room. This is whose room is this?
It's on the house, so I don't know.
Bro, I started this room 2 days ago.
Megatron, you look like the guy that like stands outside and guards a room with your PTR.
No, I didn't do that.
Let me get the sword out. Hold on.
Sorry, so there's this thing with like Amish romance novels. Like if you go to like any library in like Pennsylvania or Kentucky or Southern Ohio or Wisconsin or Tennessee or whatever, they're gonna have a whole effing section, particularly in the rural areas, of nothing but Amish romance novels, right? So like, would it be bad if you like use AI to generate Amish romance novels, but then like publish them on paper? Like, it would be kind of like fooling them into like reading like computer generated stuff. I don't know.
As long as so that actually would work, except like you generated data using AI.
Well, just let me point out a simple thing is that the Amish don't speak English, they speak Pennsylvania Dutch. So we would first have to train an AI to know their specific dialect.
No, they do speak English. Believe me, I've been around plenty of Amish people. The Pennsylvania Dutch is like what they use when they don't want people to understand them or when they're just among each other, but they all speak English.
Okay, no, but their romance novels are going to involve Pennsylvania Dutch.
No, I can easily like adopt like you probably only need to learn like 5 or 6 phrases, you know. I've read a few.
So you're imagining
the trope is generally like this sort of tension of like semi-independent Amish woman inherits the land, men pursue her, she finally finds a man that's supportive of her.
But aren't all the Dutch? So if you imagine Amish porn, all of it would be in Pennsylvania Dutch.
Have you ever seen like an Amish courting ritual?
No, I'm just imagining.
Particularly among the people that have like really strict ordinance, like
how would you actually write this novel without Pennsylvania Dutch? Is what I'm asking.
Again, I've read many. I've spent time in Amish areas. I've read these novels. Like my boyfriend who lives in Kentucky is across the street from a library in Robertson County, Kentucky, and they have the whole Amish novel section, and I would spend a couple weeks at a time there during the summer, and I would read these just for hoots and giggles. So you don't need Pennsylvania Dutch, no. But it's fun to throw a few words in there now and then. If I can learn all of the dialect that's used in the Dune series, I can pick up enough to do an AI novel Amish romance. Tennessee now. It might dock someone we both mutually. Know, but I will just say somewhere east of Nashville, or excuse me, somewhere west of Nashville, and somewhere near Chattanooga. There's a couple communities that I'm familiar with.
Yeah,
I know. I love you.
Look at my picture and it came out messed up. But if you see what I'm trying to do here, to like do what Mikhail came out, I'm trying to fix it.
The fuck is my hands are white, my face is orange. His hands are black, his face is brown. We've completely like lost coloring on
no, it's all messed up. No, actually,
This is lovely, actually. Oh, I like it. Yes.
Bro, I'm trying to get it where he's holding his head.
You're gonna hold reading a clip for this right now? Like, I'm not even kidding.
Yeah, no.
It was a simple thing that poor Daniel made with a platter of strawberry jam.
That's why I think they did it like that so that it doesn't look like that. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, but I mean, it's a great picture. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, take the screenshots. I'm deleting it.
I did. It's lovely. She looks like my sister. He does not look like Mikhail.
Well, we're not trying to dox him. We're not trying to dox Mikhail. Just make him.
Yeah.
Dude, that one is fantastic. Yeah, Barth. It's a chainmail? He's wearing chainmail. She's in a 70s, outside of a 70s home. It's
Oh, you're talking about the one that I did with both of them? That one? Oh, the first
what
time.
song did you put in there? You get that? That's cool.
Okay, no break.
Like, are there no other two people we can use for your pictures? Like, God.
It's in my picture, so there's a bunch of pictures out there don't have faces to them. If they either wearing masks or something.
Soul's still being salty, and he hasn't accepted Jesus spectrum. I just want to let you know.
We'll let him sleep on it tonight. He's had to sleep on it. Probably, tomorrow morning.
Sweet. Oh my God, welcome, Dr. C. Everybody. Welcome, Dr. C.
Thank you. What have you guys been cooking tonight? What's on the menu tonight? What's on the menu tonight?
We have been preparing just for this moment, just for your arrival, and you come just in time as our honored guest. We love you.
We love you too. Gracias, muchas gracias. What?
With a pinch of irrationality.
Wrong answer.
And I'm
serving logic, so you can eat it with a pinch of illogic.
Right. I already am stuffed with rationality and logic. What else is on the menu?
Yeah, on the menu. Let's keep track of. Let's get back to topic. The topic is scientific proof of the Quran, and we have just the person for that. So let's do it.
Did you just change this?
Great at that.
Did you guys just change this topic right on my arrival?
No, your scientific explanations of the Quran are fascinating. Please.
We love you. Oh my.
Yo, wait till you see this one. Oh my God. This one is so.
Yeah, but Daniel, I did tell Dr. Z, and I'm being serious here, guys. Like, I think some people are kind of using her. Like, she spent time doing this. And I appreciate any kind of work. Oh, sometimes even if it's irrational, that is being done in any field, right? So there seems to be quite the liking for this approach, the scientific approach. Kitty, you're not listening, but just sending hearts to Daniel. So I think that could.
I'm really sorry. I was thinking about his penis. Okay.
That's disgusting, you fucker. So I'm saying there could be a possibility. 1 second, you ADHDs, you animals, I'm talking.
Okay, that's very sacrilegious. Please continue, Nargis. I love.
Is there any way you could oh my God, this is beautiful.
Oh God. Literally.
This is so wrong, but so beautiful.
Oh my God.
It's so blasphemous.
Oh my God, it's so beautiful. Megatron, this is wrong. Bro, he'll want to sleep with me now. Dr. Z, can you tell Megatron to stop?
What the hell? Why does he have whose boobs are coming out of their chest? Who is he?
Look at Megatron.
Which picture?
No, it's Nargis and
Stop.
Yeah, actually, so to be fair, the halos are not like accurate, and the halo of Jesus would have, like the insignia left and right.
Is that Jesus or someone else?
Yeah, he's trying to make it look like Jesus, but without. I mean, it's kind of blasphemous.
Oh my God, this is just beautiful. What? Please, art is not blasphemy. Stop being a Salafi Christian. Then
No. There is art that absolutely does like insult religion. So.
Yeah, art is art. Don't kill that for us. This is the only thing left.
Do you want a depiction of like Muhammad and Aisha? Like, is that what you want?
This is beautiful.
Quality sake.
Okay. And me who hates him still finds this beautiful. Oh my God! Why is his hairy chest not hairy?
because obviously he's had open heart surgery. Look at the scar down the middle.
Oh yeah. Oh my God!
I was like, why is there like a surgery scar in his chest? It's kind of interesting that. Yeah,
Daniel, spectacular.
Complex is going to be just like you're fanning the flames of it.
Oh, I have so many more better pictures.
The one you made with where you've tried the golden ratio. How are you enjoying this, Daniel? How obsessed are you?
I love it. It's fun. It's not as easy as you would think. So if you have some idea as to what you want to make, you kind of, if you really have an idea of what you'd like, you have to redo it like maybe 10 times, 20 times, little tweaks. So it is challenging in some ways.
He explained to me, Nargis, that as he was trying to augment the breaths with ChatGPT, it's so fucking bad. He was like, I had to explain like I'm a doctor, and that it's imperative that it makes it larger. And he's like, no, make it larger.
The largest. Big body boobs.
Yeah.
Oh, stop. Come on, this is fantasy.
Look, the overflowing golden ratio to me.
Yeah, wait till you see the others. Moshe, for the sake of decency, I can't put them on.
Yeah, so I one of the chronic miracles that I've been presented is this idea that with the bees, the fact that that they knew that bees were eating fruit and that there were male and female bees. I thought that one was pretty interesting. That was known at the time, or it was miraculous.
How would they know it?
How would they seen such little tiny genitals?
Yeah, genitals, yeah. No, there is something obviously like quite spectacular.
So I can tell you how they could figure this out. If you guys want to know.
It's impossible. They didn't have any.
They didn't have microscope.
I'm gonna let you know. You want to let you know?
Don't ruin it for me, man. It's like the only miracle that's keeping me going to do my job, man.
Just to ruin it. I'm gonna ruin it. So every year during the season, there's always gonna be maybe one or two queen bees, and then when they're born, then what happens is the queen bee flies really, really high up in the air. What she does is she meets. It literally has an order. I'm being that serious. All the male bees, what they do is they try to inject her with like, they fertilize her. Male is dead. Only purpose he has is just, fill her up with her, her lifespan. When she goes out, some follow her, didn't, and then in the wintertime, what's really fucked up is that they treat the male bees so bad. So there's worker bees, and then there's just like these mating bees. And during the wintertime, things get really, really cold. Inside, they'll stay nice and warm and try to keep the main bee nice and warm amongst the others, make it through. But the ones that can't, the male bees, they get pushed out. They literally get pushed out. And then and what happens is they freeze. Now, if the sun hits them, they can come back to life. I think they only have like a little bit of a window to kind of like back to life. But you'll see that most of the male bees get pushed in the wintertime. You know what are male bees? You know what are the worker bees and the female bees? Like, you know what they are. Like, if you maintain bees. I didn't mean to kill that for you, Daniel.
Had nothing to do with the claim. It was just a long ass explanation of like natural geography. Had nothing to do with
saving the bees. I just wanted to do the orgy thing because that is true. And I think that there's a better way to explain that, but that's exactly what happens too with the female. It is true, they do get kicked out for the winter time, so you can tell.
Thank you, Mr. Natural Geographic. Going back to the claim of the Quran, Daniel, could you imagine?
On the great day of saving the bees.
Can you imagine, like, how they would know this?
Bees suddenly appear every time you are near. Just like me, they long to be Dr. Z, Dr. Z.
Killing me softly with her song. Dr. Z's killing me with her song. Turn around with his words, killing me softly with his song. La 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 la. La 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 la.
Wow. When I joined Clubhouse, and one time I entered one of these singing rooms, I heard the most.
Explaining why it is that the Quran knew that the universe was expanded. So the Quran suggests in Surah Al-Anbiya 21, chapter 21 and 30, that the heavens and the earth were once a single unified entity, a solid mass. Now, think about it, and that's not the only one. There's the expansion, which is in 51 and 47, 51 chapter. And the heaven were constructed with strength, and indeed we are its expander. So there's this idea of an expansion, and then elsewhere within the Quran, there's an idea of singularity. I'm sorry, doesn't that raise an eyebrow? There's something not natural about that.
Do you feel Muhammad and the early Sahaba knew about this miracle and never shared it with the world for like hundreds and hundreds of years? Like, they could have really pushed technology like in the right direction. Like, does it bother you that they kept all this information themselves, Dr. Z? I mean, do you feel guilty about that?
I think it was extremely groundbreaking for the time frame that it was revealed in. It is absolutely groundbreaking. I don't think they concealed it. I thought that was the foundation to build on, right? Like, cosmic realities God is sharing about His creation, the singularity, the fact that there is an expansion of the universe, and the reflective light of the moon. I don't know. There's so many other things. The cloud formation, alternation of night and day.
You don't think it was a bit Jewish of you guys to keep the information to yourselves? I'm not trying to throw any digs. I'm not saying anything, but it's like, we're just picking up the things that you pick up from them and us. I just want to know, do you think it's, very exclusive? You know how the Jews are. Do you think that you guys kind of chewed that one out?
I don't know. I don't think so, because this foundation actually gave path or created path to so many Muslim scholars, basically, and going back into physics and algebra and mathematics, and one of the if not pioneers, but then along those lines that they started working in that direction. It's sad that it didn't, like, nowadays the Islamic direction is completely different. But back then, this was the foundation, and the scholars on that, early Islamic scholars, excelled in different subjects. Why do you think they did that? This was the...
Go ahead. Listen to this, man. It's not just one thing. Maybe you could say, all right, singularity, coincidence, expansion, coincidence. And we could go on and on. But there's so many of them that are just weird. So this is from the 57th chapter and the 25th verse. Surah Al-Hadid. We sent down iron in which is great might and benefits for mankind. So modern science indicates that iron was formed in outer space and brought to Earth via meteors. And I'll do one more. You could go on and on. The orbit of heavenly bodies. The Quran states, this is the 21st chapter and the 33rd verse. The Quran states that the sun and moon move in their own orbits, which contradicts earlier long-held beliefs that the sun was stationary. It just keeps going on and on. And at a certain point, you have to say to yourself, is it a coincidence, or am I just being stubborn and not looking at this text in a way that's honest? I was being so dishonest with the Quran for so long, and at a certain point, when I saw so many of them building up, I said, okay, there's something here. Maybe there was a science that was unknown, that they knew these things. That's my explanation for it, that there were scientists of that in that area that knew. And I do think that there is scientific information within the Quran that couldn't have been known at the time. So that could be extraterrestrial, whatever. You can't ignore all of them. How many do you ignore? 3, 4, 5. And there's 50 or 60 of them. Dr. C, isn't that right?
Well, apart from that, I don't know when exactly the time being relational was discovered, but Quran mentions time dilation, relativity of time. One must wonder when was it actually discovered? Prior to the 7th century? Was there any indication? Maybe in the previous scriptures I would give that, but other than that, was there any indication of time being relative and relational to the object? What else? Quran talks about. There's so many things that Quran talks about. You mentioned many. Relativity of the time is one. There was one more thing. The biggest one is the unseen. Like, hello, what you see is not what all it is. The fact that there is a reality beyond your vision, beyond your perception, that's there. Like, our first belief is to believe in the unseen. believe in the unseen, it's remarkable because shut up. Who is doing this? Listen to me. Believe in the unseen. Stop. I know you guys are trolling, but I'm going to still say it. Believe in the unseen is incredible because that tells you that your reality is just confined to your sense perception. But guess what? That's not the ultimate reality. There are things beyond your imagination. There's things beyond your perception that exist, right? That's the fundamental of Islamic principle, that believe in the unseen. And believe in the unseen is not just believe in God, but everything that He created with my knowledge can't access, but there is, right? Starting with the unobservable universe. Well, guess what? I can't observe it, but I'm being told that there is. So, what am I supposed to do with that information? Then you gotta submit. Like, yeah, your immediate reality, that bubble that you live in, might not be the only existence. There might be other things that are created that we don't have access to, but we still believe and we still submit. And this is the essence of Islam.
So what's the proof, Ms. Karanti? What's the scientific proof that you guys are talking about?
Scientific proof that was stolen. The Jews.
What was the proof?
And there's tons. There's so much scientific evidence, and we know this, and this is the reason why they kind of shelved themselves away from the world, because they didn't want to let these secrets out too early on. And those greedy Jews.
Now, do you know what those secrets are?
Are you Jewish?
No, I'm not Jewish.
Are you Christian?
No.
Oh, so then this doesn't pertain to you. This is just for the Gnostic. Why are you here? Are you an atheist?
I can't join a room?
Well, no. Not if you...
Allahu Akbar. I just came to ask what proof is.
Yeah, but what proof do you have for anything?
My proof is Allahu Akbar.
See what I'm saying? You see what I mean about that?
We're calling for Megatron. That's him saying that. That's not me. What you say, Megatron?
Okay, my second proof is La ilaha illallah.
The dude is ranting while you're talking.
La ilaha illallah.
Let me put this guy in the audience really quick. So you either convert right now, or we're gonna have to kick you out of the room. Sorry. This is what we're doing.
It's almost from the
No. I'm a Catholic.
That is what we're doing. That is what we're doing.
I will baptize you right now. You do a small prayer for yourself. If you either convert to Christianity, we're leading with the sword today. We will tell you all of the scientific secrets in the Quran. You must convert today, right now.
To what, Islam?
Not to Islam.
Yes, convert.
We'll give you dual citizenship, but it has to be at this point.
First of all, I'm already born into these religions, so I don't have to convert anything, right? But
okay, so reinstate. That's fine. I like reinstatement. That's fine.
Brother,
we can give you the old plates from your old car.
If you're a moderator, it's your room and stuff, so I understand if you won't let me talk because I have to.
Well, you have to convert. Like, if this was Islam, I would make you pay. But this is Christianity right now, so it's either do or die. See, at least Islam, they let you pay. Like, this is, like, the Catholics don't want your money.
I don't have to
either convert or die. You either convert or die. That's it. The Catholicism right now.
That's not how it works, brother.
That's exactly how it works.
I just want to ask you,
that's how it works for 1,500 years.
So why is the title about Quran and not the Bible?
It is about the Bible. We're talking about the Bible and the Quran.
But so do you understand what these truths are? Do you yourself, I was trying to ask basically, what did you guys discover as the truth? And do you understand what the real truths to the universe are? And understand, do you understand? But most of the fathers of Quran don't understand that. So you do understand that everything is really about, don't understand that. So you do understand that everything is really about frequencies and consciousness. Is that what you understand? That scientists are always the last to know everything, which means the people that wait for the scientists, they're actually the last to know. Scientists are one of the last people to know anything. The followers of scientists are the last to ever know anything. The out-of-body experiences, and they already know this truth. I listen to them. I already know all this truth to what happens after you die and all that. But it's like, why the masses? They're always the last to know. So it's like, why are you just figuring this out?
That part is true, right? Like, I'm a scientist, right? And fuck, man, I'm always the last to know that there's a party happening somewhere, just that the guys are going out to a bar. Nobody would.
Yeah, like you have to wait for there's proof there's time dilation in the Quran, bro. People that have outer body experiences and go through the 7 different realms, the different heavens, they come back and make YouTube videos about their experiences and explain this stuff. So it's like, it will resonate with you because the truth is the truth, but everything is interdimensional. There's multiverses. Everything goes back to consciousness, frequencies, and that's really what it's about. That's why Jesus came. Jesus came to teach people about that stuff. And no, Jesus didn't die for our sins. Like, that's some bullshit. But he did come to teach people about that type of stuff, and he died because of these teachings. So yeah, I mean, that's closer to the truth,
I wish people had a better understanding of what dimensions actually are.
Yeah, I wish people did too, to understand that, there are these different dimensions, right? And the Bible and Quran, they probably explain them, but people don't realize what they're talking about.
No, you're not understanding what dimensions are. Dimensions are simply methods of measuring position and vector, right? And so, like, if you have more inputs, you have more dimensional, like, inputs, basically. So, like, the 4th dimension has 4 inputs, right? The 5th dimension has 5th. That's how you find the coordinate of it, right?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, to give an example, like, in the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles cartoons, like, Krang is from dimension X, right? So, like, the position, like, if you're in that dimension, is just X, right? It's on.
So dimensions are basically.
Just one thing, Cass, really quick. You said something really that bothered me a little bit. You were like, oh, he didn't die for our sins, but you know how the sacrificial system had, right? But you know how they still did it in the Old Testament.
I'm not too familiar with that.
All right. So you know the New Testament, they had the other Barnabas guy, right? Remember, it was like Barabbas. I mean, and then they had. So you see, you cannot get away from this system because even at that moment, at his trial, they let the worst be innocent. And so still following this framework, you can't get out of it no matter what.
I hear you, but people.
So you right down to the end. That's what I mean. And then the end of sin and sacrifice, right? Is now you can't kill anybody anymore. Because then now that's it. It's now more Christians. Like every time you kill one Christian, it's going to be more Christian. So now it just works against them.
No, I get it, but people.
You get what I'm saying? Like, even until today. But,
I get it, bro, but people don't. Jesus, he died for our sins. That's the least, I promise you. That's the last thing Jesus is worried about. People thinking he came here to die for our sins, bro. Jesus came here because we were sinning. So in that context, yes, he died for our sins, but it's not he died for our sins. I don't know if you understand the difference. Like,
so how do you think they knew the bee thing? How about the bee thing? Like, they know that bees had female and males. How do you think the Quran knew this information about the bees?
Because that information was passed down.
From where?
From people with the knowledge, bro. It's not hard. So what you need to understand about the world, there's always been people or entities with the knowledge coming from the source. So it used to be common knowledge about these things. People used to know this commonly. At some point, things fell apart and people lost a lot of information. but she doesn't really understand that these dimensions are just different ways of viewing light and how light travels. So basically, in these different dimensions, yes, there's different entities that can basically phase through light differently. That's what they are. Heaven is one of those dimensions.
Hey Bart, did you know that bee colonies are 95% female? And they're matriarchal?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell you. So the ones that are left out in the wintertime, those are just like, because the men are just there to fertilize. What I mean, all the male bees, they die. And after their only purpose in life is to create that big, huge bee circle for the queen. Well, the summer, like that's their only purpose. And the moment they shoot their load at her, they die.
Correct.
Yeah, that's puts out like this kind of smell, and then the rest of them are truly colony.
Yeah, what'll happen is if you develop it, there's always one queen in a colony, and then over time, a second queen is like fed, and developed. And when that queen matures, the colony splits in half, and the first queen goes away, and then the second queen, one of them will leave the colony and get fertilized, and then the swarm follows them and starts the colony.
So the girl that finds the bees, because I love the it's just
to go collect bees for him.
What she does is she goes out where she lives. There's always like bees, either underneath the floorboards or like in areas of the porch. Like people kind of like leave garbage out, and like it creates a big beehive, right? So she's discovered like really like mahogany, like plywood, like in the wall. It was like the whole cavity was completely filled. She'll just come in with smoke. She'll come in with smoke. But they don't even like her. Everything. I don't know where she puts out like this vibe. She says she's always trying to fuck with a queen bee. It's found up to 7. A really big colony.
Yeah.
7 queen bees in one colony.
Yeah, if you take the queen away and put it in a different hive, the worker bees for that queen will follow it.
I mean, look, Jesus was always going to die because he was always human flesh. So
That's an Italian honeybee kitty. I recognize it.
His death is inevitable. So it's not important. It's not really important, right? What's really
There's
important
a hive
is what
of
he was
Italian
doing
honeybees in my
and
house.
what his teachings were, Megatron. That's what's really important about it. People are so caught up in him dying for his sin, bro. That's not important at all.
Out of 10 would recommend. Italian honeybees are really docile. They're like very sweet.
You ever missed
Gunther
around?
Fox
You ever
once
missed
told me
around
that
before?
bees only sting you if you need to be stung.
You ever missed around?
No, I've never been stung by a honeybee. I accidentally stepped on a bumblebee once and got stung a little bit. That's the only time I've ever had stung.
And it died.
Yeah, poor bumblebee.
But why sting you and die?
Because I stepped on it. It didn't mean to. I don't think it would have stung me. It's just
From what I know, that's a true. It's not theory. It's that's actually how things are. In each decision you make.
These are theories. That's the multiverse.
Then everything.
Yeah, the many universes is a theory. It's a way of explaining certain problems with quantum mechanics that you run across. These are all models that we don't really have the ability. They're just all mathematical proofs.
I mean,
generally.
Then everything is a theory. Even gravity.
Well, in science, a theory, right? In science, a theory is, I would even call them hypotheses, actually. But people will use theory in the colloquial sense. But like the many universes is more of a hypothesis, where something like, the theory of evolution or quantum mechanics or general relativity are scientific theories, which means that they're tested over and over again in different methodologies, and they've yet to be proven false. So we have all sorts of data that shows that, shows that the predictions they make are accurate.
I mean, these things are always changing. Like for example, in the domain of health and fitness, I think orange theory is the dominant term.
Yeah, that's true.
The thing is you make it seem like, okay, you have all these theories, so you don't believe any of them, or you don't not believe.
I don't believe anything. Yeah.
So if you don't believe in anything, what's your whole basis of bias?
I'm not a nihilist. I used the reference that seemed most applicably and useful to me at the time. I've got lots of references to pull from. And then I think about what that entails or what I want to do next,
Yeah, I believe in people. Like I said, everybody lives on a world, so and people don't die. People do come back, and just relive again. And I believe that people start believing when they died enough times, came back enough times, and deep down they could feel they've been here before, or certain things like that, right? But everything's a theory. Even gravity is a theory, which means it can get proven wrong, or it can one day be proven that's not actually how it works. Basically, nobody knows anything. Is what I mean. Because everything is a theory.
Well, like I was saying with scientific, I have, a scientific theory is something that's been tested and tested and tested and tested. So you don't reach theory status without having demonstrated that it's reliably accurate as a model. It might need refinement, but in general, it's reliable. And then occasionally you have like big things that happen, like we still use Newtonian mechanics. They work well at a certain scale, but they're not good for making predictions for like broad scale, like cosmology, and astrophysics, because we've discovered that there are things about gravity and time and space and time that are affected by basically general relativity explains it better, and so we use those, that, and same with small tiny scales. That's where you use quantum mechanics because it makes more accurate predictions. But if you want to build like a machine to make pies, Newton's laws are fine.
Or how would you respond to the pessimistic meta-induction argument against scientific realism?
Stop, Deepak.
Yeah, people need to understand science. It just goes along with the things religious, I guess, religion trying to teach. But the thing is, with religion, people need to understand that most of the things that are supposed to be in these religious books, they're not in there. And they're not in there because, like,
it's very structured.
There are structures with patterns that form within chaos, but they're not, unless you know all the initial conditions, you cannot predict the effects.
But here's the thing, though. I understand certain things, like what happens when you die. I understand these things, right? I understand where we come from. I understand certain things, right? Some people understand these things more than I do, because there are teachers that I could learn.
I understand very much what happens when you die, because I've studied forensic pathology.
Right, and what you attempt, those things don't really matter to me. Those details, because those don't change anything. You know what I'm saying?
Actually, they matter.
What really matters? What happens? What happens? Yeah, sure. I'm not trying to be here, but what really matters is just what happens to your so-called soul. That's what I'm talking about. I don't care what happens to your body. It's not even your body. But
yeah, I was just wondering, just like a tangent. What if somebody was buried in like the Middle East Gulf region specifically? How long would they be wanted?
Gulf region. Oh my goodness. And buried, what, like in the sand?
Yeah.
In the sand. It's pretty dry there, but it's hot.
No, it's very humid.
Oh, it is humid. Okay. So hot humid is a pretty, that's a pretty fast decaying rate. In fact, like I think the world record for like someone being seen alive and then found completely skeletonized was like a 14-year-old girl that got murdered in like New Orleans, Louisiana, and like they found her in a swamp with a Naugahyde couch overturned on her. So it was like not only like the heat, humidity of like Louisiana, it was like all the extra heat that you get under like a synthetic, couch cave thing, and all the bugs and stuff like that. So I would have to look at like the entomology in the area to see what kind of bugs there are. If there's a lot of like moths and other like anthropophagic bugs, that'll probably help. But heat, humidity, you would have to be somewhat anaerobic under the sand, so that might be a little bit. Yeah, I'd say probably take about 4 to 8 weeks. 4 to 8 weeks.
if there's no bugs.
Yeah.
If there's bugs,
or other animals, that's the other thing.
If there's animals, it's less than a week.
Not necessarily. It depends. Yeah, but it's all sorts of fun stuff. Yeah, in the cycle of like most people know about rigor mortis, right? But like the other thing too is that your intestines continue to like build gas after you're dead, and so eventually like your entire abdominal cavity will like explode. You kind of see that with like roadkill, where you get like this big puppy raccoon, and then come back a couple days later and it's like blown up. Other fun stuff is like if you're in water, underwater for a long time, eventually all the fat and the will start turning to soap, and your skin will start sloughing off, so you'll start making like suds in the water. That's what you want.
That's the body stuff. And I was talking about the soul stuff, where your consciousness, your identity, and those sorts of things that people know, but they don't want to teach you about these things because it's too liberating. So that's the world you live in, right? So the people that know, the scientists, the world leaders that know this information, they want to keep it as big as possible. They don't want people to know these certain things, because then people will be free. People wouldn't really care about dying or certain things, and they will lose control.
What I would tell you, Mariana, is if you want like old like cleaned off skeleton, the best thing to do is throw it on an anvil. Of course, Steve Huck is the man.
I mean, the man.
He's out there building our AI overlords, like he's doing. You guys don't know what you.
Why are you trying to lie? Why you love humanity so much?
It's called a noble lie, Mark. I mean, I don't know how much you know. Obviously, you know.
just Sora and sitting correct now because his entire profession is about to like get swallowed up by the thing I built. You need more money. That's true.
I'm fine until they eventually have useful self-driving cars that can operate on all parts of like the transportation grid. I'll be retired by then. You mean the UAP files? What? UFO files. Do you know what unidentified aerial phenomena is? That's what it's called. Because not everything is flying, you know. Not everything is flying.
We're only talking about the unidentified phenomena.
We're talking about UFOs, or the things that come from not Earth, or
not necessarily. Not all UFOs are extraterrestrial. In fact, most of them aren't.
Okay, well,
it's not all of them.
Since most of them aren't, I'm talking about the ones that are.
I don't think we have any confirmed examples of extraterrestrial unidentified objects.
So this is what we have. You're a good example of.
Oh, you know those UFOs they were like seeing over New Jersey. Turns out they were testing like drones. Or like in Las Vegas, they have like aerial
there's been too many accounts.
Self-driving aerial taxis they were testing.
There's been hundreds, or if not thousands, accounts of UFOs. All of those were not tested for.
Did I say all? I was just giving you some examples of things people insisted were UFOs that actually were.
You're saying that as in I'm not talking about the movies. I'm talking about the ones that are. You know.
There's all the ball lightning significantly.
But
falling space debris, like I've seen like satellites burning up now.
You're
like wow.
You're an example of you're an educated person. But that's not saying a lot because a lot of educated people they're so caught up on education that they miss.
I don't know what you're talking about. Like you're thinking about this. I'm an autodidact almost most things. So like there's no target or money.
Would you say Northeast?
I think the reason why my friend Cora gets like in every speaker and either by flat earthers.
This is the first time I met her, so I don't know. You said flat earthers. Who said I'm a flat earther? It's more of a she's interesting.
But there's something wrong with me because I don't just accept mansplaining.
No, I'm not mansplaining. I'm just you're curious. There's something that's very interesting about you because it doesn't seem.
What are you talking about? Doesn't seem my intuition works.
I know it's not a
Target, does my intuition work?
I don't think your intuition works. Or I don't think you're.
Are you saying that in all of my knowledge and exploration of my 52 years, that because I don't come to the same conclusions as you about things, that somehow I'm like defective? Like that's really odd. That's very egocentric.
Okay. I knew you were gonna make it up. I hope you're watching. Offended thing. Go ahead. Yeah. So like I don't think we should rely too much on our intuitions. But you know, if you can't afford college, I think you can always rely on in-state too. Yeah, for sure. You know, to people that can.
That's what I had. I had in-state tuition. All right, state school all the way.
Yeah, I mean, good guy ain't one of those people. But the thing is, like, you're interesting because, well, to the regular human eye and ear, right? I'm not a regular human eye and ear. When they ask you something, I hear what you're saying, and I basically understand. You said nothing, or you
so, Cass, let me tell you
So when somebody starts talking about different dimensions and stuff like that, right? So I see.
Or could it be something that's like confirmation bias?
Yeah, it could be closer to confirmation bias, but they're just looking at it like, why is they can't read the situation. Oh, this person is just joking around, but this person did mention some things that I know to be true. For example, if you just told me some information regarding my mother, and then you just say, oh, she has some Jordans on, even though my mom don't wear Jordans, but let's say you said she has some Jordans on, I'll be like, what the heck? How does she know my mom wearing Jordans? Even though what you're saying is bullshit, but I might pay attention because you got something correct by accident, and it resonates with me. So that's all I'm saying, though. But to me, it doesn't seem like you can stand firm on anything that might be true or might not be true. Like you can't say.
Yeah, I'll tell you what actually has the probability of being true. People see things in the sky that they don't know what they are, right? Sometimes technology that other people are testing, like crash lands in places around the United States, and we take it secretly because it's like a national security issue, and we dissect it and reverse engineer it and see what people are up to, right? Which is like could be anybody on the planet, could be any other foreign power, right? Why we go to aliens before why most people go to aliens before they think about the more probable Occam's razors sort of scenario is beyond me, right? So until you can eliminate the more probable scenarios, you can't just walk around saying aliens are true.
Well, it's different when you have a lot of evidence, right? That aliens do exist. When the UFO files told you that when they so land on the moon, they saw these objects flying near them, right? When we have videos of people flying the fastest jets in the world saying, yeah, this object came to us and started following us and then was going faster than us with technology we can't explain, right? When you have a lot of whistleblowers explaining there are different life forms on this earth and telling you that there's grays, all grays, reptilians, some say. When you have all of these things, right, and you have yourself, you are a human being.
For actual interstellar, let alone intergalactic travel, right?
I just wanted to say that there's actually now, again, scientists are late to the party, but now they have Conqueror in the chat, right, on large extra dimensions, higher dimension inflation, and here's a quote from the paper, right? For notational simplicity, we use brackets in the measure, transforming in density, okay, blah blah blah. Where's the part I want? This is just here's the part. Yeah, this is important, right? The vacuum solution of the high dimensional theory is a 4 plus d-dimensional de Sitter space-time described in flat slicing, a uniformly exponential expanding universe of external and internal dimensions, right? So the vacuum solution. So clearly trying to do this with a vacuum solution. And where do you think the capital of the Dyson company is? New Jersey.
I love you, Deepak.
This is just an economics paper talking about the economic fallout of the Trump tariffs on USD inflation. It has nothing to do with right, exactly. It has nothing to do with the extra dimensions that only disembodied consciousness is.
Yeah, but you guys, most people can
some lunch out of that guy.
Damn. Feed the baby some more.
Deepak has to keep his children.
It just doesn't seem like it stands firm on anything to be true. I get it, you don't know anything, so you just always stand from that viewpoint. I get that viewpoint. Okay, we don't know nothing, so we don't know anything, sure. But it gotta be like I want to do you understand the structure of the earth? Like, do you understand, like, let's say politics? Do you have a viewpoint on politics, or is it just another broad answer that
No, I transportation inside and out. I understand the federal budgeting process. I know general political theory. All of this stuff I didn't learn in school. I taught myself because I was interested, or it was like part of my career path. So I have an anthropology bachelor's degree and a master's degree in real estate development.
So if it was part of your career path, that means your learning was very structured already. It was basically, here's the stuff you have to learn.
No.
Right? To go down this career path. So you were learning things that you had to learn, correct?
I went looking for information that would help me achieve the goals and outcomes that I had. That's different.
Right? When you're doing things to have a career path, you're really following and learning things according to your own, not based off of your own interests. You might say it's your own interest.
Yeah, you don't know. No. I'm autistic. I do dumb things like learn entire land use codes for the city that I live in because I find it interesting.
Okay. So do you believe in a deep state?
No.
You don't believe in deep state?
I think there's oligarchs in the world, right? I think that people have relationships that influence things that where the average person is not privy to, right? But that I wouldn't call that a deep state. I don't think there's an overriding conspiracy other than rich people like rich people, and that's really all it comes down to.
So
if the deep state doesn't exist, then name every government employee.
I couldn't tell you right now because I don't know how many people have been fucking fired.
Yeah, obviously.
See, okay, Mark, let me ask you, right? I believe in the deep state. I know that I can probably Why is it that some very educated people, right? When you tell them this stuff, it's like, even though they're very educated, they turn stupid.
Well, have you ever seen the movie The Matrix in 1999?
No, everybody's seen The Matrix.
Right. It's like they're plugged into the Matrix.
So how do you get somebody that's smart?
And they're like that person in the movie, I think his name was Snicker. He's played by the same actor who golf Soprano and Sopranos. He was like unplugged. Right. But he was actually, he betrayed humanity and tried to negotiate with Agent Smith to be plugged back into the Matrix.
Little savior of humanity.
Well, actually, Cypher would have saved humanity if they let him kill Neo in the first one, because then the whole plan would have gone to shit by the third movie.
Huh? I gotta look back into what y'all
In
said.
the second and third movie, the argument reveals that Q1 is part of his procedure for keeping the Matrix under control. If Cypher would have been successful at defeating Neo in the first movie, then the Matrix would have failed. And, the humans would have been free.
The Matrix could have sent another.
Neo was part of his control.
Yeah, they could have sent another than one.
They could have sent another one, but there would have been
Zion's population would grow too high.
More red colors, and Zion would get more populated than it would throw off the balance. So
Cypher could have saved them all.
I don't know.
Tried.
Saved is the
Well, I don't know about
He died for their
sins.
sins.
Yeah.
Okay, listen. I gotta put that. I gotta research that. But Cora, how is it that? Okay, Mark and me are telling you there's a deep state that exists.
Matrix and left no trace.
Get it? I'm asking her. The deep state, Cora, the deep state. Why don't you understand, or why can't you see that the deep state is
Because I've worked with government employees all the time. I used to work with ones at the federal level, like all the frickin' time. They're not that smart. They're diligent, they're devoted, they're public servants.
Or you're
But
missing
there's no like big conspiracy.
Cora.
The conspiracy is among the elite classes, the wealthy classes, right? So, this whole deep state shit is just, it's like people wanting to have a boogeyman, right? Instead of identifying what's in front of them with incompetent people.
Cora,
You've read the Foundation novels, right? And
of course.
There's a second foundation that's manipulating the first foundation.
Yes,
the first
exactly.
foundation
Yes.
Right, so there's that's what we mean by the deep state.
Yeah, so basically the people you're around, of course they're gonna be stupid. But it's just like, why don't you understand? See, it's like there's a point where you're too educated to where you're blind by it's like you're missing certain important information around you, right? So
I don't think you understand what you're saying. Like having
You don't understand because you're too smart for it.
having more information doesn't make you less capable of understanding things.
You might get that way from the ignorant.
Because I feel like you're too educated because you're looking at it how you were taught to look.
Yeah, you're not responding to this the way all the dumb people he tells you to do.
Gotcha.
Don't listen to me say you're funny, but it's just like you're educated enough, but are you intelligent? Can you see abstractly? That's the question.
I can visualize the non-Euclidean topography of the universe.
So do you understand?
Yeah. That's what I do when I meditate. It's real fun.
You think 9/11 was fake? You think 9/11 was inside job?
No.
Do you think it was? You think it was an inside job in the U.S. government?
Like the Matrix, right?
Cora, can jet fuel melt?
It was less about that, and it was more about the actual construction of the tower structures. So they had like these floating floors that came off of a central steel columns, right? And as soon as you had one floor collapse near the top, it just was like dominoes all the way down. So it didn't really have to do anything with melting beams. It had to do with the weight of one floor hitting another all the way down.
Melt the beam.
Oh yeah, the beams were melted near the impact site, but it didn't melt like all the beams. It was like enough of an impact and destabilization to have one floor start falling on top of another.
The explosives also help.
Or no, it wasn't blown up from the bottom. Like you could literally watch it. It starts tumbling from the top.
Okay, Cora. So
and then there's like explosions on the way down.
So do you think
it's like one floor hitting another one.
Right. It seems like the probability of that being chosen by chance is like 1 in a trillion.
Correct. And now people that are educated, 1 in a trillion, or the chances of that
365.
trillion.
No, there's 1 in 365 trillion. That's it.
Right. So it's like when you have all these, things, right? Basically saying this, like foreshadowing these events, plenty of events. It's like then you start understanding you're in a world where everything is just pre-planned, and it's not really a coincidence. Now ask yourself, why is it pre-planned? Who's pre-planning this stuff? That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, Neil's birthday is actually the 13th of September.
Look up the ID from the Matrix. I didn't say it was his birthday because he can't be born
The expiry, I think it was the expiry of this like e-card for the corporation for that or something.
Let me look it up right now.
And all the possible dates in the future that have been chosen, all the trillions and quadrillions of dates. What is the probability to choose September 11th, 2001?
It's infinitesimally small. That's just math. The degree to which, like, a piece, an object, sort of, like the amount of effort it takes to slow it down when it's traveling is exactly equal to, like, how much, to
I don't know, he got his first passport when he was 20 years old, because he was born in 1971. Then, it would expire. His second, iteration of his passport would expire in 2001. And then there's a 1 in 365 chance that you pick September 11th, which is near his birth date, so it kind of makes sense,
But there's no hard and fast rule that passports have to expire in the world of like 20 years. They could have expired after exactly
every 10 years.
873,000 years. Or like
the fact that
every 13 billion years.
20 would be like.
And then why would you say it's a U.S. passport? Like, why didn't they just make up a different country?
I mean, why would they have to? Like, it's more plausible.
Well, the architect did say that they did base those versions of the Matrix on, mid-90s United States. So why wouldn't they put in the parameters of normal United States?
Well, I mean,
actions. That would make more sense. Why make that step up?
They're putting in most of the parameters within the realm of within the realm of like plausibility, but they're tweaking a few, such as passport expiration duration.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
So if you like, an anagram of the name Neo is 1, right? The 1. That's like also Eon.
There's a lot of like small, hard to notice differences between the world of the Matrix and the real world. For example, in the real world, the person who looks like Neo is acting for Keanu Reeves.
I have to think about coincidence, right? Probability. And like, like depending on how you define what the objective is, right? Like that's how you would calculate the probability of it happening. But I'm not sure how to like articulate that. You know how like people use fine tuning and it's like the response is that like, oh, like it's because you're looking for something called light, right? Like so, I'm trying to find a better way to articulate that. Like, because there's a thought that I'm having, but I haven't been able to form it yet fully.
It's called the Rao-Blackwell theorem. You can read about it on Wikipedia and stuff. That's exactly.
Yeah, but that's not like what I'm to read about. Yeah.
I mean, it's nice to think you're the center of the universe, but then, that's slippery slope to like helios or geocentrism and flat Earth.
I think it's just these things are not coincidences. But planned events, and you get somewhere.
I want to ask you a question. Could you recap the multiverse that you're talking about just now? Could you recap, make it make sense? Run it with making it make sense so that we can any story.
Right. So everything already exists. Everything exists simultaneously. You have plenty of different versions of yourself, right? With little minor differences. There's some that, you have a version of you that's super rich right now, super poor. But the thing is, every decision you make, you're basically choosing which reality you want to get closer to. That's why people say, just do shit. Like, all you have to do is do things and believe that, because you will eventually fall in line into your universe, right? For example, if one of your future selves living in New York in a penthouse right now, then for you to get there, right now, you have to be like, I want to live in New York.
I demand a dog picture tax.
Let me move to New York. That way you're gonna get closer. Oh, sorry. To then merge with that timeline.
Said I demand a dog picture tax.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay. One company would want to say a shared value, which is belief to see, and then another one which is more of see belief, like the Chinese company. They see the opportunity here. Why not I look at belief to see? Then I master the belief to see skill set. That I get into that, the outcome will be different. So like I am in this verse, and then I can jump to the other verse according to my one. So I would look at the three dimension. Does it make sense that it is like three combination of spice that I can sell?
So for me, correct.
Yeah, Deepak is an expert in spices.
This is great about my day.
But you want the floor there.
It's such a trivial thing to. I mean, I'm learning how to say.
So basically, so I see what you're saying. So basically, for you to get the outcome you want, you have to start aligning. And you've heard this before. You just have to start aligning as if you're already that. So what would you be doing in that type of outcome? And you have to start perfecting it right now. And with that intent, you will slowly, step by step, move closer to that first. You're going to go to the next version. You're going to probably merge into the version of a closer version of you that's closer to that. Then when you make a change, a closer version that's closer to that. Until you keep taking those steps to get closer to that last version, then you're there. That's how I would see it. Each decision basically pushes you to different things. So every decision you do matters because you're potentially jumping.
Okay. All right. Now, having that, let's say, just now, at least I can logically say there are three different dimensions of belief system that I can hold. The one which is the lowest, firefighting, the one which is highest, belief to see. Now, having the dimensions that I'm doing, now, how do you personally enter to ponder, like, hey, how this guy never met me is talking about it, and suddenly I'm here also looking at, hey, I've been thinking about the same understanding, but I run with it in this manner. You run with that you are talking about. And how did you get hold of that? Is that somebody, or you are like, how did it happen to you from not knowing until you pondering that this might be true, or this is, confidently say this is true?
Okay, that's a real interesting question. So, from a child, I've always been somebody I like to debate, meaning I like to see things logically and find out the truth. So maybe just that just led me to coming down certain, timelines to where I got this information from. I can't even recall where I got it, but I can tell you, it always resonated with me.
knowledge, right? Because you are kind of like experiencing it, and then over time you pick it up. Okay, I'm going to get it more, accumulate. Yeah. Because I do find what my experience is more like experiential knowledge. So I'm kind of see whether you and me, there is a resonant frequency that we can even get hold of. Hey, wow, I mean, between you and me, it's just I'm trying to look at that possibility of that frequency that. I am more on the experiential knowledge. I did not even go to bookstore buying books, but I'm trying to ask something beyond the book. Like let's say there's a book that in bookstore, I will keep asking, who write the book? Why he is writing this book? Something like that. Like you talking right now. Hey, who is this guy? I don't listen to your words, but I listen to the value behind your words. So because of your humbleness that you are portraying, that I can, hey, this guy must be something like that.
Right. So basically, I had experience with it too. So I wanted to be somewhere in life, right? One day, years ago, I was sitting in my mom's room. In my mom's crib, in my room in the basement. And I decided, and I had somewhere to be at 10 a.m. And I decided I'm not gonna go there. My cousin comes in the room, right? And my cousin comes in the room and says, dude, you didn't go, you're tripping. So I'm like, all right, I'll go. So I end up going. I get there last around 2 p.m. Right? And then that's when I was the last, like, it was an interview, I was the last to have the interview. And when I had the interview, the person that interviewed me, he ran out of spots. He's like, damn, we just started talking about whatever, like, and he really liked me. He ran out of spots. He asked his manager, yo, can we hire this person? His manager said, nah, we already ran out of spots. So he runs next door to a different manager on a different sector and asks him, yo, can you hire this person? And he said, if you trust him, I trust him. And then he's like, hey, yo, they said you can start Wednesday. And then as I'm leaving, he tells me, and then that little decision, and everything has happened exactly like that. No, I can't be here. The next 3 years, my whole life changed drastically the next couple of years. But I was only able to happen because I decided I knew what I wanted, right? And I said, like, no way I aligned with that, but I decided not to go. My cousin had to come there at the last second and said, bro, why you ain't go? You tripping? And I'm like, I decided to go last minute. They didn't have a spot for me. He went and told the person, and basically I got to where I wanted to be, but it happened in the weirdest way.
This is just weird. Like we know, there's so many better scientific explanations of what happened to you, right? Like we know what psychological effects of certain substances could be. Mass hallucinations have happened. There's just all sorts of possibilities that are a better explanation of what happened to you in this case.
And keep in mind, you're saying there's all sorts of better explanations, but you're not telling me that explanation is not what it was. But basically, it's pretty simple, though, Deepak. But what I'm basically saying is, for you to everything already exists. Your version of your best self already exists. So it already exists. It's about you consciously aligning and getting closer to that.
Are you familiar with Hume's no miracles argument?
No.
Right? I think that's basically what we can apply.
All these arguments are coming after after the fact that these things already exist. This is how life is already structured. So all these theories or things, these are coming after trying to explain to you what I'm explaining to you right now. So people make all these theories, all these new local theories, bro. I'm telling you what it is. It's all these things already exist, bro.
Saying that whole story where you went to God, where you were your
to explain it, right, is that, have you ever heard of the miracle of Fatima? No, you just told me. I said no. No, oh, okay, yeah. So the miracle of Fatima was a thing that was supposed to happen like something like 1916 or something. It was like thousands of people claimed they saw the sun dance in the sky, right? Thought it was a great Catholic miracle. And now we know through like scientific study that it's actually a pretty rare optical phenomenon, right? That happens when people like stare at the sun and they're trying to expect some sort of miraculous event. It happens rarely, but it does happen in places like Thailand and all that. So now through scientific study, we understand what this supposed miracle actually was. And I'm just saying it's probably some similar explanation in your case, right? It must be some rare sort of optical or psychological phenomenon.
Brother Cass, I have one question to you. Right, hang on there. You see, now the question is this: just like today, I think now guess what me in the room. Okay, I'm just going to give the context first. The context is that the room I've been in the room and I've been moved down to the audience and then I come up somehow and then I almost want to leave. You know, I said, okay, I'm kind of like, okay, I'm not being liked here. But I said, maybe this is a test for me. I should stay. And because I was like staying, and then suddenly I do not want to put the phone near me. You know what happened? I put a Bluetooth speaker portable. I just want to listen. Suddenly, why am I picking up your frequency, not other person's frequency? That's what makes it like, hey, why am I getting the same frequency and resonance? So when I remember when I was in science class physics, you know the glass, they broken, so they tried both glasses with the same frequency level. It gives that kind of a similar sound, or maybe at least they're saying if you use same frequency, you have reaction, the same reaction, something like that. Yeah, checkpoint.
Right, so,
you say something.
So in terms of frequencies, things are spiritual about a complex. But I know about a complex. But I know why I went up to her. I went up to her because I felt like it was some type of spiritual connection, right? Because I felt like she was just the type of person that could see the world how I see it. That's really how I felt. So when I met her, I asked her, I was asking her, I said, yeah, I don't know this person. I asked her, yeah, what do you believe? She didn't answer. Right? When she didn't answer, I knew I was right. Because she purposely didn't answer. Because she felt like her answer would be too revealing. You know what I'm saying? But when I met her, she's exactly who I thought she was. But the way I knew about this stuff, like, could we talk about it? I'm like, yeah, bro, could we talk about how weird it was that I told her, like, that she felt like, and she was kind of speaking the same way, but I just knew because of the frequency, bro. And it's something that I could see, but not with my eyes. You know what I'm saying? But it's just my body knew, not in a sexual way, but it's like something in me knew this about her without me ever knowing this person at all. Like,
Okay, now how do you balance? How are you going to balance between something? Let's say this one time back, I was like supposed to be having some kind of MOU signing the next morning, you know. So what happened is that then I wanted to drive my car on the same morning. Prior to that, I prepared myself for the MOU. What happened is that my two tire of my car punctured. So what I did was I kind of looking at two scenarios. I pondered back what that episode happened. One episode is like, if I react in a negative, in a firefighting manner, I would just say, oh, what is this car? No, because I had this important meeting. And then I will kick the wood, you know. And then maybe my face would be, hot anger. Okay, now that's one scenario. Okay. Another one, I say, God, are you testing me? Are you testing me? And then it cooled me down. And then suddenly in front of my house, there are, individuals that come and stop. Hey, are you going somewhere? You seems to be having some kind of problem there, from the body language. But I did not react. I just see to believe or believe to see in that, but not firefighting. And somehow they offer me, hey, you have something to do, but maybe this is not the direction that you're going to. I talk to him. There's no problem. I'll send you. So, that kind of experience. Then I look back. If I were to just have in a car properly, okay, maybe
on the highway on the 5 minutes after, I'll be hit by a trailer. How do you see that silver lining by not able to prove it because you really drive the car to be hit by the trailer, but because you are given a positive vibe with the test, you are okay, so you are safe. So
what I do is I think about, okay, if I was in the position that I wanted to be, what would I do? What would I do if I was currently that right now? So if you want somebody that's unhealthy or trying to get in a perfect body, right? You think of, okay, what would I do if I was in super good shape and super confident about myself and like what would that person? Because the thing is, when you become that person, you will be doing these things.
Yeah.
So if you do these things,
that's how you go. What's next? Yeah, when you have situation as such, that's how you're going to what's next. So what you're going to do? You will be pondering that, and then give yourself a pause. And what would I do? With this situation, what would I do?
That's how I know when I'm not. That's how I know when I do something I'm not supposed to do. Because I know if I was in the situation that I want to be in the future, I wouldn't do this right. I wouldn't be doing this.
That means what you are saying align with my analogy about if I do firefighting mode, that means I don't even start thinking, I just react to it. That will be a losing end for me. But if I start looking at what would I do, then I ponder, maybe believe to see, at least I'm not firefighting in that understand character of a person. That means I'm getting a better one output from how I do myself.
Yeah, you gotta be engaged and aware, because when you that's why people meditate, because that lets you take away those distractions and just be aware. So you just gotta be engaged and aware. And it's very simple things that you probably heard plenty of times, and I probably heard it plenty of times before I started realizing how severe and how much it weighs on you. So anything I do now, I might do the smallest thing and be like, that doesn't align with what I'm trying to do. Because now I'm actually thinking this one little thing. You gotta start understanding. Everything in your life started from one small decision. I wasn't putting me telling you that story. The smallest decision you make, it could be anything. Just the route you take to work tomorrow could affect the next 30 years of your life. And you wouldn't even know it connected to you making a right turn at the light instead of a left. Because it's so crazy though, but that's how kind of look at things though, bro.
Yeah. So having that logically, I can even like I put up the three power button. Either I press the button, level firefighting, or I press the button believe to see, or see to believe. That means I get output that which is whichever I decide, that output will be the one that I'm getting achieving or getting like the output that I generate from that action that I did. So hence, are we aligned in that understanding that you're talking about 40%? My button of firefighting, see to believe and believe to see. Is that aligned?
I mean, it sounds like it's aligned. Like potentially be pushing you to want to be. So you want to be for a job. You might want to get a job, right? Because you want to reach. Let's say you want to be a millionaire and get into this field, and you try to get a job and you don't get a job, right? But if you're doing this right, then you're not supposed
several times, right? Do you have that kind of experience that it's like what it means is like you have a plan what you want to do, but that plan is superseded by the designer plan toward that is special for you that you don't even realize.
Right. And
Oh my goodness, that is interesting, man.
And while I get there, for example, right, this is an experience that I had. So I got somewhere, right? Because a couple places still. And keep in mind, these places I went to, it's people I knew that were trying to get me these places. Like I was inside people, and for some reason it didn't work out still. So I go on my own place, and then it aligns, and then the person tells me, "Yeah, man, you know everything happens for a reason. That's why you're hearing from me, and I'm talking to you right now." And he doesn't even know I'm really paying attention to his words. Like it's crazy this guy's saying this. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like I'm receiving a message as in it's not him telling me, but it's a message from beyond to me. You know, it's not even him telling me this. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, next question. Having you realizing that you are having this route, do you experience some kind of backlash, or maybe people like the route is kind of lonely kind of route, and then nobody, you overthinking, or this is not true, Have you been experiencing your inner circle, your family members or friends, close friends that even, not able to, because some of them may not be able to experience. Have you experienced some kind of they call it frictions, the unnecessary?
Everybody around me, I'm cool because I'm fine with it, but because that's my personality. But like sometimes you get to a point where basically only you understand how things, only you and your selective group understand how things work. But the thing is, these people that understand things with you, they're most of the time they're not there because they got their own experiences. Most of the time, it's the regular people that are going to be around you. And but like I said, I just live regular lives with them when I run into them. Unless they reveal to me that they know this type of stuff, then we can get into it. But I'm never gonna try to, because people just gonna. It takes time for you to even understand. Most people started seeing it faster than others because they have multiple lives and they learn throughout these different lives. But there's souls that are more mature than other souls. But I just feel like it's information that's ingrained in everybody, and that's really what all this race and people will.
They more able to control you,
yeah. Yeah, they will influence you. Like in a good and bad way. Because now the person that committed murder is sentenced to death, they're not gonna care.
Yeah.
People are not gonna care about certain things.
They are more persistent. They are more stable in terms of facing challenges as well, where nobody can plant fear into them because they are kind of able to be more agile or something like that.
Right.
Okay. Now the next thing that I'm kind of pondering. Okay, so if you are having that kind of experience, how do you tell me? Is that like okay, you said something that you said it is in me. Okay, I'm just trying to understand, because something that when you were saying what you're saying, that flashed to my inner eyes is that looking at the SIM card, the mobile phone SIM card. Hang on, not mobile phone SIM card, the one which is the 1980s. The dial-up, the phone dial-up that you get internet without the Wi-Fi. The current one, I think 30 years ago. So what happened is that I had to dial up, but I had this SIM card connection. This SIM card is the one that I have embedded values that you talk about. Oh, so everybody have. As long as you are human, you have your SIM card. Okay. However, you also finding ways to get connection to the telco so that you can get more data from the data from the telco, maybe the raw material of to make it even more in terms of you cooking your meal. I mean, how do you look at it in that context?
So it's like different machines can read SIM cards faster than others. Let's say you might have a USB 3
state. Sometimes you don't, and sometimes you feel what is the state of being that you are right now? Are you consistent in what, that you are already having, like, they call it, permanent user password, or you are just merely getting the temporary user password at the moment? What is your current state?
I mean, I definitely fluctuate, but it's more of it's a fluctuation which I think is inevitable. But it's like I said, you're always headed towards your destination, regardless. But it's now I can acknowledge that, so it doesn't really matter anymore, because now I understand the rules of the game.
Yeah.
How things go.
Yes. Yeah, very true. Okay, now there's something that I kind of like looking at. Does your family growing up self-conditioning helps in what you are, who you are, or it's more like by accident that you go somewhere, or maybe there's something that is nothing got to do with your conditioning when you were growing up? I see your profile here. You have this profile. I'm looking at what your holding values is. So could you just give me some kind of a short summary? What's your holding values? Belief system, holding values. Something that you found on, like you believe in God, or you have some kind of.
I believe in a source consciousness, which some people consider God. But I really believe this thing is it's really in the background, and it's just there. I believe you have a higher version of yourself that is aware of all of this, and just a small piece of your soul is in this realm, and you forget things. And the whole thing is to remember who you are, and you're always being guided towards that. So I believe that after death, you never lose consciousness. You still have your identity, but you and your body, you're not your body, right? So, but you still remain conscious. You still have your identity. You still are who you are. You're the only person that's gonna judge yourself, and based off the life you lived, if you don't feel like you did it right, you're gonna want to do this again.
Okay, now you see, there are individuals always vocalize the word the mind, the power of the mind, the power of the mind. Okay, now you keep saying the soul, and then there are also individuals that say the soul, but they're not able to get that vibration of the soul, but somehow they use their mind to vocalize the terminology soul, but I don't find that vibrations is really awakened. So whereas you kind of like looking at, when did you start looking at the soul as something that is relevant in your context hierarchy, right?
It's so weird. Like something's not right. Like the stuff I know is not. That's not what it is. But in terms of that, it's like your mind is what creates this reality, right? When you think, when you see and observe, that's what's creating the reality of the realm you live in. But when I say mind, I mean consciousness. That's why I
okay.
Consciousness. But when I say your soul, that's the spirit, right?
That means when you were younger, there's an alarm banging on you, which is the consciousness banging on you, like, hey, there's some kind of frictions in you. Is that how it happened?
Yeah, like it's something like it's just like it's something like off about everything, like it's just this stuff, the information they're teaching us, all
okay. Then what happened next?
I was in church. I kind of stopped going to church, but it's not like I'm just living my life. I just got friends from church and stuff like that.
contention point. I want to bring up the one. What was the tipping point happen? Because when you say you got, there must be some kind of a tipping point. Or
I'm one of those people. There was never a tipping point. I've always been like this.
Or maybe.
Silence, but I didn't have words for it. But there wasn't like the girl I was talking to. She had a tipping point. I'm 28.
Yeah. Okay.
She's 40 years old, and she said she just had her spiritual awakening or something like that, where she started realizing these things. I told her like, yeah, I never really had that. I just realized that I was like this. I never really had a tipping point or anything.
You mean even you are teenagers, you already have that kind of like your.
I was always interested in these things. Yeah, this is what
I see.
Always resonated. This is what always
That's
resonated.
kind of unique because normally you must have somebody normally must have some kind of maybe a footballer he suddenly broken his leg and then but yours what really happened behind the scene? That's what I'm trying to look at it. What happened? God obvious, what happened to this guy? I want to see the behind the scene, the director script. Why it happened to you? Yeah.
And I always like, I don't know, like nothing, like I can't tell you, bro. Like I never had if it was, like, I can tell you when this is the day I realized.
Yeah.
I never had started walking. I can't tell you that, bro. It's just like.
Okay. Have you been bugging yourself on maybe when you were teenage, acting wisdomly somehow,
No, I mean,
do you have that moment?
I think because even at young, I'm Haitian, so I was born in Haiti. I wasn't born in America. I was born in Haiti, but growing up in church, I came when I was 5, but even when I was in Sunday school and stuff like that, that's when I was like, as a kid, like, and that's when I was like, why? Right? Because it's like they were telling me some certain things in Sunday school, and I used to be scared of hell. I used to be scared of going to hell because I always think of it like, bro, how would it make sense that you can go to hell for not being Christian when other people are born without a choice in different parts of the world where they won't be Christian?
Yeah.
So it's just like I was thinking like that as a kid. I don't know. I can't even tell you.
Now, if I were to say, hey, God office, let's get, that's the one behind the scene. I just asked from God office. I'm just imagining right now, a file about you. I read it out to you right now. Something like this. The moment you were there during the time when you say, why a person, we have no choice of deciding I want to born as Chinese, I want to born as Indian, I want to born as whatever, so we have no choice. Yeah. So now, okay. So having that kind of pondering, to me, I mean, behind the scene, I look at, and then maybe the designer say, hey, I am the designer that I make you, don't ask this question, but I want to make you to appreciate why, regardless of what, I'm going to plant a seed, but you have to make sure this seed that you receive, you have to plow nicely on a good land, it will grow according, your real time. So that's why you grow with it.
Yeah, that's the first instance I can remember.
Yeah.
Nobody planted that seed in me. That's how I was thinking. Most people, actually everybody else around me, just took the information as that. They didn't question it. I sat there and I was questioning it. But nobody told me to. There's nobody around me. I was a kid, bro. This is like when I was 5, bro. So it's just like, so nobody, this is just how I'm thinking. Like, I'm just.
Now, yes. This is, okay, now I received the Revolution 2 storyline. During your, that pondering that why am I born to be this? I don't, it's not my choice. And then maybe you say something about how you get it. You say it's already been in every of us. Maybe the seed is already there in you. You are knowing that, hey, I'm going to plant the seed that I have. I'm going to polish the SIM card that I have. I'm going to service the SIM card that you have, the mobile SIM card that you have. Maybe that's what you did to yourself, and it grows, Yeah, possible.
Yeah, because if it's in everybody, probably as a kid.
Oh, yes. That makes sense.
But that's how I went though, man.
So you are also, in a way, to me, how you present yourself is like more experiential knowledge.
It's experiential knowledge. I know it's knowledge within myself because the way I think and the way I think about things, I didn't learn from somebody, so that came from somewhere beyond me being born, and also some of it is knowledge I just learned that resonates with me. But that goes back to just you truly knowing things. So when you hear things, it's like when you hear somebody say your name, like you can be in a crowd and somebody yells your name, you can't hear anything else. You just hear as soon as somebody says your name, you hear it because it resonates with you.
Oh yeah, just like what I happened to me today.
So when I'm living life, I hear information. I'm learning that way too because I know when it resonates with me, and I know when it aligns with everything else, and I can tell it like easy.
The moment that I pick up you, I quickly go to my mobile phone because I had the Bluetooth speaker, I think about 12 meters away, so there's another room. So I don't want to hack my mobile phone, so there was one moment you with a lady, I can't remember who was that lady. Suddenly you say something and then they read it differently, and then you say, this is not what I meant, then you are given a chance to elaborate your points. And then I find that the point that you're making it, like, you are calibrating your frequency to the person so that the person can understand. You see, I'm kind of, who is this guy? Is recalibrating yourself to have the resonance that their frequency, not your frequency. So you're not bugging on your frequency. Hey, you follow my frequency, but you are in a way trying to knowing what is this lady frequency. Somehow kind of, hey, she's okay with it. So when she allow it, and I say, hey, this guy is really you somehow is trying to adjust yourself just to get that resonance. So I was like, hey, I must want to know this guy, so that's where it come about. So it's not like your name being called in a noisy areas, still you can hear your name being called, So I kind of like looking at, hey, it happens. No one like you, Well, yeah, hey. Actually, yeah. But we are just one of the speakers here, but the title was, I think, with some of the early moderator, they come up with that. Yeah, I am. I think Brother Corey as well, probably. What was it? How to call it? Cast, Brother Cast, yeah.
You guys are believers,
Yeah. Yeah. That interesting, Brother. Okay, let me just, me and him, how do I say? You are a different space, I'm a different space, then we harmonize, not because of our religion. How is that? I mean, that's how I was, right?
I don't operate based on information from the Bible, right, and the Quran, but it has nothing to do with religion. I'm sure you can see it's about it, but a lot of times, but yeah. So basically, I try to tell people that, look,
people say he didn't die, some people say he did, but I think all of the Christians say that if you say that he didn't die, then you're a heretic. You think?
But here's the thing is that doesn't, what I try to tell people.
Listen, they'll call me a heretic too. I'm not afraid of Christians calling someone a heretic.
No, it's what I'm saying is, right, people debate about things that don't change anything.
Yes, they do. But why do you think that is?
So Jesus dying, right? Like
So are we moving on to something to debate that won't change anything?
No. I want to finish what I'm trying to say here. Look, if Cass says that if people like him that believe that Jesus didn't die,
okay,
where do you think I'm driving to?
I don't know. Where are you driving to?
As a Jewish person,
Telling me.
I'm not a Christ killer, then, right?
Why not?
If he didn't die, he could have killed him, right?
I guess.
But there's number one accusation of Jewish people. And Cass, I believe he did. Right. What I'm saying, what I'm saying is some people do believe that, some people don't. Obviously,
Holocaust.
I don't think Jesus, his thing, here's what I'm saying. If Jesus, I think you're missing the message of what I'm saying. If Jesus was a man,
Probably.
I love that you said that. Right, but here's the thing. Here's what I'm saying. If Jesus was a man, then yes, Jesus died. But the fact that some people say, oh, Jesus didn't die. Well, he got resurrected after 3 days, right? So the fact that people say, oh, he died.
Resurrected means dead.
Some people say he didn't die, right? But the thing is,
I think that's just Muslims.
It doesn't matter. Jesus has to die regardless some way.
Right, that was my question when you started this line of questioning, because your broader point of how would debating this change anything?
That's what I'm saying. People are debating this, but it doesn't change anything. So people are wasting their time debating things that don't mean anything.
But I think maybe because you didn't answer the
Christian does not accept any of those pillars as Christ's life, then the entire concept is vulnerable to attack. From that perspective, for the reason I just explained, it is important. It's an important debate to be had because if any of these pillars are removed, then the whole foundation of Christianity in terms of life of Christ, hence his divinity,
think it's just the tip of the iceberg, bro. It's a lot of things, right? My problem with all these texts is if I ask 100 pastors, what does this verse mean? And whether it's from the Bible or whether it's from the Quran, if I ask 100 of them, what does this mean? I promise you, unanimously, all of them will not say the same thing.
Okay, but you're addressing theologians. Okay, you're trying to maybe find a solution. Okay, theology, but let's think about psychology. Maybe the reason why there's so many interpretations comes from a psychological reason, and we should go with that way.
The reason why there's all these interpretations is because people only believe in this stuff because other people believe in this stuff.
Alright, well, there we go.
You get what I'm saying, right? I went to a room, I asked them, would you believe in Jesus Christ if you were the only person that believed in him?
What? I don't get it.
No,
You're saying like if I was the only guy that witnessed the event?
Listen, Brody. This is a simple question. Would you believe in Jesus Christ if you were the only follower?
I think he's talking
if I was a follower, yeah.
I think he's talking about like narrative thinking, trap thinking, move thinking.
I'm saying just like if the majority
This guy's taking me out. I don't know why.
If the majority of people in this world didn't know who Jesus was, or
I'm assuming right.
And let's say you, like I said, somebody came up to you and told you about this, right? No different than somebody telling you, hey, bro, werewolves exist, bro.
You mean like a crazy guy on the street?
I'm not. See, now you're already putting.
I'm asking, like, what's the level of like me being a follower of Jesus? You're like, you're oscillating between him appointing me on a holy mission and him being a crazy person telling me to do
This is what I'm telling you. I'm not saying it has to be a crazy guy. Somebody came up to you and told you, hey man, Jesus existed way back then, man. He died for your sins. Yeah, I'm talking about.
That's happened to me before.
But here's the thing. This is a world where this is not the norm. You can't act.
So you're saying like if it happened, but that wasn't as common as it is today?
Yeah, it's not common. You can't act.
Okay, so then a random guy shows up. That still just sounds like a bum on the street saying the end is nigh, no?
But they said, call it a bum on the street, sure.
Okay.
But the thing is, he told you, and imagine this, right? He told you all the right information that you know now.
Okay.
Who told us?
Anybody.
No, it sounds like a crazy guy on the street just trying to like change my mind into something. No problem. I ignore homeless people on the street all the time.
Yes. But you agree that most people do not believe in Jesus, right?
That's not true.
I mean, I don't believe in Jesus.
Wait. Please, let me get this straight. Yes, why do you say that most people do not believe in Jesus?
Most people do believe in Jesus.
Yeah, he said the opposite.
Wait, bro. I'm sorry. Okay, why in a world, okay, where there are 4,500 religions, exactly. I know what my voice sounds like, and it didn't sound like what I just said. So please let me continue. Where were we? Yes, you are aware that there are something like 5,000 religions in the world, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I think all of those religions do not believe in Jesus, and Jesus' followers, okay, are Catholicism and Protestantism and all the other Christian sects, maybe 25% of the world, and people tell each other within those sects, well, you don't believe the right way, you don't believe the right way. So you would agree with me that most people do not believe in Jesus, right?
No, most people believe in Jesus.
How can I like to hear that one, please? How?
Prove it.
The proof is
I don't know why you're like so antagonistic to everything I say.
I didn't mean it, but please.
And listen, I made a declaration. I do not know.
People believe in Jesus, right? So all you have to do is look up what religions acknowledge Jesus at all.
Stop in your tracks because
Judaism.
I didn't say Judaism. I said Islamic Christianity. Yeah, Judaism's tiny. We're the size of one.
Yeah, it doesn't hold to that position.
So guys, let's look at the
Jesus. Therefore, they believe in Jesus. It doesn't matter
Yeah,
if you don't like
most
it. Listen, follow it. Follow. Islam. The Quran acknowledges Jesus. Listen to what I'm saying.
You're not listening. I mean, really, you are frustrated. I just gave you mathematically numbers added up, and I proved to you that you're incorrect.
Now, I'm not incorrect.
Now, let me just finish. Now, again, you go back to the same assertion you made before, that Islam accepts religions and Jews being genocide because one accepts and then the Christians. I just told you that what you're asserting is not the case. So please do not repeat your assumption, which is incorrect.
So if I'm incorrect, right, you will let me finish and then acknowledge what I said was wrong. You don't stop me 2 sentences in and say I'm incorrect and tell me don't finish what I'm saying because what I'm saying is going to be wrong. So let me repeat what I was saying and you can listen, Ali. Now, Christianity has 2.4 billion people in it. That's 2.4 billion. Islam acknowledges Jesus Christ. Everybody that is Islam also believes Jesus existed and was a real person. That's 2 billion people. Now we're at 2.4 billion plus 2 billion people, right? Hinduism, no. Buddhism, no. Judaism acknowledges Jesus as a historical person by many scholars, but they don't accept him as the Messiah, but they acknowledge him to be a real person. And some Hindus regard Jesus as a holy man or guru. So basically, if we add these religions up, right, the 50 million from Judaism, the 1.2 billion from Hinduism, the 2 billion from Islam, and Christianity, 2.4 billion, most people on earth believe, or you could put acknowledge, Jesus Christ was real.
What does that mean?
So that's to say,
about Jesus.
Why don't we really make a point then? And let's just go with your point that there's an error that came from a group thing, or I don't even know what it is.
Okay, let me just make my point. He's just trying to diminish the definition of the word belief.
I'm not. It means what it believes.
Okay.
It means what it means, bro.
Okay, let me make a comment on it. So I'm not going to repeat the first part because I did. When you mix in Hinduism into this, this is really I have no idea.
No, that's why I'm cutting it.
Because let me. Okay, if you're only talking about two religions, we added up the numbers 4.2 for the two religions. Population of the earth, I think 0.4 actually worship 8.5 billion people. So from that perspective, you're not correct. If you're trying to mix in, well, if you're trying to put into the mix some other groups, they have the knowledge of such a man, Jesus existed. That's believing that he existed. That's something. But we don't understand that who makes sense. It's like, what is, before you answer, I want to ask you two questions. One question, one comment. What is your definition of believing in? That's one. Second, there are people, actually, you said, well, you're not going to believe anyone, that if nobody else would have told you about that individual, actually, somebody passed the controller, he said, look, I am the Messiah, or whatever I am. And they said, this is not possible. It is possible. Let me tell you, Khadija, the wife of Muhammad, was the first one actually believed him without having anybody else telling her that about Muslim and Quran or anything like that. He believed in her husband. So there are people, individual, foolish people, actually, not all the time, but probably perhaps the majority of cases, they believe in somebody who's saying something, particularly in the spiritual realms. So that was my comment. Then let's go back to my question. Tell me your definition of belief in the context of people believing in Jesus. What do you mean?
Right, you see how you're losing the sense we apply. Like I say, what you say, you believe in Donald Trump. You believe in Vladimir Putin. You believe in Bibi Netanyahu. You believe in Hamas. You are losing the meaning of the word belief in order, it seems to me, motivated reasoning, so that you can capture, like I said earlier, as many believers in Jesus as you can shake a stick at. And that's just not actually what you really want to be doing. You want to find people that actually do believe in that man. Not just believe that there was a guy.
The word believe here is used, what's the word? I think one hand believe means to worship, and another part believe means to acknowledge. And what Cass has done here, I believe, is fused both of them into one little category, believe.
Yeah,
but the point is, Cass, what I think really a more meaningful discussion about religion would be of why do people worship. When we talk about belief, we're talking about why do people worship Jesus, right? And to say that you use the word belief in two different sides of the coin there, I think it's how am I using the word in two different sides?
Let me tell you what. If you would have used people having knowledge,
that's the only way I'm using it.
If you would have said people have knowledge of Jesus existing, fictional or real, that would have been a different story. But I think
people have knowledge of
hold on a second. I think Max said really completely captured the almost, I won't say foolish and devious. That's not the right word. Anyway, you capture as many people as you can under this umbrella. So if you use the people having the knowledge of that, that's a different story. Most people on the face of the earth, they have the knowledge of Beatles existing.
The point was to start, the whole point started with me saying, me telling him, if somebody came up to him randomly in a world where it wasn't just, the status quo to believe in this stuff, and told him that this man existed and he did this and that, the thing is, Mick said would not believe it. That's my point.
starts at Lech Lecha, and it seems unprompted. It's not clear from the verses explicitly why God has decided to speak with Abraham. In contrast to like Noah or who's that guy, Methuselah or Enoch, that said like he walked with God. Right? Those have like some commentary. Noah, it says that he was righteous in his generation. Abraham, it has the little story of Terah and his father and his brother who died in the lifetime of his father, and then like it ends as if like the end of the genealogy, and then it just starts the next chapter. So I'm saying it is somewhat unprompted. The rabbis filled in the blank and explained why was his son dead, what was Abraham doing, and how he was, fighting idolatry. But inherent within even like that starting point is acknowledging that there's some kind of history that they're ignoring because he's 75 years old when it starts.
Yeah, you think they're ignoring the history in the Bible?
No, the Bible isn't ignoring any history. It's very focused, but it leaves things deliberately ambiguous. So, like, in the example of, like, Abraham, when his entire mission starts at 75, the Bible is referencing there's a whole life of Abraham that is just not pertinent to this story. When Moses starts saving the Jews at 80, it's saying, it tells us a bit of his early life, but it says everything up until the 80 is, again, not what this book is about.
But here's the thing, right? You think that the Bible doesn't include this? Or
the Bible doesn't include every fact that ever occurred. There are several times that Abraham, over his 175 years, went to the bathroom, and the Bible didn't record any of it.
You know they have the Ethiopian Bible, which gives additional context.
Yes, there are many unofficial additions that have been added to the Bible, which, by the way, if you read the Bible, it's explicit. You're not supposed to do that. But yeah, there have been many that have written books after the fact and tried to add them on to the story.
But I want to ask you a question about it. Is there like the theory that people believe things because it's a mass following? Yeah, most people only believe.
If that were true, then we would all think the same thing. So it must be untrue.
Most people don't think the same thing.
Oh, really? Then how are we arguing right now? If we accept as true your premise that people only ever agree with each other, then no one would ever have a unique thought.
Most people agree
on most people. So how do you know if you're talking to somebody who's just believing what their friends believe, or if he's genuinely thought his own thought? You just have to talk to them.
Because they're not open. I would like to add they haven't explored. Most people.
Oh, I understand. You console yourself of not being able to.
That's what people believe. I'm saying. So it's important when we're talking about Jesus because you're not supposed to believe in Jesus because of his words. It's not. That's the difference. Now, if I told you something about, man, the Warriors are about to win this year, and you believe me, that's sports. But we're talking about something like which the rules are. Basically, you're supposed to believe in this because this is what you actually believe, not what you were told, but you have to actually believe in this stuff, right? What you're talking into is I don't think people, when they're forced to believe something, I don't think they can believe it. talking about me, the point is if you're talking about me, if you're talking, alright, man, so this we can move on. If you're talking about me,
I'm talking about you.
right, I can respect it. If you're talking about the point of, Ali, give the mic back to Ethan. Give the mic back to Ethan. Because I want to hear what he says. Ali, you're not talking to the point.
You don't have the mental capacity to understand what it is.
Okay, are you not?
No, I'm not, because you keep interrupting me. I'm saying, if you're going to engage with
I'm not going to engage.
okay, that's what you're going to say.
You're disrupting the rules to talk and how many shots you
Hold on a second. Last week, nobody want to talk about I think I was not talking to you last time. So what I'm trying to
say it then.
So, Ethan, I honestly, I respect, appreciate your patience, level of sophistication. Posing the question. I'm also engaging in you get an answer now. But this man, I is the capacity to whistle out from everything that's been generously offered to me in terms of explanations and questions.
I'm giving you all explanations.
And reasoning, I have not heard a single word of common sense reasoning out of this man's mouth. I think he's in a controlling.
You can't understand common sense. You're not capable of understanding common sense because you would understand that, bro. But basically, that's what it is.
I think was he's gone, man. He's upset because he touched a hot spot. He doesn't believe in God at all. And yeah, Tim is also he's Jewish, but he doesn't believe in God.
Ethan, you don't believe in God?
What?
You don't believe in God?
That is the conversation. But thank you for bringing that up. But I think if we don't want to discuss this, we can move on. I don't want to engage in something that the room is wants to move on.
No, the room doesn't want to move on.
Straight. All right, so we're talking with Kaz. Kaz is saying that thinking is generally inherited. People inherit their beliefs
It was a woman's name, and there's a few women. I should just.
Sorry, were you saying something, Wallace?
Oh no, I came in earlier, and Pepe was talking about some files. There's an investigation that's going to happen on a female. That's why it's on. I can't recall, and I only caught the tail end of it. And I think it's just happening today. It's like breaking news of classified information.
Tulsi Gabbard.
Yeah, was it Tulsi Gabbard?
Yeah. I'm still trying to figure it out.
Well, that's interesting because I think everyone, even if it's nothing, it's what everyone's hung up on. And so if that blockage got cleared out and it started flowing, I think anything that could be taken away from people that is unknown that people are waiting for, I think. But then just more gets piled on top. So I don't know. Never mind. We're not going to find out anything. So, yeah.
I didn't follow this today at all. What are they alleging she did?
I'm still reading up on it, but all I know is her offices were raided. And that's it right now. So looking. Yeah, hello guys.
It's completely different than an Epstein. So she had on JFK files that were never released?
I'm assuming that was the case. Everything is just happening, it's just unfolding, so the details are still sketchy. But they saying that she possessed classified information that was a part of these two files.
Talking about Dulce?
Yeah.
MK Ultra? Because a lot of that information is supposed to have already been destroyed.
Right, but just think about it. The CIA raided her office. You know what I'm saying? Like,
well, she's the head of she's the CIA. She's the CIA boss. Only the FBI couldn't do that because she's technically the boss of the intelligence services. Only the CIA could do that. Like, if the FBI did it, it would look like partisan, like Cash Patel nonsense.
No, and I appreciate that, Mike, because that is what I heard the tail end before they stopped talking about it. And I was going to say maybe it's like a 72-hour rule on this one, because I think it is just breaking and there's probably more to come. And yeah, I think tonight when I get to my destination, I'll try to read about it. But
no problem.
Okay, I'm looking at the list now of who went to China. So Jensen Huang from NVIDIA, Elon Musk, Tim Cook from Apple, Larry Fink from BlackRock, Steven Schwartzman from Blackstone, Charlie from Boeing, Brian Sykes from Cargill, Gene Frazier from Citibank, Larry Culp from GE Aerospace, David Solomon, Goldman Sachs, Sanjay, I'm going to butcher this name, Mayrota from Micron, and Christino Ahmad from Qualcomm. That's the list.
No, and I'm glad you brought this back around. Go ahead.
I thought they sanctioned Rubio and he's technically banned from China.
I didn't read that part.
There was a meme online about it where people on Twitter were saying, "Oh, they're giving Rubio a special Chinese fake name so that they don't have to prosecute him." he's very outspoken about the Uyghur issue, him and Ted Cruz, which, if you're thinking about their long-term future political prospects, that's what the Chinese Communist Party has against those two people because of their emphasis on the... Both Ted Cruz and Rubio are, for some reason, very gung-ho about the Uyghur issue. So this is bad for these China trips and their future in politics.
So looking at this list of all the CEOs that went, is he cool with Musk now? Like, I haven't followed that one.
This ruling harkens back to the darkest days of the Jim Crow.
The Ku Klux in Tennessee erased some black folks. They gutted the Voting Rights Act and redrew the map.
If your dad didn't teach you how to properly trade the market open, don't worry, I'm your daddy now. Now, the first thing that you need to understand is I'm a real Democrat, not a faggot like you. Okay? I've heard enough of this bullshit. Y'all can go to hell. I put your hand.
Monday, meetings. Tuesday, flight. Wednesday, call the Pope. As I stand here in Athens, Greece, looking...
Yeah, it's funny. I sit and think about it. I imagine like a big swarm of fish trying to stick together, so not one of them stands out, and they're all kind of in a big, huge tank of sharks, which is China. And it is interesting to see them all go over there. Nothing will happen. I hope not. And how can it? Because we're going to have big deals happening. And if something bad happens, big deals can't happen. So this, I hope, is going to be something great. Get the ball rolling and do great things.
Do you think of all the private planes that came in at one time, all of their jets? I mean, I doubt they all flew on Air Force One, although I could be wrong on that. Marshall, do you know?
No, I'm not entirely sure, but I wouldn't be surprised if Musk and those guys took their own private planes on it.
Don't they have Air Force too? Vice President's flight?
Yeah, but these guys all have their own very big BBJs. I mean, I gotta believe that's a lot of corporate execs going.
Yeah, they're not all cramming in one can. Are you?
Yeah, I don't think at least not the ChatGPT question.
It's a long flight. They're not. They all need their own bedrooms.
Let's ask ChatGPT.
Well, and how many executives did you say, Abby? Because that'll kind of tell you. I mean, even if you had half the planes for them, which, that's not even realistic.
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Like 15, I read? 12, 15, and then all their staff.
What day is it today? Day what? When did they all land there?
Yeah, what is it, the 13th or 14th? I should look at the calendar again. Did you say the Beast did go and all his equipment? Or is he traveling light?
Well, I wonder if he'll use one. Was he going to use a Chinese electric car over there? I assume that the embassy has cars. That's the other thing you keep talking, when we talk about the Beast going over to these places. I mean, the embassies themselves have cars that now whether they all have a place like China, you would think maybe they keep a bulletproof car there.
This is interesting. Like ChatGPT's being paranoid answering this question. This is even more trippy.
The main people who would try to target them would be Iranian out, but there's Larry.
information on the Tulsi situation, right? It said there are recent claims that Tulsi Gabbard was reviewing and preparing to declassify files related to the assassination of John F. Kennedy, the CIA's Project MKUltra program, and possibly other historical intelligence records. A CIA whistleblower allegedly testified that CIA officials removed around 40 boxes, quote unquote, of these files from offices under Gabbard's authority before they could be released publicly. Supporters of Gabbard and other members of Congress, especially Anna Paulina Luna, are framing this as a possible obstruction of transparency or congressional oversight. Luna publicly threatened subpoenas if the documents were not returned. However, an important detail, Gabbard's office denied that the CIA, quote unquote, raided her office. Later clarifications said documents may have transferred previously during an internal intelligence dispute, not in a dramatic same-day raid. Project MKUltra has been associated with secret CIA experiments involving LSD, hypnosis, behavioral conditioning, and interrogation techniques during the Cold War. I think we pretty much know all that. The assassination of John F. Kennedy files are tied to decades of conspiracy theories about intelligence agencies, organized crime, Cuba, the Soviet Union, and possible cover-ups. But they were saying, they said that the initial investigation started because a whistleblower complaint alleges Gabbard improperly withheld or restricted intelligence from Congress involving a sensitive foreign intelligence intercept connected to someone close to President Trump. Critics say that this may have violated oversight laws. Gabbard's office denies any wrongdoing. That's an article out of whistleblower.org.
Look at that. Now when I get to my destination, I'm still gonna probably read about it. Dude, right on, Mike. That was awesome.
Again, things are still developing, so we'll know more further. If I'm being honest, I haven't really been trusting the government like I have in the past lately. I don't know, it's certain things that have been seeming contrived to me. Like, it's certain events that back in the day when conspiracy theorists used to call them false flags, I used to just wave them off. But it's like, I don't know. I'm going to tell you what actually changed my whole perspective on the way government operates. And to see him done like that, you know, it was just... And just to see the behavior is kind of frightening, if I could say.
Is gone. Marshall, what do you think of the primary results from Tuesday? It's Joe? Oh, Joe's in the audience.
There's a lot to talk about. I'm not sure if you guys are asleep or what, but yeah, there's a lot going on in politics that can be discussed. I'm sure it has been. I'm sure I'm late to the party, right? But everything that can be discussed has been probably. You guys seem like, be honest with you. But do you guys believe that our government's nature sometimes is to further certain agendas, maybe to create an event in order to foster that goal?
Or just being proven right, and all the crazy things are starting to not be crazy. And so where does that kind of stop? Man, I don't want you shouldn't feel any different about your government, because I guess when you see this kind of stuff happening, you just see how scared they are. And if they're not scared, then that should be the question, why are they so scared? And don't you be scared, because we should just wonder why they're so scared.
I don't know. My personal view is you shouldn't put stake in conspiracy theorists. Conspiracies are real. Conspiracy theorists just make shit up.
Well, that's why I was telling him just to keep his head where it was before and just keep them where they are. And it's kind of easy to do that until they're like no longer theories and they're just conspiracy. And I think that's the hard thing that a lot of people are dealing with. Man, you know what? California is going to be hot, and I'm not even following it. I've lived here my whole life, and I'm so tired of California and the system. And this is the one time I should probably be putting it.
No, I'm talking about.
Is that the red coat? Yeah, I might have to vote for a red coat.
I know. And then within LA, like, could it happen that Bass goes down? Like, do you think there's enough momentum in California? I mean, it's interesting. You better. Well, you don't vote in LA, right? Well, you're.
No, I don't. I'm in Northern California.
You're in Northern California.
I mean, I don't see how not. But when you hear the nation talking about Gavin even being an option for president, just all my hope is gone. I just don't understand. And then all the information is going to come out in ads, and there's no way he could win because of what he's done. Even the last 10 years alone will just destroy him as a candidate for president. No, I don't think any chance. So who would they pick next? Somebody even worse. So I'm not even really worried about that. Yeah, California governor, super interesting how he could just shift to red all of a sudden. And I think it kind of did the same thing under, it'll be interesting to see how California turns out.
So wait, what's specifically wrong with Tom Steyer? Because I don't know that much about him, but I heard he's cool.
Ethnic standpoint, I mean, is it going to protect the people that are under attack right now in the state? But it's also, you have to look at, focus more on his fiscal stuff as a governor. I mean, he doesn't make foreign policy. So,
Exactly. State governors never make foreign policy.
He's an alumnus of my high school, so that's why I keep track of him.
Well, that's exciting.
Yeah, but I don't actually know.
Ooh,
And I don't know.
Bonus to vote for him. He's been here that long. That's a plus.
Personally, in 2020 than Michael Bloomberg. But the thing about Tom Steyer is that I think there's a lot of groupthink in California, and I think that a lot of those people will huddle in and pile into him.
Hold on one second. Pepe, are you awake? Pepe? Hold on one second. Pepe, are you awake? Pepe? Coco? One of these mods awake? Peter? Can one of you hear me? Joe, I can't to... Oh, let me see if I can get someone to come back and...
Let me ask you guys a question. You was finished, Ash.
Are you still asking about the Tulsi stuff? I don't think we should talk about the Tulsi stuff. But that's
No, I'm not. I wasn't even thinking about Tulsi. But now, I was actually speaking about California. Do you guys think certain places are even governable in reality, like realistically?
What do you mean? Like, could you administer a city government?
I think it means that the West Coast has a way bigger, invisible homeless problem, and whereas in the East Coast it's localized to New York City, and that's why sometimes people give up on the West Coast because of that.
And what are you saying?
Well, governable, when you say governable, it has a specific connotation, which means, like, you can't govern a place locally, you can't govern a place county-wide, you can't govern a place statewide. Did you mean that the government can't actually govern, or did you mean something different?
Can't actually rule, control over the people. Can't actually will control over the people. Yeah, because if you look at places like the Bay, look at places like LA, I don't know if the territory too vast, too expansive, but it seems like there's too much going on in these areas for them to actually. It's almost like they can't like build up the police enough to actually deal with a lot of these issues. I think the numbers are actually kind of, in terms of employment of the officers, I think they kind of like fudge a little bit. We go through that here in DC. Actually, the chief of police just got fired. I mean, I'm sure you guys know about it. Trump made that's what
Mike, we already have seen what the California standard of a district attorney can accomplish, and whether they're sensible. That was the very infamous failed Kamala Harris. And I don't think we should rely on that apparatus of the California system to govern it. I mean, what it makes California more appealing to, say, Texas, like say you're thinking, oh, I want to live in California versus I want to live in Texas, is the Tom Sawyer state of California, where there's tech companies and you have an elite of California that is, broadly speaking, very intelligent and makes good decisions. But we don't want to talk about the Kamala Harris side of California.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say is the sheriff and the DA, those two things people need to put more attention to, because if you get the wrong people in those positions and it starts going county by county with the same way of thinking about crime and how to deal with it, you can lay waste to large parts of the state. And Northern California has its red and blue problems with crime in some counties. It's all blue almost, but you'd be surprised. There's a lot of red in California and a lot of people who don't want to put up with any of this shit anymore. And so anybody who's progressive and even supports anything that has been going on, I think is going to have a hard time turning this ship around, because and that's why it's good. Like, it's super interesting. I think it might turn red, and I wouldn't even have said that 2 weeks ago. And the more I'm hearing, I need to read. It's going to get spicy here in California.
I just can't live my life.
Your vote could actually count. You think, well?
Yeah. And I'm an independent, but even Arnold Schwarzenegger, no one would have thought. But I mean, just there's another, Hollywood person. It's almost like Trump. It's like weird. What's that idiocracy? Like, more Brondo. Like, the retardation is just out of control. And we're almost to the point, I think, where people with half a brain are like, what have we been doing? We need to shift gears or start turning this ship around. And I don't know. I think any progressive who is running would support Gavin Newsom in any of those agendas, and fast. And like Oakland was horrible forever. San Francisco, unfortunately, is horrible. You go there, unfortunately, you got to get a ship map, which that is true. If you look it up, California does. You get it, San Francisco has ship maps that you upload every day, new ones, so you know where to be careful walking. And it's just embarrassing. And we were talking about China earlier, where it's interesting to see what California did when China came over here. And it is crazy how all these people.
What the hell is it meant to be? He's Captain Sunbrew. Yes, but God, you're such a moron. What does he do? Show him.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting because China,
Well, you're gonna love this. It's continue from that. It's coming now. You want more extra milk and sour cream? All done? What, didn't bring nacho cheese to the party? Actually... Oh, I think it's done. Oh, man, come try it. That's disgusting. What the hell?
It's interesting. Oh, well, if you want to tell you, I just It's 2 years away for the stadium, but we all went in. Yeah.
It's still super go do that. It's a smaller field. But yeah, we get to hold on to them here.
No, dude, just like if I'm actively engaged in activities with you, just tell me what's up. Like, don't conceal things from
I went
me.
to Philly last week and I saw them play the Phillies. One of the games. They had like, I don't know, like 9, 12. They had 12 runs.
You're thriving.
Well, the
You're
Athletics
exceeding.
originally are
You're excelling.
if no one
You're feeling great.
Original Athletics.
just don't know what
Johnny Matt.
infrared is.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah, the Bay Area pretty much lost all their teams. The only one, and it'll probably go to, is the 49ers. They're not even in Candlestick anymore, San Francisco. You got to go down to Santa Clara, and what a shit show.
Do you think the Sharks will stay?
Yeah, I mean, they're supported so much. The hockey fans, I think, are great down here. San Jose's, I think it's still the most expensive real estate in the nation. It might have changed, but a couple months ago it was. And so, yeah, they're like almost considering that other South Bay part of Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley is huge now. It almost has its own South San Francisco all the way down to San Jose. So, yeah, I don't know. I think if the Bay Area doesn't get their shit together, they're not going to have any teams of any kind. And then all these arenas and stadiums are just going to be for concerts, which are fun too. But no, Bay Area teams, my whole life I'm 47, and Bay Area teams, I'm a 49er fan and an A's fan, which was odd to a lot of people. But it's all over now. So all I have is my memorabilia and my signatures and memories, and I guess that's good enough. I got to come to Vegas.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I'm splitting it because I don't want 80 games. It's ridiculous. I couldn't possibly go. So, but I'll have a decent amount of games, so you can come down here. And once we open, the stadium's going to be amazing.
No, I got Black Hole family, and they're pretty pissed off, and they travel there a lot, and it's just a ruckus. I don't even go near the Black Hole. It is what it sounds. It's dangerous and sticky, and yeah, you're lucky to make it home if you hang out there.
It's that bad?
Yeah, in Oakland it was really bad. So I don't know if there's a Black Hole in Vegas where half of the people who show up to the Black Hole, like half of them get arrested. So the Black Hole gets smaller and smaller by the time the game's over because they just beat each other up and cause so much ruckus. Well, it's all the people wearing the paint and the horns.
Yeah, but they can't afford the ticket. Those Raiders tickets are expensive. I mean, wait, I say they can't afford it, but I take that back because even in the better seats, it's a lot of thugs. I mean, that have come in. It's a very interesting fan base, but I think the really rough crowd, the tickets, they can't get in the stadium.
Well, I'm really happy Vegas got the A's and the Raiders because I think they're like an all-time great. They're just all-time great teams, and so to go to Vegas and make that one of the shows is good. I was going to bring up the Warriors. The Warriors are just awesome and crazy, and the seasons they've had the last 5-6 years has just blown the city up, and their new stadium is just awesome. It's kind of weird where it's at, and the driving and parking and all that, but it's totally on the water and beautiful. But Warriors, yeah, great team.
We're supposed to get an expansion new team NBA here. I don't think we're going to take care of the Warriors away, but I think it's going to be a team birthed here. Are all the mods sleeping? Joe, I'd maybe leave and come back.
What's up, Hanson?
See you guys.
Joe says that Hanson was here before.
I was here quite some time ago. Just check back in.
I can't say much that's interesting about Trump other than the dramatic. Well, Trump is in China. What do you think about that? The delegation that visited. I think even Jensen Huang went, and he's Taiwanese. But there's a long documented kind of bridge between U.S. and China via Jensen Huang. So that's kind of interesting.
Yeah, Jensen wants to sell his product, and then, but he is a trepidation that will help anything. So whether there's some handicapped or staggered product, not selling them most advanced chips, but selling them like 2 generations behind. I just don't think 2 generations.
I don't think it's. You're a little bit skeptical.
Yeah, I don't think it's staggered enough. So, but then interestingly, the Chinese were suspicious of the H20 as well, because the officials were thinking that they may have backdoors.
Yeah, so that would those backdoors would be interesting. I know that there was a recent leak of Chinese data, their supercomputer leak.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was.
so that didn't help. That was
an infrastructure story, because some people, when they think of China, they think, oh, look at Chengdu 20 years from now, 20 years ago versus today. Like Chengdu didn't even have a subway system 20 years ago, right? But then they give this comes to these or I should say pressure points. This Tianjin thing still happened. But then it must be, one of those cybersecurity things, because they were really bad about it. They wouldn't let Trump into the country.
Yeah, they were. It's a hodgepodge of many things. It's mostly American technology. Even the Tianjin supercomputer centers were American technology. And interestingly, they were mostly AMD products. And then structures and infrastructure.
So that's not Jensen, that's his cousin, right?
Right. That's the Su, Lisa Su, and Jensen's cousin. Yeah. So.
I just saw the interview she gave when they were talking about open AI integration with AMD ecosystem, because I'm not so aware of the hardware side, but it was interesting that they were, because people think that it's all NVIDIA, but
right. It's they have second AI, right? And then, so. So there was, there were suspicions that whether Lisa Su and AMD, leaked the key points or whatever. So, and so that's why the Chinese government hadn't approved, even though they hadn't approved the purchasing of H20. And so, Jensen wanted to sell his wares, but he's like,
caught in between. But I just don't think the staggering is far enough. Because if you leave it up to the Chinese businesses, they're clamoring for the chips.
This is a pretty dangerous visit. I mean, it looks like Xi is saying Taiwan is important, and this is the first time in my lifetime I've ever seen a naval war. Because we have the other branches of the armed forces work with Afghanistan and Iraq, but a naval war, with the Gulf of Hormuz, the Strait of Hormuz, this is where a possible Taiwan situation would occur, right? And it would be purely naval. So I don't know why she is playing with fire.
Yeah, they'll ask questions like, why doesn't it rain up in Australia? But I agree. Probably when I was 8 years old, I mean, I didn't know anything, so I probably did think everything was just magic.